Hey everybody, welcome to Saturday night. How you doing? Chris, what's going on, brother?
Nothing much. What's going on with you?
All right, took a little power nap this afternoon. How about you? Late night or
I didn't wake up till late afternoon. Ate a 18-pound burrito with I don't know, 5-pound burrito, whatever it was. My wife made last night.
high pound burrito?
That thing was huge, and I ate that thing, and I went to a food coma, and then I woke up about 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific time today. So,
So that was like 6 o'clock my time. So that was 3 hours ago.
we'll say I got plenty of rest. I tell you that.
I would say so. No, we got off last night, and I pretty much went and crashed, and then I woke up at like a little after 8. Went and gave blood work because I got a doctor's appointment Monday, and then was on the computer sitting here, and I just was leaning back in my chair and I fell asleep a little bit. So I'm like, you know what? Time to go lay down on the couch. So I fell asleep on the couch until I don't know
It's,
about
it's
3.
that it's that 55 and over nap time. You know that.
Yeah, yeah.
In the age change, it automatically kicks in.
It was perfect for it today. It's been overcast and pouring rain all day, thunder and lightning. So what better thing to do on a Saturday afternoon when it's like that? Just take a little power nap, recharge the batteries.
Well, it's 6 o'clock here, and it's a cool 96 degrees right now.
Yeah, it cooled down over here big time once the storm came in. So
96. 96 is cool.
hey Chris, guess what?
I think it's time for us to get started. Well, you know you didn't change that, right?
Said that to myself last night when I was watching it, and then I saw it now again, and I saw your hand go up, so I knew that's what you were going to come in saying too. I'm like, I need to change that shit.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, you're still in the club, but promote yourself. What's going on, people?
So let's check in. We got Robert Pena.
Hey,
Good
Mr. Pena.
afternoon, good evening, good morning. Raider Paul's in the house. What's up, Raider Paul?
Hey, ready to pause here.
Detroit God, what's up, brother? Everybody get your onesies on, get you some popcorn. It's almost time for the pajama party. I'm ready for the world now. I just woke up from my nap. Oh, there you go. There you
There
go.
it is.
Robert says you can beat that because I just woke up.
Well, I was
Right on time.
I would have been still asleep. So the dog wanted to go outside. He kept barking. I said, "These damn dogs out." I said, "Oh, 3 o'clock. Let me get up."
Billy
Billy
Davidson
David.
house. What's up, Billy? You got to go to work. Well, glad you're here until you have to go to work. We appreciate you, brother.
So it's a good thing to hear.
Everything's good at home with the family. Patriots 12. We should be America's team. Aren't we patriotic? No, we shouldn't be America's team.
Not really.
Oh, no, sorry. So, what'd you do besides take a nap today or sleep till fucking 3 o'clock this afternoon? Nothing.
Really nothing. I just got up and ate I ate the rest of my 3 pound, well, 5 pounds. It was a 3 pounds by the time I got to it. So some of that, and I got a pound left.
There was after I went out and gave blood work today. There was no reason whatsoever to leave the house. So I was fine with that. I had nowhere to go.
I woke up. It was 100. Well,
In.
when I got up, it was 101 degrees. I'm like, okay, it's nice
Yeah, fuck
outside.
that shit. What's up, Frank? How we doing?
Hey, Frank.
Screw that. Too hot.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yesterday and Thursday were pretty nasty here, especially with the humidity. It was god awful. Today the temperatures dropped mainly because of all the rain. It's so cool out
That's one thing I don't miss is humidity. I hate humidity, man. It makes you sweat. I don't like it.
Ooh, sweating just sitting in the shade. Even with a cool breeze blowing on you, it's still like, ugh. It's not even that. You know what? It's not even a cool breeze. It's a breeze, but it's fucking warm.
Hot breeze. It's on my camera.
What's up, Carla? How you doing?
There you go.
Detroit guy said it's 67 degrees and rainy day where he is. Yeah, I think I got what you're getting or what you've got over the last couple of days or so. So real fun. Oh, you know what? Even though I napped, I'm still like I could fall asleep again.
Hey, it's time for that promo.
Oh, yeah.
It's time for the promo.
But it's decaf. It's not caffeinated. So, yep, here we go. Dunkin' Donuts. This guy runs on Dunkin'. Please sponsor me.
I run on anything I can get my hands on. So today is the black can. No promotion. Sorry.
Drip, what's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Raiders traded for Micah Parsons.
Yeah, okay. I believe that when I see that.
Yeah, I don't think that happened. Who are they going to trade for? And they go, they can try Tyree Wilson and
straight up, we traded Tyree Wilson for Micah Parsons.
That's an even trade. Man, they can trade Zamir White and Tyree Wilson. Get rid of both of them for one person. I'll be happy with that.
The only big news out there still, even after today. Let me see. Let's see if there were any news.
I didn't see any news today.
I don't see any. I see it's awfully quiet.
Yeah, it's gonna be like that for a minute.
I'm checking all the major sites, and there ain't shit going on.
Nothing happening.
No. Well, Pac-Man got arrested near Cincinnati.
What happened?
Pac-Man Jones, he got arrested near Cincinnati.
I thought you saw. He was already in jail. He's out again. He got arrested.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Jones 41 was booked just before 2 a.m. Saturday into Kenton County Jail, according to court log. He was arrested by the Covington Police Department and charged with alcohol intoxication in a public place, disorderly conduct, and assault on a police officer or a probation officer.
Idiot.
Wise life choices after NFL life, huh?
Well, they start getting broke and start doing stupid things. They take all their money they get and spend on unnecessary stuff.
Yeah, unbelievable.
My thing is this: you make $1 million. Why you need 7 cars? How many cars can you drive at one time?
Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask you this question: why I brought that subject up? Say you made that much money. How many cars and what type of cars would you own? Though, considering your family and everything else. How many and what would you own? You hear the question?
I'm just reading something here about Derek Henry and Adam Sandler.
What happened? Kind of broke up there.
What are you watching?
Wait.
Oh, that was me doing that. Oh shit! I didn't realize there was a video playing. Could you hear it?
No, you just got quiet real quick and didn't say anything. I asked you a question, but you didn't even answer it.
Yeah, because my the video overtook everything. I couldn't hear you. I thought it was something you were playing. What's up?
Nah, I don't do it. So I was talking about, these guys making millions of dollars a year and that stuff, and they have 7 cars and an 8-bedroom house with 9 bathrooms, and it's only him and their wife or something like that. So my question was, if you made that much, how many cars and what type of cars do you own, considering your family? Your wife, your kids. What would be your idea?
7 cars, one for each day.
Yeah.
The weekend ones would be really fun cars, though.
Yeah.
The problem is, sometimes I can go like 4 or 5 days without leaving the house, so a lot of them would just be sitting there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't get that
So
many cars.
I would probably, I think 2 or 3 would be enough. Specific in style. Like a brand new extended cab pickup truck. I could go for that.
Okay.
I would go for a hot rod style car. I
Okay.
would love to get my father's old 1939 Ford Coupe, and I would go and get my original car that I had. I would go and get my '62 Chevy Impala hardtop.
Yeah,
I would
I'm with that.
go and get one of them and get that all tricked out. Not hydraulics or anything like that. Just get it the way I wanted to do it when I was in high school.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'll get, like you said, that big truck, nice big pickup truck, extended cab or 4-door. Then I'll get my '67 Lincoln suicide doors, just to have one. And then I'll have just like a little sports car or something. Just drive weekends. I won't feel like driving fast, and that's it. Get the wife one, of course, whatever she wants, and I'm
I would
done.
get whatever wife wants too,
Yeah,
obviously.
I'm done. I'm done.
But get three for me that I would want.
Yeah, those 3 cars.
And I would probably go and buy myself a brand new trike, nice Holly Road thing.
That's what I'll get. Get a nice little 5-bedroom. Get a nice little 5-bedroom house or 4 baths. That's all I need. Then we're good. Don't need a 18-bedroom house with 25 bathrooms.
No, then you're gonna hire someone to clean that shit. The wife ain't gonna want to do that. She'll be like, "Are you crazy?" Absolutely not.
Well,
Matt Marinovich is in the house. What's up, Matt?
I would hire somebody to do.
What's up?
I would hire somebody to do a spot cleaning on weekends. Like, you just come in one day and then they do a big spot cleaning. House that big, but I don't need a live-in maid. I don't think my wife would go for that. She can't live here.
Hold on, time out. You slept until 6 o'clock your time. 3 o'clock your time, and you're drinking a Monster. Don't you think aren't you awake enough now after sleeping all that time? You slept for almost 12 hours.
I didn't have my morning coffee this morning. I usually had to get up, go make my coffee, and I didn't because it was hot. That's why I thought you were hot coffee. So I'm still waking up, to be honest with you.
You're going to wait for 6 hours.
Have I? I have not been awake for 3 hours.
You woke up at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
It takes me a while to wake up. It takes me a while for my brain to function. It takes me a minute for my brain to start functioning.
3 hours for you because it's only 6 o'clock there. So you've been awake for 3 hours. It takes you that long for your brain to wake up?
It takes me damn near half a day. Brain's a little slower now in my old age. I can't wake up and solve the problem of quantum physics, man, right quick. It takes me a little while to think about it. So
let's see.
Pigs in house.
Oh, that's what. Okay. So Adam Sandler, I guess, sent the video to Derrick Henry. He says, "If you run for 2,000 yards again this year, I'm putting you in my next movie."
I saw that.
So they gave him a 2-year, $30 million extension. Damn.
15. Damn. It's not bad. Well, he was running wild, so.
Yes, I do, Pigs. What's up, Pigs? Welcome. Already got another full one in the fridge waiting for when this one runs out.
You give me a house and I'm happy.
I love my iced coffees, man.
Things crazy.
Um, in Detroit, God, I would only wear underwear that were made from monkey fur. What the fuck?
Who? What?
What? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Well, he'd be original because I never heard no shit like that. Like, what the heck?
Nah, man, I can poop in the woods. I thought he was saying I can pop in at first. I'm like, I was gonna say, Nav, you misspelled pop and said poop.
He
But
said
never
poop in
mind.
the woods. Long as her leaves available. Because I know, because the pig said, yeah, what'd he say? Yeah, give me an outhouse. I'm satisfied. I'm happy. I would buy a platinum skateboard with gold wheels. Wow. I don't know, I guess not, because, if you come from nothing and you get all that money, man, you're going to splurge. So, hard to say what you're going to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Things that you couldn't get, now you can get.
What's up, Ardell? How you doing, brother?
In-house is better. Okay.
I want to wear underwear made from porcupine fur.
Hey, DMG's in the house. Welcome from Ontario, Canada. Thanks for coming in. Oh, man.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Detroit guy. Yeah, that's crazy about how they go out and they get all these platinum grills with the diamonds and everything on it for their teeth and shit. It's like, screw that, man. It sounds like too much fucking maintenance.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's usually those big time rappers do that crap. I'm like, what's the purpose?
Yeah. What's up, Shopkey? What we doing tonight? Detroit guy, I'm not buying none of that stuff over the half of a 1 year bus pass.
What is
You
it?
say you look 100% sober.
What's too
Shopkey.
soon?
Yeah.
Well, Shopkey, I just woke up 3 hours ago, so I haven't got there yet. Give me time. Give us some time.
Oh, God. I don't know why I'm still so tired today. I don't get it. Yeah. So I watched this thing today, right, on TikTok. Never seen it before. It just happened to be on my phone playing around, and it was the most wildest live show I think I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like this before. This guy does billiard ball racing on a treadmill. I don't know if you've ever heard of it or ever seen it.
Mm-mm.
What's up, Cool Kev? This guy takes a treadmill and he sets it up and he's got this whole elaborate system with it. It's actually pretty ingenious, if you ask me. He's got like 20 million followers on TikTok, so he does some pretty wild shit. But this is a regular occurrence. He does this once a week. He does billiard ball racing, and he takes them all. He puts all the treadmills running full speed, and he takes them all and he puts them on the treadmill, and they all just kind of obviously stay in place, and they just keep spinning as the treadmill rolls. But he takes red solo cups and yellow solo cups, and he holds them out in front, and then he'll just drop it, and then it hits the pool balls, and some will fall off, some will stay on, or they'll scatter, and they'll always come back into the middle. It was just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I subscribed to him. I had to because I'm like, this is wild. I can't wait to watch this again. I'm hooked on it after watching it for like a half hour or so. It was the most entertaining and stressful thing. Not stressful, but like you were excited in a way. I don't know if I just got a weird taste or not, but it was interesting. It was different. I was like, it was
Hmm.
pretty ingenious. It's got a good thing there with that.
You say he's on TikTok?
Yeah, it was pretty fucking. It was pretty wild.
You know what it's
I'll
called?
see if I can find it. Let me see. So you didn't do anything interesting today?
Not really. What did I
Good
do?
answer.
Like I said,
There are
my
some
day was
good ones
wrapped
of
up.
those out there, Shopkeep. There's some really good ones.
Well, I couldn't do anything because my day was half gone from sleeping. And plus,
Yeah,
like,
sure.
plus, like 101 degrees. So I'm gonna go out there and mow the grass. I can't for this artificial turf, but I'm not gonna do it today. Let me see if I can wake up early
Let
Sunday.
me see if I can find. Oh yeah, here it is. So
Yeah.
anybody that's on TikTok, all right, so it's at. Oh, not what I wanted to do there. What did I do? Thought it was. All right, so it's at J. Wow, J. The J N E. Come on, cap locks. J NEHRING. So that's the guy's. That's the guy's TikTok. Oh, he's got 2 million followers. Sorry, not 20. 2 million followers.
I'll still a lot.
Treadmill pool ball racing and robot pool ball rumble. It's pretty good. It's different. Take a look.
I'm trying to find it now.
You found him?
No, I'm looking for it right now. God damn it.
Ardell, he's still talking about Navman's old lady when he did that. I thought that was hilarious because he got stuck with it for so long.
Oh, the name.
That's all right. Ardell, have you seen Not Bueno lately? Because he's not Bueno anymore. He's I am not Bruno, and he changed it too many times. So now he's stuck with I'm not Bruno for 14 days. I think he's down to like maybe 10 days left now before he can change it back.
Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, I see it.
I watched that today for I don't know maybe a little over an hour. I was hooked. I'm like I can't believe I'm hooked on this. It was just the funniest shit I've seen. It was hilarious.
He has an elaborate setup, man. It's like all set up and got the
Right? Right? I
thing up
mean, he's
there.
yeah, it
Yeah.
does. It does, Detroit God. He he's got one hell of a setup. He's got it like basically computerized, and I'm like, God damn! I'm like, this guy's really into this. I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely coming back and watching this shit again. So I
Uh,
put the notifications on, so next time he does this, I'll get I'll get the ding ding for it, so I know when it's on.
I mean, I guess it happens
Yeah,
when
there
you
you
have.
go. That would make it more interesting, right?
I guess we have disposable money and nothing else to do.
Oh,
Scratch
flipped the
them.
car while drunk. I don't know if that was real. What?
What happened?
He's saying I saw a clip today. It looked like Joe Burrow flipped a car while drunk. I don't know if it was real.
I'm gonna follow. All right, cool.
I,
I'm gonna follow. I'm gonna check, keep up with him. Maybe we can get a special guest on one night. Do that.
I doubt that was real because somebody would be out there talking about that, and I haven't seen shit on that.
I haven't seen no news or anything today.
Did you see that Richardson from the Colts is sidelined with a shoulder injury again now? So he's out again right now.
Again?
Yep.
Jesus, this guy.
Yep. He's got a right. He's aggravated the right shoulder joint he injured in 2023, and will be sidelined for an undetermined length of time. And this is in the midst of a battle with Daniel Jones as the starting quarterback. So
Mm.
basically, right now, Daniel Jones, it's his job to lose at this point because now Richardson's not going to be available for a while. You know, Who knows if he's going to need surgery again like he did the last time for
And
that
he was
team.
picked. He was picked in the first round. What number was he picked at? Wasn't
Uh,
first, was it? I
8th?
knew
Oh, no, number 4. The
he was picked
fourth
number
pick
four,
in the 2023.
and
Yeah.
he hasn't played a full season yet.
Nope. Nope.
That's what I was saying last night about the draft picks, and some guy, AR was arguing they haven't done anything. I said no. Before Telesco, they haven't even drafted anybody to
Yep.
warrant keep him here. And that's what that the coach did. They just drafted that guy and they thought he would be a savior, but nope, they haven't played a full season yet. But then I still believe that these quarterbacks, first round, not they shouldn't have to play right away. That's why I'm not high on drafting a quarterback. That's why they want Stuart Sanders. If you want to get him later, but don't get him in the first round. Get something else we need.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'll tell you exactly what his stats were. I'm curious now. Let's see how many games he's played. Stop with these ads on these websites. Good Lord.
Only thing I'm seeing is they were talking about Aaron Rodgers. That's all I hear. See, Aaron Rodgers.
So he's played the 2023 season 4 games, and then in 2023 4 games. 2024 he played in 11 games, and that's when he hurt the oblique muscle that forced him out for a while. So in 2 seasons he's played 15 games. He hasn't even played a full season worth of games yet.
Oh,
I think you could possibly put him down as a bust, if you ask me.
what's
Right
his
now,
third year? This is his third year.
yeah.
I'll give one more year and see what happens. Give him next year. If he can't play next year, then definitely a bust.
Yeah. And to think, I actually really wanted him in 2023.
I
If we
didn't.
could have, I would have been all right. But now it's like, I'm glad we didn't, because this kid just can't stay fucking healthy, man.
Dude didn't play that much in college, for one thing. You know, he only played 15 games in college. And he don't have no experience. If I'd have got him, been late. It wouldn't have been in the first round. So, they have him sit and wait. Uh-oh. I see the
I don't
sign.
get it, man.
Uh, uh, well, like we said, the draft is a crapshoot. You don't know what you're gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully get somebody, then maybe not. But you gotta be smart about it. Because they drafted him, they threw him in the wood. They threw him at the wolves right away. You're starting. Do what 15 games in college.
Yep.
Nothing interesting. Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, crapshoot drafts for sure, man. It's just, no. There's nothing out there right now, man. No news.
Yeah, just Aaron Rodgers, that's all.
Steelers officially signed Rodgers. He's going to wear number 8. It looks like
Who? Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
Eh. Yeah, that's one person I'm glad we didn't sign and pick up. I was like, nah, I don't think that's enough. Before we got Geno Smith, it was Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, and Sam Darnold. I like either one of those guys.
Hmm.
Let's just start Aiden O'Connell, see what he can do, and maybe drop the quarterback in the draft. Not Shedeur Sanders, but another quarterback. But we got Geno, so I'm happy. Yeah, I don't know if we can. They'll give you Rodgers before they can Tomlin. I don't think that will happen.
So let's see what they've got. Let's see if we're listed in here. So NFL Network's talking about dream trades for NFL teams. So what they have here is a dream trade would be Trey Hendrickson to the Philadelphia Eagles. Good God, no.
They're like they need help.
But as it is, crap.
They're like they need help. Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill to the Patriots. Another option is Trey Hendrickson to the Commanders. That would be wild. And then the other one is Jalen Ramsey to the Los Angeles Rams. So I guess Ramsey and the Dolphins have mutually agreed to explore trades, and there's no doubt the Rams are a realistic landing spot. He's been there before. That's right. He was there during their Super Bowl season in 2021. I mean, he could. Yeah, you know what? I never even thought of him going back to LA. But I know everybody's kind of hoping that we can somehow land him. Again, there's still been no big surprising, no cuts or anything.
Well, it probably won't happen until after when training camp comes. That's when they're gonna start, looking. But like I said, just helmets and T-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really gauge a guy his performance on the field because they're not doing anything. They can see how fast he is. Like Gravy's mentioned last night, they can see his hip movements, his techniques. They can see that, but they can't see anything to it. They actually get those pads on and go 11 on 11.
Well, here's the rest of these trade possibilities or dream trades. Another one is Trey Hendrickson to the Patriots.
I saw that. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Mark Andrews from the Ravens, tight end to the Jets.
Yeah, they can have him. He's not a bad tight end, but yeah.
And then Bo Limmer to the Detroit Lions. Right now, to leave pedigree. Come off the board. Oh, and that's pretty much to help replace Frank Ragnow, who just retired. Yeah. These aren't wild. I mean, they're not like super crazy. I mean, I guess the craziest one that would have like a massive impact would be
Hendrickson.
It's like, goddamn, Philly's good enough, man. How much more
shit
do we need?
Like they really need them. Yeah, they need help on the defense. Like, shush, no, they don't.
What's up, Diesel? What's going on?
I'll take Andrews for Mike Mayer. Would you?
I definitely don't. I don't want Tyreek. Yeah, Shockey, I could see that happen. Him going back to the Rams.
Yeah. It don't affect us, so we don't care.
He complained when he was there last time. I don't know why he was complaining. He won a damn Super Bowl. I mean, you should be happy. Just shut up and take the trophy and fucking go. You know? Is he gonna redo his deal to leave Miami? Nobody wants his current contract. Oh yeah.
Nobody wants that contract.
Yeah. Mark Andrews from Mike Man. That's not even a fair trade, if you ask me. Don't tell Jack that.
Oh my God! Please don't tell Jack that.
I would do Michael Mayer for Ramsey in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, if they even swap, yeah.
Oh, I believe Philly's running it back this year. I really.
Yeah, they're gonna run it back.
Yeah.
They just got better, so
Yeah, Detroit God, it's you know what it is? It's an LED light that sits right above my camera, so it's like right here, straight up, and it's just right in my eyes. When I've got this monitor pulled over, but I can't use the camera, it blocks the light. So that's why if I wear a hat, I have to keep it a certain way so it kind of just shields the light because it's so goddamn bright. By the end of the night, I shut that light off and I just see like a solid bright light bar across my like a shadow for at least an hour or two. Why if I shut it off for now, this will be you can still see my lovely face. See how this is the good side.
If you say so, man. Like I said, I'm on here because I don't want to get fined. So Jeff rocking the Gilligan hat. No, it's not a Gilligan hat.
Look at it, dude. Look at the size of that nose, man. Look at this thing.
The snozzle.
As long as my finger, man. Look. That's the LaFontaine curse. That's the French side of me. This massive freaking
What's that character? Snuffleupagus. Whatever his name.
Okay, calm down. Calm
I
down.
can't think of his name anyway. So you got off on that one.
Shop key, I'm 6 feet even. Chris is 5'3".
I am 4'7". I'm 5'9".
Snuffleupagus. No. See what you
Yeah, that's
started?
it. Well, we did the show yesterday, man. It was show was brought to you by RNN, so let's just keep it going.
Oh, that's right. It's Saturday Night Live. 2 is a tiny ass QB that can't hold it. Yeah, man. There's one good stiff Miami breeze, and I'm concussed again.
Yep.
Start throwing up crip hands because his brain's all scrambled eggs up there now.
I think one more get here and get a concussion. I think the NFL's going to say that's it for him. He's done. They're going to force him to retire.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's gonna be 40. He can be 40 years old, and brain not gonna be functioning.
I know since Chris is 6'4" when he stands on his third leg. Could call you tripod.
I know, right?
What's up, Anthony? How you doing, brother?
All right, tell you something else. Yeah, my God. Anthony's in the house. Who else? Tripod. What's that say? If Tua wakes up in the morning and opens his eyes too fast, he will get a concussion. If he brushes his teeth and there's no toothpaste, there will be a concussion. Damn.
That's why you can't use an electric toothbrush because it's like it scrambles around too much.
He'll shake his head too much, like I can't do this.
Poor kid can't even eat Pop Rocks because it'll give him a concussion.
Ooh, they still have Pop Rocks? I haven't seen them in a while.
I don't know. Well, they probably do. They're probably black market somewhere. Remember when you were a kid when that shit came out and people were like, "Don't drink soda while you do it." So and so's stomach exploded. And
first thing I did get some Pop Rocks.
That's the fear of God in kids, though, right?
I got Pop Rocks, a whole pack, and got me a bottle of 7-Up, and there were glass bottles there, and just nothing happens. Still here.
Oh. That's like the whole. It's as bad as Mentos. I wonder if you put Mentos in your mouth and then drink the Diet Coke, if it does it. I don't know. I don't want to find out.
You got to hold it for a while. I think it has to dissolve.
You swallow one of those things like a pill and then do a Diet Coke chaser down the gullet. I don't know.
Detroit guys, is that true? What are you talking about? They still make Pop Rocks, Chris. They use them for sexual. I don't even know. We'll let that go.
Use them for sex purposes.
Oh, I know that. That's a Richard Pryor joke. I remember that joke. You guys walk out and go.
Do you remember a TV show Discovery called Mythbusters when they did that? What's up, Anthony?
Oh yeah, yeah.
When they tested that Pop Rocks urban myth theory about.
I didn't see that one, but yeah.
They used. I think they used like a cow stomach or a goat stomach or something like that, and they tried doing it. It didn't do shit. Didn't do anything. What's up, G fam? What's going on, brother?
It's always a myth or something, but it's always fun.
Fucking Detroit God's getting specific on what happens, how they do it.
I mean, not think about that. I mean, I was a little kid. I don't know. Oh, it was little. I was in elementary school, and this guy was eating his lunch, and an ant was on a sandwich, and he ate it and realized that. And it's you're gonna grow an ant colony in your stomach. It's like what? When you're a little kid, you start believing that stuff. He was all panicking.
Oh yeah. People get all freaked out by that shit.
Yeah.
When you're a kid and you hear those rumors, I mean, back then there was no internet or anything. You couldn't look that shit up. Somebody said it, you took it as gospel. That really happened. My cousin's brother's best friend's uncle fucking saw it happen to some kid.
It was a crazy thing about that with no internet, no cell phones, none of that stuff. The
Ow.
rumor spread quick. Like before you know it, everybody heard about it. Like, damn, how
Yep.
fast? Was that old commercial? You tell a friend, and so on and
Oh
so
yeah,
on.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh God, wasn't that a hair commercial?
It was a hair
It was like,
commercial.
yeah, it was like some sort of hair product or something.
Yeah, and so on and so on.
They tell two friends, and then they tell two friends.
Yeah, and so on and so on. Yeah, whatever. No, that Bloody Mary thing is true, dude. I have experience with it.
The what is?
Right there. You just stand in the mirror in the dark and say Bloody Mary 3 times.
Oh yeah,
It's all in the head.
Beetlejuice is true. The same thing happens if you say Piano Man 3 times. He appears in your chat.
He appears. Yeah, that's one. Don't say it again.
Piano Man.
Okay. You said piano man. That makes it. Ooh, that's 3.
There you go. You just said number 3.
He'll be popping in any minute now.
Yep. Q piano
Man.
bitch. Did that
It's
the
been
other
kind
night.
of.
I
It's
said
been
it like
good.
3 times. All of a sudden, like not even a minute later, boom. Hey guys. I'm like, oh my God, he's here.
He's been good on our show lately. I've seen him on other shows, man. He's been like a jerk, but he's been okay on our show. Like he's all right.
Yeah.
What's that?
All right, I got you up on my. I
I'm
got
watching
you on.
the UFC match today. I don't watch UFC. I used to. Not a big fan of it no more.
Yeah, I haven't watched that in a while.
Watching it
Yeah, I
first game.
remember when it first came out. I watched like the first few years of it. I remember UFC 1, the very first one, Hoist Gracie.
Uh, I remember it was banned in certain cities. They wouldn't allow it there. Nope,
They
no.
they tried that here in Providence, Rhode Island. They tried bringing the show in here, to the Civic Center. And what's up, Ray to E73? They tried doing it here in Providence when it was still fairly just starting out, and
Uh-huh.
the city and the state said no. They had it all paid for, the whole 9 yards. They had already, had the place booked, and then bang, they shut it down.
Okay, everybody's a party at Carlos' house. You're making tacos tonight.
Oh
Taco
damn!
Saturday, I guess. Not Taco Tuesday, but Taco Saturday.
My wife made stuffed
What?
mushroom caps for dinner, along with Philly cheesesteak calzone, homemade.
That sounds good.
We were
Carlo,
gonna have that last night for dinner. That's what we ordered from the local pizza place, but they told her 45 minutes, and then an hour and 20 minutes, it still hadn't showed up. So she called them, and they're like, "Oh, we only have one driver," but they didn't say like it'll be X amount of time or whether it has even left the building yet. So another 20 minutes, wife called her again, and they gave us some song and dance. And I told her, I said, I don't want it now. It's been almost 2 hours since we ordered it. God knows if it's going to even be warm. I said, no, I don't want it. Tell her to just cancel the damn order. We'll do something else. Wasn't going to.
hey
Who
Carlo,
knows what it was going to do?
what type of tacos you making? Carne asada or what? What kind of meat you want to have in there? Me, I like lingua. People don't understand how good it is. Jeff, you know what lingua is, right? Jeff, you know what lingua is?
I know what
It's a
linguiça is.
no, I know what that is, but lingua,
I know what language means.
lingua.
Is it like the opposite of aqua or agua? Lingua, agua.
It's a meat product.
Okay.
You want me to tell
Well,
you what
is
it
it
is?
meat? What?
Yeah, it's cow
I'm a
tongue.
very cunning linguist,
It's not a linguinist. You are dead.
linguist.
It's tongue. It's cow tongue, and they
Is
cook
that
it
what
in
it is?
some.
I've had cow tongue before. It's actually pretty damn fucking good.
Yeah, it is. It's like tender as hell.
Yeah.
Hello,
What's up,
Dave.
Dave? What's going on, man? I've had cow dung. Cow dung. Oh my god.
Wow. Okay. Let's see a dietary supplement there, huh?
Got my fiber in. I've had cow tongue. I've done goat. I've done venison. I've done deer heart, which was amazing. Deer heart grilled up. Oh my god, that was so good. I know. I can't believe I said dung. Um,
You know,
what else have we had?
it was a flip of the tongue.
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing I had exotic was rattlesnake,
I've had alligator.
alligator, frog legs. Had
Never
those.
had that.
Wait, you never had frog legs?
Mm-mm.
Tastes like chicken.
Never had rabbit either. Believe it or not, never had duck yet. I want to try duck.
Oh my god. There's a Chinatown, LA had this great Peking duck. It's a place is still there. You can see like about 20 ducks hanging in the window, man. I'm like, oh my god, this looks good. What's it? Cow dung and Vegemite, the same thing.
I can't do. I've had escargot and I don't like it. Might as well just cut a piece of rubber off a fucking Goodyear tire and start chewing it. I just no, thank you.
I never had escargot or caviar. I don't plan on eating either one of those two things. It's not. I'll try it. Somebody give it to me for free, but I'm not. Don't plan on buying it. I
Yeah,
like
no, I'm all set with walrus penis. I'm good.
yeah, duck and rabbits are both dark meat. They're both good. I like
Yeah.
both of them.
I've had moose chili. I've had moose chili. John, didn't somebody make a buffalo chili once at Chris's house? Right? Yeah, a buddy of mine. He used to have a big party every year, Memorial Day, and a lot of his other friends that used to show up. They were big hunters, and they would bring like moose chili, buffalo chili, like all kinds of different shit. It was awesome. Yeah, buffalo chili was pretty good. I think I've had that a little, very little.
Rocky and oysters. I'll pass.
But the one thing I absolutely love, I love me veal, man. I love eating veal. We go out to a restaurant or whatever. If they got veal parm on the menu, I'm getting veal parm. That's my go-to.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain oysters. Yeah.
No, I don't do bull balls. I'm good there.
Yeah, I like oysters, but I don't like. I'm not eating. I'm not a raw oyster person. I like my oysters fried. I ain't not. Or in a shot glass was a tequila, but it's just like just taking the shell. No, I'm good because you're not really eating it. You're just swallowing it. You're not even chewing on it. You just hold. Like, what's the purpose of that?
Anybody have any Bronco beef?
It does like horse meat.
What's up, John Raider? What's going on,
Hey,
brother?
Charles, what's up, brother?
How we doing tonight?
Uh, yeah. Well,
Slow night tonight,
the
huh?
link is up there. I know it's pinned to mine, got pinned in, but you guys want to jump in? We're just talking about really anything we can talk about. Nothing going on today.
I wouldn't eat horse meat. I'm kidding.
We're talking about anything, so you might want to jump in. Go right ahead.
I mean, by default, we don't normally eat cats, but if there's a Chinese restaurant nearby, you kind of have. You just don't know it.
Yeah, right.
Genty Jersey to arrive.
I have some pit bull and some fried Rottweiler the other day. Okay.
Still early, either.
You're a chef, huh?
What's
Carl's
up,
a chef.
Pierce Mac? No,
I'm not
nobody
sure
knows that guy.
Baker as a trade, but I can run a whole restaurant. Good for you, man.
No,
I
I've
love
never
to
had a
cook.
lobster. I've had lobster, but I've never had it as a calzone.
Dog eating commies.
He says, "Can you believe Jaden Daniels has us up on his calendar for what we did to his guy AP Ware?" But okay, AP did it to himself. We didn't do
Well,
shit
yeah,
to him.
they didn't do him. He couldn't take charge. So,
It's not on us, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, we gave him the best tight end in the game, and
Well,
I don't know, man. Can I blame him for Minshew? I don't think that was his choice.
that wasn't his, man. I keep saying I don't think it was him. That was all Telesco,
Uh,
man. That
that
was
was
all.
definitely
That was all Telesco.
That was Telesco and Mark Davis saying, "Hey, look, we brought this guy in. We spent the money for him. You're gonna play him, whether you
Exactly.
like it or not."
Well, we
Perhaps
talked about it. Remember the press conference when they said Minshew the starting quarterback? His body language like he's going to be our starting quarterback. Then when he went
yeah,
down, when he had that press conference, he was like, "We got our guy." He was
yeah.
happy. So
I hope so, Aldell. I hope the Chiefs are done, man. It's time for them. The time has come.
yeah,
Um, I mean, they didn't really reload on during the off season. I mean, they just stayed status quo. I mean, yeah, they upgraded their wide receiver position a little bit, I think, but they took a hit on the offensive line too. So, but
uh,
until they get knocked out of our division, or out of first place in our division, they're still the team to beat in the West. Sorry,
do you
I know
think
some people
Telesco
won't like it.
sabotaged us? I don't. I don't. No, I don't think he did. He had an interview. He assumed he's going to be here longer than 1 year. So,
And like Ardell just said, they still have Andy Reid.
well,
Ooh, as a shake and bake, huh? That sounds damn good, actually.
shake and bake.
And he said use the Cheez-Its as a shake and bake. And like I said, these are the fucking big ones. They're not the small ones. These are the extra big size. They're good too. I'm just hungry.
Well, no, the jury's still out on Spytech, so we'll see. His draft picks and his moves, what they do to us. It looks positive, so hopefully it is.
Yeah.
I mean, Telesco didn't do bad in the draft. All the guys he drafted, the top three are starters, so that's a win right there automatically compared to the last few years drafting Leatherwood and all these other guys.
Yeah.
Give me a break. And like I said, watch the interview. He said he will trade it for Jaden Daniels, and that's the only quarterback he would trade up for. They're talking about Michael Penix. Said, nah, no, I'm not going to lose our cap because we got to build a future, which I think he did. Plus, he didn't spend a lot of money on players. That's why our salary cap is so big now. I think we got the fifth largest right now, the salary cap. So him being cheap kind of help us out now, you know.
Dave, I say 8 to 9, but when I do the schedule breakdown and go through it as wins and losses, I come up with 11 wins.
Yeah.
I still can't
I'm
believe I came up with 11 wins.
I'm saying 10. So not eight to floor, 11 to ceiling. So between 8 and 10, 8 and 11. What, Trey God? What are you doing? Pig's feet, pig's ears dipped in peanut
Oh,
butter. What the hell you eating on, man?
look, he's feeding them to the dog.
Oh my god! Well, yeah, dogs like the pig ears and pig feet and
Yeah,
peanut butter.
yeah.
Well, we're gonna be there. I wish I can go. I'm not that rich. Can't afford the damn tickets.
Just go mug Nate and take his. Actually, you got to steal his phone
Nah, I
because they're
wouldn't do that.
electronic. They're not actual paper tickets.
Like they used to be. Yeah.
Oh, lucky bachelor! I can't believe he was able to do that.
I was thinking. I didn't realize you wanted tickets. Like what? There's Nate. God damn it.
I never had that kind of luck. I couldn't win tickets or something like that.
You know what? How can he win a peanut butter sandwich if I was the only person in that contest? I still would lose. That's how good my luck is. Yeah, I'll just play around. So we eat
I'm
that
gonna look and
stuff.
see. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do right now while we're on. I'm gonna
I
look
know.
and see how much the Patriots tickets are going for right now. Let's see.
That's right. You don't have to take a shit, huh?
No. Let's see. I'm supposed to spell everything right.
Good story, guys.
New Patriots tickets.
Hey, congrats, I did. Good job. I won an autograph helmet for the most part. That's awesome. Like I said, I couldn't win
What's
anything.
that? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome.
All right. So let's see. September 7th.
Their tickets probably cost a cup of coffee. I think it's more than that. Well, if you buy a coffee from Starbucks, yeah.
Hmm. All right. So the cheapest ticket right now at Gillette is $202.41.
200.
And that is section 318. That's on the Patriots side of the field. I want, what's 301? 301's over there. So 18, 19. So anything from 19 on up. So 325. No, that's too far. 338. What's 338? Visitor side. Oh, wow. That's way the hell up there. So let's do this. Let's knock this down to like 300. So that's the so these are the like the nosebleed seats. These seats are way up at the top, and they're like anywhere from 201 to like 230 for these. Let's start at the best seats. Let's go backwards. Oh, that's not bad. Holy shit. If you want to sit on the end zone, they're like $600 a piece. You want the 50-yard line behind the visitor, they're $1,000 a ticket. Even behind the Patriots side, they're $1,000 a ticket. Yeah, that's for week one. Holy shit. Yeah, I am not going to be able to get down on the lower level. I'm going to have to be in the second tier level. And those tickets are, wow, $300 for these.
That's week one, yeah. First week, first game.
Yeah. $292 a ticket for two tickets. It's $585 for two tickets for this game. Fuck.
Hmm.
All right. Let me just get one ticket. Let me see if that changes what's available. It does. It does, but they're still not cheap. Huh. Yeah, I saw that, Chris.
Yeah. That's crazy.
The E73, that's the 239 section. So it's at the very top level. 329, sorry, 329. $298 for one ticket. Section 239, row 20 on the visitors side. I mean, a good seats. Like you got a good view of the field. Like you're almost 239. You're sitting at about the 25 to 20 line, like between the 20-yard line and the 25-yard line on the Raiders side. That's not bad.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the stadium setup look like, so.
What did he say? What did he ask? I don't know yet. I need to talk to him, E73. I don't know what he's planning on. I know he wants to sit down by the end zone. I don't know. Unless he's got a connection to get those tickets, it doesn't look like any of those are even available.
Or Captain Jack?
Yeah. I don't know how close he's going to be able to get to the field.
Oof. Man, turn the air off. God, I just hell in here. Damn it.
What?
Nah, I turned the air conditioner off in my shed and it got hot as hell in here. You know. The Cowgirls, Donkeys, and Giants. One games I'm going to. I don't know. They say go to a Chargers game in LA. I don't like driving. I hate driving to LA, period. And I don't want to. That stadium looks ugly, and people say it's stuffy as hell in there. So I don't want us sitting in a stadium and smelling everybody's sweat and stuff. I'm like, no, I don't want to sit there. Well, there's no AC.
Section 109, right? Row 11, seats 11 through 13 are available. The ticket is $1,053. And that's sitting behind the Patriots bench.
How much? 1,000?
1,000.
No.
Section 132, which is on the Raiders side, row 3. So you're 3 rows off the field, $955.
I don't like those seats. I want to sit higher up so I can see the play action. You can't see down there.
That's the downside. Those seats are so low to the field that you can't see anything because you have the team standing in front of you the whole time. I wouldn't want to be that low.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's like the furthest row back. So row 14, a little bit better, but you're still going to be blocked.
All right. Hey, thanks, Frank. Appreciate that.
Row section 130, row number 19, you're far enough back where you'll be able to see the field with no problem. $707 for one ticket.
Yeah, I want to see the field. I want to see the back of players' heads and their jerseys. I want to see the
Yeah,
field.
exactly. So for $1,000, you're gonna, I sit right behind the team. Yeah. How much of the game did you get to see?
No, I saw the back. I actually saw the back of the guy's jersey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of those fans that want to get close up and get autographs and all that stuff, but
exactly.
Even then, still, I want to pay $1,000 to go see somebody's back of their jersey that might not sign my paper, my helmet or anything. That's fine.
Let's see what else is here that's good.
Well,
see, 127 is not bad because it's in the corner. It's like right on the end zone line on the Raiders side. But you're far enough away from the team where your vision's not going to get screwed up by the team, by where the team is, like the players on the field not being able to see them.
what's Patriots home jersey? Are they white or are they wear the blue?
We'll be wearing white that day,
Oh, okay,
unless they make us wear black.
like they
Because
do in Miami.
if it's hot out, it's so early in the season, it could still be pretty nasty here. And they'll be wearing their whites versus us wearing, with
Some
us
black.
wearing the black. I don't know.
Well, it's like that in Miami. They always make us
Miami
wear the
does
black.
that to us. They'll
Yeah,
they'll wear their away jerseys, and we'll have to wear our home jerseys, so we're wearing black
in the heat.
because of the way the stadium's designed. The
That
visitor side
stadium,
is always in the sun. It's
that stadium,
brutal.
that stadium is terrible for visiting teams, man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, see, which is weird because in New England, the way the stadium's designed, the Raiders side is on the west side of the field. The Patriots are on the eastern side. So the Patriots are in the sun longer, which pays off during the winter because if the sun's out and it's cold out, at least if the sun's out, they are in the sun a little bit more, whereas the Raiders side is in the shade majority of the game, and you just freeze your ass off.
What's
So sitting on the visitor side during the winter is no fun.
what's
You
up,
know,
805? You guys are back at it. Didn't you do a YouTube short yesterday for 7 hours? I almost said a YouTube short.
yeah,
Yeah, what we
yeah,
did.
we did. No, I've been to a Raiders game, Dave. I just need to get to a Raiders home game. I've never seen them play at home, whether it was L.A., Vegas, or Oakland. I've seen them play. I've seen them in New York twice. I've seen them in Foxborough. I've been to Buffalo. So I just need to see them. I need to get to Vegas, and I I want to try and get to the home opener in the worst way. I don't want to incriminate myself, but I would do whatever I need to do to get tickets and get out there. That's how bad I want to go.
It's a Monday night game, so
I know that's the other great thing about it.
what's up, OC Nation? Raiders.
Who's here?
OC Nation.
OC Nation, what's up, brother? 805, how you doing, man? I'm just looking at I'm on the Patriots website trying to look and see what tickets are still available there. I'm gonna look at this stadium because I want to see where's that dump. There it is. That fucking shithole. There we go. All right. So trying to look at how the parking is. I guess this is no, that's Putnam Investments. I need to look and see where the handicap parking is. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because they have a tram that picks you up from the parking lot and brings you up to the building.
What they do?
Yeah. If you park in the handicap lot, they have a shuttle that comes I forget how fast it comes, but it comes on a regular basis and picks you up and takes you there, brings you up to the entrance.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah. I don't know where they drop you off though, because the reason I'm asking that is because
if you wear a Raider jersey, it probably drop it off in the middle of the street.
yeah, they'll probably take me back out to Route 1, put me out on the main road. Yeah. No, because if they only drop you off at the same location no matter what. The only problem is if they drop you off on the Patriots side of the field and I get tickets on the Raiders side, that means I got to walk all the way around the fucking stadium to get to my seat. That's the downside. Not that I can't do it, but it's just a longer walk. That's all. But don't forget, if I'm there with Captain and he's got his scooter, he's got to figure out what we're gonna be able to do with that thing while he's there. I just, I agree, Dave. I'm sure it is. I just want to get to Vegas for a game. I haven't been to Vegas since 1984. So, Vegas I saw in '84. I was 14 years old. It's completely different Vegas than what's there now. That's for damn sure. Because back then, that Vegas back then was nasty Vegas.
When?
That was the old strip. most of those the casinos that I saw back then, some of them don't even exist anymore. They've been blown up and rebuilt, and yeah, definitely mob controlled Vegas back then for sure. It was a treat. I mean, Jesus Christ, the Sands isn't there anymore. I mean, it's a lot of those. Like the original, I saw what the original Caesar's Palace looks like. It looks nothing like it does now.
No.
You know, I saw the Caesar's Palace as if the same setup when Evil Knievel jumped the damn thing years
You
ago.
remember that? He jumped the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Bank of America, right? So yes, so that's that. That's okay. I see where that is. So, okay, so that's the entrance that way.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Allegiant Stadium tickets.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to the place I know I shouldn't go because it doesn't make sense for me. Suite holders. Yeah, let's get a suite. Yeah,
Oh
no big.
God, yeah, right.
Well, we got to be a company. They suites are for like companies, That's what they buy those suites and
Mm-hmm.
they business people, their contracts. Hey, I got a suite for you guys. Do business with us. I get you a game to the Raider game. So that's all that is. Premium season teats. I don't want seasons. Premium season. Look, I just want a nosebleed shot. That's all I want. Okay, let's see. Tickets. CO game tickets. Here we go. See how much they cost them now. Let's see. You said you want to go to the opener, right? Let's see. What's this? 1, 2, 3. That's preseason. Oh, here it is. Tickets for game one for the Raiders. Yeah, except the cookies. So you say like said like mid? You there?
No, I'm kind of looking more like section like the 237, 238, something like that in that range.
Oh, I'm on the Raiders site. I don't know where you are.
You're on the Raiders site?
I'm looking for the first game. How much tickets are for game one?
Oh, the home game for the Raiders. Oh, I'm still
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
at I'm at the Foxborough shit.
Yeah, it's at 237. So yeah, okay. Woo. Okay, where's the cheapest ticket I can get? Damn. 236. That's the cheapest ticket I can get. No, 233. Yeah, I don't know.
Hmm. Troy guy says I have friends who have suites. The only thing about that is you sit there and get so drunk and eat so much you don't even pay attention to the game. Well,
Yeah,
good thing for me. Well, that's
that's
great for you.
well, that's pretty much what they're for. They're for to entertain your friends, and that's it. You
Yeah.
don't come for the
I
game.
mean, I don't drink anymore, so I'd be
No,
paying attention to the game. So that wouldn't even be
yeah.
a problem.
I mean, really can't see field, so they put TVs and stuff in there. But you're not there for the game. You're there for the socialize and make business deals.
Yeah, see, that's different. I'm there to watch the game. I want to be there. I want to experience the whole thing,
But you can't
being in
hear
the
the game.
stadium for the first time.
You can't hear the game
Huh?
because it's closed off unless they open the doors up. I mean, certain suites are like that. They open the sliding glass door that you can hear.
What's up, Josh? Yeah.
I mean, tickets are not bad, but I don't see how much a cowboy ticket.
Well, I didn't think you'd be able to, Detroit God. He goes, but you can't smoke weed in there either. I would, I wouldn't be surprised at that.
Yeah. Ooh, now these ones are expensive. Okay. Damn. it's my gosh, because my name must be in the party. Yeah, the cheapest ticket for the Dallas game Monday night is $598 for one ticket.
Really?
And that's way in the nosebleed, way up there. That's a game I want to go to, but I don't think I'm going to that game either.
So I meant to say you can smoke weed. Oh, you can. No shit.
Yeah.
I didn't think you could. I'm shocked at that.
You got the Cowboys winning, Josh? Okay. We will see.
How?
Cowboys do every year. They are saying this is our year, this is our year. Then each year they don't do anything.
Not lying. So what was the question that was up last night? What was the Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, no. I mean, what's the question? I said talk about today. I have to go back and look at it.
Yeah, it was from Dixon. I remember that. I can't remember
Yeah,
what the hell it was.
I can't remember it either.
Oh, I know what it was. Former or current Raiders, you had to pick a quarterback, a running back, two wide receivers, a tight end, and then one defensive player for like your all-time starting lineup. That's what it was.
Uh, hmm, that's pretty
You
big.
want to go first?
Not really. So I had to pick a quarterback, right?
Yeah, you got to pick a Raiders quarterback, running back, tight end, two wide receivers, and one defensive player.
Okay. So the quarterback I would take would be Ken Stabler.
Mm-hmm.
You said running back, right?
Yeah, one running back, two wide receivers, and one tight end.
One running back I would take is Marcus Allen. Why? I'll tell you why in a minute. Um, the tight end I would take Brock Bowers. Two wide receivers, Tim Brown, and I would say Cliff Branch. And one defensive player,
Mm-hmm.
Rob Martin.
I knew you were going to say him
uh,
too.
who would you take?
So Frank's got me with my quarterback. That's who I said last night. I said Ken Stabler,
Hmm.
um, Marcus Allen. My tight end was Casper. Wide receivers were Tim Brown and I went Bolitnikoff. I'm trying to think of who I said. And on defense, I believe I said Townsend. I think I took Greg Townsend. Is who I went. Yeah, I mean Jeffrey Cruz. I could have gone Bowers, also like Chris, but I wanted to try and keep it old school. Plus, it's only been 1 year with him, so you really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was in there. I was thinking about Casper
yeah.
too, but I just took Bowers. But yeah, Casper it'd be that my second choice. Um,
Uh, OC Nation said Stabler, Bo Jackson, Branch, Tim Brown, Brock, and Howie Long.
that's pretty much what I said, except for Bo
Yeah,
Jackson. You know?
Howie Long's a good one too.
Well, I say Rob Martin as a favorite player, but the truth reality is I would have took either Gray Towns, like you said, or Howie Long. And truth matter
So
is,
Frank Weber's full team is Stabler, Marcus Allen, Dave Casper, Bolitnikoff, Cliff Branch, and his defense is Jack Tatum. Ray Chester was close, he said. Okay, fair enough. It's a decent list. I'm not
Oh, Remy
surprised that
Chester. I
people
forgot
go
about Remy
Croc. I
Chester.
mean, if you're going by obviously his one season, I mean, how can you go wrong? Detroit God says George Blanda,
Bo
Bo
Jackson.
Jackson, Cliff, Jerry Rice, Jack Tatum, and Gene Upshaw. You can't have Gene Upshaw.
Why not?
We didn't do offensive linemen, so you got to
Oh,
take
okay.
him.
Well, still, I'll
You
give it
still
to
need
him.
a tight end now. You need to pick a tight end.
Maybe he plays a tight end in that spot. So
He's
that's not the
having
question, but you know,
he's having
it's up
Gene
to,
Upshaw play tight end.
well, yeah, they have Mumford spreading out for wide, so we'll see.
Yeah. Okay, I'll switch Gene with Jack Tatum. Okay, you lost me there.
Okay, let's switch Gene Upshaw for Jack Tatum. You got Jack Tatum there already. You need to
Yeah,
pick
you
a
still
tight
need a
end.
tight end. You don't have a
You need to
tight
pick a
end yet.
tight end. Yeah.
Todd
Okay. Good.
Christensen. Good pick. Good
Okay.
pick.
Very
Yeah.
good. That's a good one too. Rams always had good tight ends. That's
Well,
funny.
we've always had, good tight ends and centers. There was a time period after Barrett Robbins where we kind of hit the funk, at center, and then a little bit beyond that too, where we started, until JPJ came in, it was really didn't seem like much stability in the position.
No.
Hopefully now going forward, we've got
Yeah.
that.
It was
You know,
center, punters, kickers, and tight ends that
yeah,
we always had those guys good.
yeah.
The reason why punter's so good because the damn team couldn't move the ball, so they had to punt so much.
hmm
Like I
I'm
said,
just nervous to see how the offensive line pans out. Like, what's the starting lineup? Who's going to be out there as the number one for each position? They need to make a decision on a guard. We're good at tackles and we're good at center. We just need to figure out who the hell is going to be in those guard positions on either side.
yeah, well, they're saying that Rogers looking pretty good. He's actually pushing Kappa, so he might. We'll see. Well, we'll see in training camp. Like I said, OTAs you really can't say anything. We'll see
No,
when we get to training camp. We'll see. Yeah, I definitely. Rob Martin was awesome, dude. I met him in person. He was nice, great guy.
was he nice? Was he nice to you?
Well, I mean, he was nice to me, but he was, some players usually had those attitude chip on his shoulders and all that shit.
Mhm.
He didn't have that.
What's up, Alec?
So,
Oh, we meant to say replace Gene Upshaw with Lester. Yeah, but you can only have one defensive end, one defensive player.
yeah,
So,
yeah, Tatum.
what's up, Alec? Got to have a soft spot for Rob Martin. He was great.
Yeah, it was.
805 says, take away the tight end, give me John Ritchie, and we'll run through the AFC straight to the Super Bowl. Yeah, you could have done that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Stop yawning, asshole. My dad was a big Willie Brown fan. I met him. I'm so glad I was able to meet him before he pounced.
Well, Will Brown's one that got me being a Raider fan, so they said eat that INT ran running at me like, hey, touchdown Raiders. Yeah, he should be in the Hall of Fame, Todd Christensen. But of course, there are a lot of rare players that should be in the Hall of Fame. They're not.
Yeah. I mean, Lester Hayes should be there. Wisniewski should be there. Townsend should definitely be there. No two ways about it.
Yep.
Villapiano should be on that list too, to be honest with you. I mean, he had a lot of good years with us.
Well, were they Hall of Fame years? What do you think?
Yeah. I think so.
Mm.
He was part of some of those great teams from the 70s too,
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Matt Miller, not so much, though. I don't see it from him.
Yeah.
I
Well,
really don't think.
it's a Jack Tatum thing, the steroid thing, like we talked last night. It's to stick him with Hayes and all that stuff. They find any little thing that's that not vote him in, any little thing. Plus, being the Raiders, there's one vote against you anyway. So
Yeah, you're not lying. Yes, he says Phil also.
yeah,
Yeah, and that's what sucks now too, because a lot of the guys that should have been in years ago are going in now after they've already passed away. So it's their family that gets to celebrate it, not even the player. You
right.
know.
They don't get to wear the gold jacket on stage, They put Terrell Davis, yeah, well, they sure did.
The piano for sure, just because he's a gas.
That was funny. I remember that. He's a whacking with the
Did
cat.
you watch that video that it came out with just recently? The one with Madden and Villapiano was talking about it. I forget the name of the player. He said, he goes, but so I swear to God, he had a broken thumb for 9 years. We were constantly, they would put a cast on him and then they would put like light wrapping over it. So it was still like, solid. So when he smacked somebody, it really rang the bell on the helmet. Because that was back when they could still do the helmet slaps.
The helmet slap, yeah.
Yeah. And that shit'll ring your ears pretty damn good, man.
Yeah, it was good. That was me, Joe Green. He used to slap the shit out of you with the helmet slap. Like, blap! Like, damn.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Could you imagine Bubba Smith coming through the line, head slapping you? I mean, he was a monster.
Dude, I could not imagine that. I'll be out cold. You talking about being concussed. Jesus.
Yeah. Two wouldn't last one series.
No, they look at two. They look at two.
Like, oh.
If they stare too long enough, they get concussion. Like, oh,
God. Detroit God. No, I don't. Sterling Shop is not in. I know Roger Craig is not. Chris Carter is. Chris Carter got in, I think the year before Tim Brown did. He got in and then Brown got in.
Yeah.
Because Andre Reed got in after Tim Brown, which I think, and as he should have, if I'm correct. I don't know if I am or not on that. I think they were on the same list together, and I think one beat out the other. I don't remember if it was Tim beat him out or if it was, because I think it only took Tim Brown like 2 or 3 tries before he got in.
Well, there's the infamous Jack Kenner. What's up, Jack?
Jack. Jim Otto's only got 3 Pro Bowls, and he's in the Hall of Fame. I mean, come on.
Don't start. Jackson here, don't start. Yeah.
Those all-stars that all-star shit doesn't count. That means nothing.
They don't care about that.
Later, OC Nation, man. Have a good night. Thanks for popping in. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Make sure you hit like, subscribe on the way out. OC, appreciate it.
Early, and that's the problem. Jeff, me and Sacktown are hanging out. Yeah, I know. He messaged me. What happened? Your son abandoned you? His son was supposed to be setting up his tablet for him.
Yeah.
Bad news. I got here and Jack's son left. Yeah, two cane crew. What's up, Mike?
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, he goes, I got here and Jack's son left. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, I thought it was the whole point of you going over there. He goes, well, we're barbecuing too. I said, oh, okay. That makes sense.
Good.
Yeah, okay, Timmy. Timmy.
Yeah, former radio with 4 Super Bowl rings. Oh.
I gotta ask, what team are you a fan of, Timmy?
I think Timmy's like 10 years old. 7 beers and real Raider fans. Are you a Raider fan or are you just in here just a troll?
I'm a Raider with 4 Super Bowl rings. Hint, there are 5 of them.
No internet help, damn it. Frank, why you gotta make it so hard? Well, that's the way you got internet.
Oh, Ty Christensen was definitely a character in himself.
Yeah, he was crazy.
Um,
Well, some days all
so
the
let-
Raiders. Al Day was the only one of the most insane players to play for him. This guy Timmy, really? Bye. Get out of here. I'm a real fan of ball head. Just stop embarrassing yourself. Well, that's one of them guys again.
yeah.
I think another guy. He sounded the other guy that came out town too, and we banned him now. He's probably changed his name. I think
Yeah,
he's on your stream, so
he did win with Baltimore when he was there, so that makes sense. Trying to think of who came over to us that.
he's already gone. Sack. You can. He's on Jeff channel. You can just ban him, kick him out. You don't need nonsense like that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. I'll give you some fun. You can
Yeah,
kick
go
his
ahead and
ass.
ban him. Ban him
Name of
if he's still there. Not don't worry
Raiders
about
Super Bowl rings. Hint there. 5 of them. Now, are you saying, Frank, that these are guys that won a Super Bowl with the Raiders, or they just have 4 Super Bowl wins, but they also played for the Raiders? Did they win a ring with the Raiders? That's the question. I
it. But
am.
Raiders they only won 3, so I'm trying to say who came over with a ring and won.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, I can name a few that came over after they won Super Bowls with another team.
3 got rings with the
3 got
Raiders.
rings with the Raiders. Okay, so
Yeah. Frank Webb with the hard hitting questions. I'm trying to think.
I can see it now.
Yeah, I guess say
2 hours later, I'm still sitting here trying to figure it out.
I say Jerry Rice, but he didn't win a ring with the Raiders. He won with the 49ers. Nope. He not one. Is he?
Yeah, but he said there's 5 players. 3 of them won rings with the Raiders. So the other 2 did not get rings with us, but they played for us, but they still had 4 Super Bowls.
So Jerry Rice,
Well, it could be Jerry Rice. Could also be Ronnie Lott.
Ronnie Lott.
Could be Roger Craig.
That's right. He did come for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But Branch, didn't he win a one with the? No, he didn't. Rice only has 3. I thought he had 4. Yeah, who came play with us? Man, Weber, what the hard hitting? And we can't use the internet. Jeez.
Who did Romanowski play for? He played for the Eagles first. That's who drafted him.
Uh,
Did he go to the 49ers?
yeah, one of the 49ers. It was us to smoke. You want to come
What's
if you
up,
want to come here.
Smoke, man? How you been, brother? Haven't seen you in a while, man.
You come if you want to come in. There's a links on
So
top
Ronnie
left.
Lott is one of them, he says.
Lot is one.
Yeah.
Okay, we said a lot. You said a lot. The links on top of Jeff and my channel want to come in. Romanowski.
So Romanowski was right. So Romanowski's the other one. So
So
there's
both
2.
they're former 49 players. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Working like a slave, brother. Okay. Understand. Yeah, Greg, they had one short stint with the Raiders. Yeah, we're good, Silver Smoke. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I'm good, man. So, yeah, but they could have been somebody that won 2 with us and then won 2 more outside with another team. That's why I'm trying to encompass everything that possibly could be.
Hey,
Now I'm also trying to think of who came over from New England, possibly,
What's up, James Purple?
or even Pittsburgh
Hmm.
during that time frame.
You on break, James? Or are you off today?
Hmm?
Oh, James Purple's in the building. I was saying, is he
What's
at
up,
work?
James? Shit, just texting me. I'm not cheating. I'm not looking up. Somebody just texted me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cheat. I'm still. It's like a head scratcher.
I just got this from Jack. That's why. Him and Sacktown Mike together right now.
The Bocce twins. Are you off today, James? Good. It's good,
Oh,
James.
Frank, you got me good on this one. You got us both good on this one.
Oh, and Frank always hit the hard hitting questions, man. Jesus, man. Damn. He's a history buff. Like, he should come on our show when we do the history of the Raiders, Frank.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of offensive linemen that might have. Roger Craig and Lonnie Ron are the reason why I'm a Raiders fan. Came over to us, came over to the Silver and Black when they played for us. Then they played for us in the '91. Yeah,
Yeah. I like Roger Craig.
so they came over with the 4 Super Bowls. Jerry Rice didn't. Can't be Jeff Garcia, right?
That's 2. A lot. Man, what's his name? Romanowski. That's 2. Man, I can't think. You got me stuck. Like I said, I know some history. I don't know all the history. That is a good trivia question. Excellent.
Holy fuck. I am drawing blanks.
I can't think of anybody. I thought it was Rice, but it wasn't. Yes, Frank, give us a hint. Cause my brain is about ready to burst.
Can't be James Lofton. It's probably be some obscure name too.
Nickname Kick 'em.
Come.
Nickname Kick 'em. I still don't give me a good hint. I remember my nickname Kick 'em. Sat down. Tell Kenny he's gonna own me about 2 pitches in about 7 months.
They called him Kick 'em.
Yeah, Kick 'em.
Can't be Barr, the kicker, right? You thinking Matt Barr?
Matt Barr? Possibly. No. Iceman. George Gervin. They're a basketball player.
Iceman.
Iceman.
Did Ray Guy play for anybody after he left us? Or did he just retire?
Not
Okay,
Barr.
so it's not Barr.
I know Shane Leckler played with somebody after he left us, but I don't know. I don't know that guy did. Oh, another was nickname was Iceman. Who's Iceman? And I can't use the internet. I can look up right quick. But Frank still stipulate the rules. Darn it, Frank.
Holy shit.
Me and sat down eating, drop off the bone ribs. Oh, really? Well, no, eat the ribs. You gotta get them off the bone one way or the other. Cheating is encouraged. Well, much eat. It gets me.
Hmm.
Because if I find out who it is and I know, I'm gonna be mad.
Hmm.
Oh, the mad stork. Ike Carlton was named Iceman.
Who?
Carlos Ike Charlton was an American football player. Carlos Ureta was an American football player, and Adam Vinatieri was a place kicker.
I know somebody said that at the beginning. Somebody said um, Hendricks. Because I even agree with them. I said, yeah, because he did win one with the Colts. He was there for 3 of ours, plus the one with the Colts makes 4. That was at the very beginning. Someone said that after he asked that question. I gotta scroll back for it.
Nope.
Right here, Alex said it. The Mad Stork. That was at 10:34. That was 12 minutes ago. All right, so we've got 3 right now. We've got Lott, we've got Romanowski, and we've got Hendricks. So we need 2 more. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. The mad stork here. Got that one. Tom Flores. You had to be a coach because Tom Flores won 4. He played. No, Frank.
Hmm?
It wasn't Tom Flores, was it? Yes, Flores Iceman. Haha. Cheating pays off. You call him the Iceman? I remember calling him
Oh,
that.
what the fuck? He's talking players to coaches too. I never would have equated that.
Yeah, I just asked. That's why I asked because he had won one before he
I
came
wasn't
to
even
us.
thinking of Flores. I was thinking,
Yeah,
not that
he
I
won
would have
one.
gotten that one, but still.
He won one, and he came to us and won 3. So, well, I mean 2.
He won 2.
Yeah, won 2 with us. Nice man, Penn State linebacker.
We still got to figure out who the 4th one is.
You gotta get the Matt Stork. Who's the Matt Stork?
It was Hendricks.
Hendricks. Oh, okay, they call him Matt Stork.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Detroit guy did say 10 years earlier. So, um, Yeah, I didn't know coaches were included. I just happened to run across them. Penn State linebacker.
Did you say Penn State?
That's what he says. Penn State linebacker.
Oh, Matt Millen.
Yeah, as we said Matt Millen earlier.
Who did?
Oh, we said Romanowski.
Yeah. Matt Millen. Redskins 49 is Xanos. Yep. Oh, we got to. Oh, you go and then. What's up, Twan? How we doing, brother?
Hey, Twan, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's good with you, man? How you guys doing?
Good.
Getting our brains rattled by Frank Weber here.
You just asked us a trivia question. It took us almost 20 minutes to figure it out, but we needed a shit ton of hints. What 5 Raiders have 4 Super Bowl rings? And the hint he gave was they didn't necessarily win all their rings with us, but they did play for us, and they did have a total of 4 rings.
That could be a whole bunch of people.
Mm-hmm. But there's only 5 in total.
There's only 5.
Got it. So then you had to do one out of the 5 testing to see what's what, right?
A good chunk of it was process of elimination by just naming names.
Pretty much. Yeah, we go to the default mode and like, okay, we had to knock him out.
More like a roll of the dice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get it.
Yeah, but Frank gave us a stipulation we can't use the internet to make a search. So
yeah.
So we had to go to the top of our brains, which it's starting to smoke in here now.
As soon as he gave the hint on the last one, I nailed it right away. Because then it just clicked.
Mm.
But one of them was Tom Flores, but we know we can say coaches too. So
yeah.
Tom Flores, Matt Millen, Romanowski, Lott, and who else?
No, it was Lott. Romanowski, Matt Millen, Flores. So Romanowski.
There's one left. Hey, Salute Rock. What's up, bro?
Ronnie Lott, Flores. Oh, and Ted Hendricks. What's up, Rock?
That's
I was gonna say, it has to be somebody in that era because obviously that was our winning era. So
but they necessarily didn't win any with us, though.
Oh, they didn't.
Ronnie Lott's one of them, but he didn't win a single one with us. He won his all with San Fran, but he did play with us.
Yeah.
Romanowski didn't win any with us, but did play with us. But he won his with the Rams. I mean, the 49ers.
49ers, yeah.
Yeah.
But you right about that. You know, to be in that era because we wouldn't win anything. Maybe we won 3. So, Twan, what you been up to, brother? I ain't seen you in a minute.
Man, I've been working, you know what I'm saying, cooking behind scenes, man. I always got my little handy dandy notebook, got my next lives, trying to put them all together, you know what I'm saying? Trying to do it. So been staying busy, man. That's pretty much for the most part. But everything's been good.
That's good.
That's good. I thought you were on a little earlier too. I was trying to watch it and getting shit set up for tonight.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of it.
I wanted to break it down a little bit of there's still more on it, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot more that I didn't really talk about, but I did break down some things within the pressers that definitely stuck out to me in regards to our team. So things we're prepared for.
So how do you feel about the upcoming season, about the team? How do you feel about the team? What they're doing?
There's question marks.
Oh,
all over the roster. And I think, yes, it's exciting to have some excitement about your team. Yes, we should all be excited because it is a new season. Everybody is undefeated at this point.
Right.
There's definitely some question marks where, and when I say question marks, I'm talking about those situations where, okay, Max Crosby, right? Max Crosby is a guy that definitely we don't have any question marks about. We know what Max Crosby brings to the table. We know what effort he's going to bring week to week. You know what I'm saying? Even if he's out there on a crutch, you know what I'm saying, and a wheelchair, he's still trying to rush the passer. You know what I'm saying? So you have a situation, and I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being factual, because that knee situation, he was on death's door. You know what I'm saying?
He was.
And playing on it. So we know what he brings to the table. But when you start looking, you know what I'm saying, and I'm talking about now on the defensive side, when you're talking about Landon Roberts, and yes, he's talented, but do we really know that he can be that green dot and really lock down the middle of the defense and be that defensive guy that we really haven't had, you know what I'm saying, consistently for this team? Then you start looking at Jeremy Chin. He's new to the team, you know what I'm saying? And between the middle linebacker and the one of the safeties, those are the main communicators on the defensive side. So when you have Patrick Graham not familiar with those guys and not having the rapport with those guys, and he's starting to build a rapport with those guys, there's some question marks there. You know what I'm saying? Last year, I had, and I threw myself under the bus. I said last year, we're going to be great because we just going to sign Merrick. We're going to bring Merrick back. We're going to bring Spillane. We're going to bring the band back. And Patrick Graham is really going to cook, because this is going to be the third, I again, this is just on top of my head. This is like the third or fourth year that Patrick Graham has been the defensive coordinator with these guys. So when he calls something, there's subliminal messaging within that conversation that they know, when he says cover 2, I already know what I need to do, because I've been in this system long enough. I know you know what I'm saying? I know the ins and outs of this, and we've taken it to another level because, you know what I'm saying, we perfected cover 2, but now we're in the second and third year of cover 2. There's things that we can add to make our defense even better. Now those things are gone. So,
it's always get new players in. It's always like that with any team, but they got to learn the verbiage, the signal callers, and everything else, the defense. But the good thing is that they already had players. They have players that's still there that know it. Like Paul Mall knows what's going on. He can help Chin. Like, hey, when he calls this is what we got to do. They can switch up. He still has to learn himself. Pat Graham got to figure out a new way to communicate with the new players at the Atlanta Roberts, Devin White, Chin, Stokes, all those new guys they brought in.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a learning curve.
I would be on board with that, but when you're looking at, you know what I'm saying, and this is my thing with Powell Mal. I like Powell Mal. I like the progression. I'll say this clearly. I like the progression of Powell Mal, but Powell Mal is not the leader of that secondary room.
No, he's not.
If he was the leader of the secondary room, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, he's teaching everybody, but he's not. You know what I'm saying? And even the reports of camp so far, it's been that Jeremy Chin's been the vocal guy. So obviously it seems like, Powell Mal could say some things, but it's not like he's the leader. So there's a gap there. And I think,
I wouldn't say he's I'm not saying he was a leader. I'm just saying that when Patrick Graham says something, he can interpret it to Chin what he's talking about. In case Chin exactly he's not going to be the leader of the defense. I think Chin will be the leader of the secondary. And I think Atlanta Roberts will be the leader of the front seven. I'm just saying, though, Chin can relate to words like, if Patrick Graham say this, and Chin, kind of think about it. And Palo Alto, I was here last year. This is what you mean by saying that. I ain't going to say you're going to lead him or teach him. He's going to, make him understand the verbiage better. That's all I'm saying. He's not going to be a leader. I think Chin's going to be the straight-out leader of defense on DBs.
So,
that's all I'm saying.
No, and I get it, and that's why I feel like there's question marks there, and I just talked about the defense side. I didn't even talk about the offensive side of the ball. So there's things to definitely there's room for being optimistic. Yes, there's room to be excited about the guys that we brought in, because I'm not saying Landon Roberts is not a talented player. I'm not saying Jeremy Chinn's not a talented player, but that chemistry and that camaraderie, it has to really gel, because
Yeah.
remember, for the past three or 4 years, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you can help me on how long Patrick Graham was here, because I'm just losing it in my head. But you know, the 3 or 4 years under this defense, the defense is what kept us in games. Not saying that we've won games, but it's the reason why we've stayed in some games was because of our defense. Our offense was the horrible side of the ball. So now,
75. It's going
now,
on 4 years because Big Dummy brought him in.
okay, so 4 years. So those 4 years, our defense has been the crutch. Now that defense that was our crutch is now been refaced.
But I think the defense will be okay because we did lose a couple of key players. I think the main one was Spillane.
Very key.
Okay, but I think that they can't replace those guys at all. But it happens all the time in the NFL. You lose players if they're good, you'll lose them. So the other team, they'll pay you more money. But I think as we go forward, we do have a defensive minded head coach that will pay attention to the defense more so than the offensive head coach. You know what I mean? So the defense is going to take a step back. God, I hope not. You know, we got my question mark is I hope that what's his name, one that's came back, the defensive end. I hope he can perform like he did in the latter part of 2023. You know, Kuntz. I hope he can like step it up again like that to help Max Crosby out. And the middle, I'm kind of worried about that since Wilkins is not going to be there probably the first 5 games if he's there at all. Can that middle hold up to the end of the bargain? Can they get the pressure up the middle to help Crosby and Kuntz out? You know, get pressure on that quarterback. Because the biggest thing we had a problem with that only person who worst scored was Crosby. Chase on did a little bit. Yeah, I give him credit. Adam Butler was the only one that secured the middle. But even he'd get tired. But the biggest thing they did, of course, was step up in the pocket. You can't allow quarterbacks to step up in the pocket when Max is coming from the outside. So we need that push up the middle. That's my biggest concern on the defense side.
Yep. And like I said, that's just on the defense side. Don't get me started on the offensive side of the ball.
Well, there's a lot of question marks over there.
No, don't. So that's why some of these guys, like, they're super excited about the season, and yes, the energy is there. Yes, I feel that too. Like there's a whole energy vibe there. There's a whole, but this is a whole new. You think we're on level, whatever level you think we're on, just realize that level's gone back down to level 1, because again, on the defensive side, we lost major pieces. We lost the cores of our defense. You know what I'm saying? Yes, our defense. When I talk about the core, I'm talking about right down the middle. So I'm talking about our middle linebacker and our main safety. You know what I'm saying? We lost.
The person, there's only one person I want to re-sign that was Spillane. Merrick really been there 4 years and really didn't do anything for me until the latter part of last year. Of course, the contract year, and that's like half the season when Epps went down. So I see America's lost. Not really. I mean, experience with in the Graham system, yes, we lost that. But I don't see it as a big time loss, in my opinion.
Okay.
But Merrick wanted, he did well towards the end of the season. He went to, was it Carolina? I think Carolina, and got the bag. Good for him. Proud of him who's doing that. But I don't see it as a major loss. Only major loss was Spillane to me. What's this? Okay, but I couldn't get it. Oh, what's something else? What did I see that? This one of you guys, don't be alert. These guys are genius or pros. Yeah, they'll. I think defense probably step up. Step up.
Yeah.
They'll step up. I don't think. Like I said, we got defensive minded head coach. I don't think he'll let defense. He saw what he did last year. I don't think he's gonna let them go. If they were ranked number 9 in defense total last year, Pete Carroll's not gonna let him below 9. He's gonna stay in the top 9.
Hey, we've had pros for how many years, and what happened? We had pros last year, 4-13. I'm just saying.
You think yes, but you know what? Those four. There's a lot of games they could have won, but that was bad coaching. I'll put it out there like that. That was bad coaching. There was some decision makers like, what are you guys doing? There's some games we should have won, we could have won, but we didn't because of bad coaching and bad play calling. Let's put it on the table. I don't expect a rookie head coach to win 16 games and go Super Bowl. That's usually unlikely. But we could have played better than what we did. Because like I said, last year when AP got the job, I was excited. I was pumped up. I was jumping off my chair like, yeah. I was all pumped up. This year, I'm not feeling that. I'm more anxious to see what we got to go with than I am like super excited. I'm excited, but not super excited.
Mm-hmm. And I'm saying, and I'll say this too in regards to the, like I said, with the question marks, I also feel like that's not what it's going to end up being. Yes, we do have good coaches. Yes, we have guys that have, that have shown that they are proven to turn, franchises around, but that it takes, don't expect for us to just jump out the gate. You know what I'm saying? And be that product. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm talking about. The question marks on our defense, that Landon Roberts can be that guy in the middle of our, the middle linebacker that we've been really wanting to really handle, the linebacking core. Jeremy Chin, yes, he has talent, but all of that has to come together, and it does not happen overnight. It's going to have to take, it might take us, and I hate to say this, it might be, to really see, and I'm not saying that we're going to lose, up to that point, but it might take us to like week 6 for them to actually really fully, be all cylinders running. And that's just, time. So hopefully this training camp that they'll be going into, the mini camp and all of that, hopefully them shooting basketball and doing all, all the little, games and competing in between the real competitions. Like I hope all that builds something, because we might just mess around and be ready. It might be a situation where we get smacked around just because they have not got it together yet.
Well, the good part of the schedule that we have now, our toughest part of the schedule is in the beginning of the season, before the bye week.
Yeah.
After bye week, it's a little softer. I mean, I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's softer. So if we can get there and get some of these games in the first half, if we can go the bye week, they can have either a tie or a 1-game winning for the bye week. I'll call that a win. Because like I said, the later part of the schedule is a little softer, but it's not easy. And maybe they can pull out something there. Just got to get through this first part. We got to go to Patriots. We got to play the Chargers at home. So we got the hard team, not the hard teams, but the harder teams early. So hopefully they can get off to a good start and win some of those games. And they get to the later part of the season when they have to bye, then go ahead and try to make that run. I don't expect them to be Super Bowl contenders this year, but I do expect competition. I expect them to be in games and not lose the teams we should beat. I expect that. What's this?
Yeah, and like I said, I'm excited about the season, but I also am giving I'm giving this team some early grace, because it ain't gonna be. I just feel like it ain't gonna be. We're gonna start off, week 1 off the ground. Ground running. And when I say ground and running, I'm talking about the entire team. I'm not talking about our run game. I'm talking about just the whole team. Hey, we are what we are, and we about to handle business. I don't think we're going to be that early in the season.
Well, like I said, if not, so be it. But the thing is, I said, at least compete. At least make it a game.
Definitely.
I don't want to see because the other games we had last year, like we was up 17-3. I'm just saying example. I can't remember exactly. We up 17 at halftime. We got this game won. Then we come back and we lose 30-17. You know, that's the kind of games I don't want to see anymore. If we're up in halftime, put your foot on their throat and just keep going with it. You know, why are you slowing down? I don't want to see us halftime, they up 28, 20, 21-0, and we can't get past the 50-yard line. I don't want to see that crap no more. You know, let's make a game of it. If they beat us by a last-minute field goal, so be it. That happens. But let's be in a game and be in a game to win where we have multiple chances to win a game. That's all I want to see a turnaround. Then after that, then we'll do another turnaround in the following year. Just make that Super Bowl run.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, Sack
How's it going, Jeff, Chris, and Twan? How you doing, guys?
What's good with you,
What's
fam?
up?
I'm doing good, man. Jack's over here stuffing his face, so he can't come on right now. But
Thank God.
these ribs are. He gave me a piece of one of his ribs, and I'm like, just melt in your mouth ribs, man. They're awesome.
And why didn't you bring me a plate, man?
I haven't even had a plate yet.
You were supposed to email me a plate, man.
Was I?
Jack.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Jack. He's taking all the food up.
I could take a picture of an email to you.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
That Jack Kenneth say, "Hey, I'm having a barbecue at my house, but only barbecues for me. Nobody else get any."
Yeah. He made corn on the cob, and I brought some salad and some dessert and garlic bread and stuff. And yeah, we're having a good old time, man. Weather is insanely nice here.
Yeah.
There's the link in the chat. If anybody else wants to come in and get on camera, you're more than welcome to come on in.
Where you at?
Who?
You said it's nice.
What is it? Is this Carmichael or?
You in Carmichael? Or what's that?
I'm not sure. I'm asking Jack. Or is this Carmichael, Jack?
Sacramento.
Oh, it's Sacramento. Yeah, it's in the Sacramento area. Sacramento
Okay.
area. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Come on, just
Is
so you
that-
know, I put the link on your channel too in your chat. So if anybody there wants to pop on, they can.
Okay. Yeah. Appreciate you, man.
I know Chronicles is in there. I don't know if he wanted to pop on or not. So it gives him a chance to get in here if he wants. Alex says the FedEx the ribs.
Yeah, FedEx and ribs.
They want you to FedEx them the ribs.
I love how you said that Jack gave you a piece of. He didn't even give you a whole rib.
That's
No,
what I'm
he
saying.
would have. He said, "Hey, food's ready. Go eat." And I'm like, "I'm good right now." So he still tore a piece of the meat off the rib and handed it to me. It's fucking insane.
Chronicles, I put it in Twan's chat because I saw you were in his chat on his channel. The link should be in there.
There's a link right there. It's in the chat. You just click on it.
Yeah, but if he's in Twan's channel, he won't see the messages from us.
Oh, that's right. He's a Twan. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might join up after he gets back. He wouldn't take his plate in, so maybe he'll
What's he
join
gonna
up.
do?
Do you want him to join up?
I don't care.
Okay,
As long as he lets other people talk tonight, unlike last night.
it's okay. He's not within.
The
It's
Jack
okay.
Kenner Raider show.
He's
I
not within.
got a question. You know what I'm saying? I got a question.
I got a question for you. Yeah, no, he's not within earshot right now, so
Are you on the tablet or are you still on your phone right now?
I'm still on my phone. Yeah, his son didn't take off when I got here. His son was leaving as I got here. So
what's
I
the question?
mean,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so no, I didn't. I'm leaning my phone on the box right now for a stand. But yeah, it's freaking nice, man.
Hey Jeff, put the link in the private chat, and then I might be able to do it because I think if you just put it in my chat, it doesn't give it
Doesn't show. Okay.
yeah.
Good
It
to know.
shows, but it doesn't give the like it doesn't let it
Gotcha.
release it.
What's up, Robert? What's going on?
Uh,
I say cut all three. Zamil, Harvey, and Sincere. She is. But of course, they'll keep Zamir.
Yeah, I'll keep him for one more year,
What's up,
at
Ray,
least
tonight?
one.
What's going on?
Sabir's blind. Yeah, well, pretty much.
You know
Yeah,
what?
he's blind and his ankles don't work. I swear to God, they still
I'll,
don't.
I'll actually give a hot take on that. I think Zamir is going to make a whole lot of people look wrong.
You think he's going to come out hot out of
I
the
said
gate?
the same. I said the
I,
same thing
I,
too.
I,
I
I,
think
I I really do, and I think, and the reason why is because I think the offensive line, along with the play calling from Chip Kelly, I think if he does have Zamir White in there, he's gonna give him runs that he's familiar with, that he's comfortable with, and not, you know what I'm saying, put a, like they say, what, put a square in a round peg hole or whatever. Like
mm,
he's gonna
they want you to
dial
straight
up.
up.
You know what I'm saying?
that's
He's gonna dial up a play
Huh?
that actually works for
that
the
benefits
play.
him. I said the same thing. So when I said, you know what, the Rares block can get better. That they should get better, and certain plays that Chip Kelly run might
I'm
be
not in,
designed
so I can't. They
just for the
have to ask them to send it on your email.
sack town. Yeah,
What? I'm
that
sorry.
Zamir.
I'm sorry. I forget
That you
about these super cool earbuds.
that they're gonna the Chip Kelly design certain plays just for Zamir White. You know, certain like gap plays for him. You know,
For
maybe a third down
Zamir?
and short.
and
For
and it's and it's
Zamir?
and it's not necessarily that they're going to be like completely game planning, you know what I'm saying, for Zamir, but there's going to be something within that playbook that actually fits that, you know what I'm saying, fits his suit. And like and you can't tell, like, yes, I understand that he didn't play well, you know what I'm saying, with the other regimes that were
You want
here,
some help with
but you
that?
can't tell me when you looked at his college tape and what he was doing in college, that if they even ran some of those plays for him, that he wouldn't be somewhat even serviceable. You know what I'm
What's up,
saying?
brother? How you doing?
So
Hey man, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, what's going on?
Good, man. I think we're going to be better this year. I really do. Pete Carroll's not going to have us being a defensive embarrassment to him. Sorry, he's
Thank
got a
you,
reputation. All right.
thank you.
Also, our offensive weapons. Gino's never had an offense with this many weapons. Okay, and Pete knows how to get the best out of him. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, there's some questions, especially in our secondary. But here's a scoop, bro. We're one season away, off season. Okay. This year we're gonna be a lot better, but next year, this off season is gonna put us up into they're coming to our town, or
Mm-hmm.
we got to go to their town. We're gonna be scary, and I think Christian Wilkins will be better. I think he'll heal by the time we get to training camp. That's just a hunch, even if he isn't ready until opening week. And he's delayed a couple of weeks. Okay. Kuntz is going to be a beast. Crosby's going to be a beast. And I'm going to tell you something else. Keep your eye on a guy named Ja Joyner, a guy we just drafted.
I like
Yeah.
him.
That
Hearing
is
a
I
lot
like
of good
him.
things about him too.
Yeah,
scary
I like
young
him.
man. That's going to be a scary young man, especially when he's learning from Max Crosby.
Yeah, I like him. He was a
Tell me that,
UDFA, right?
tell me that's not a dream come true from this kid. You leave, you get into a team, you're a UDFA, and you get to learn from Max Crosby about what you do. And Max is more than happy to teach young guy.
Mhm.
He's going to turn him into a killer.
Yeah, that Jaw Joyner, man, when they sign him, I said that's a good sign because I watched some of his tape. He gets
Mhm.
fast and he has good bend and he can get around that corner pretty quick.
You gotta
He
wait
learns,
for
like I said, Max Crosby, get some techniques down and everything else. I think he's going to be a killer in the next couple of years.
Yeah,
Oh,
and OG, I think
I'm
you're
bringing it
right.
on.
I'm with you on that. That's why I
Bring
said,
it on.
you know,
Bring it on.
it's gonna take some
Come on,
time.
hey, come on.
It's gonna take us at least another year to really get, you know what I'm saying, really get to where we, you know what I'm saying, would like to dominate and really really take the league by storm. You know, there's
Maybe even
it's
faster
kind of
next time.
tough for us to, you know, it's kind of tough for Spytek and Pete Carroll to build out this team just in one off season. So I think it's going to take a whole nother, you know, another round of draft, a good draft, and maybe another couple of guys in free agency. And I think we will be, you know what I'm saying, where hey, be ready for real.
Yeah.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Jeff, I know you sent Jack a thing on email, but he said it
Yeah,
come up blank. He said it came up blank.
he's blank. All right, I'll send it to him again.
So,
He's
Jesus.
gonna send to you again.
Jack can always need special privileges, man. Come on now.
hey, tell Jack to make sure his battery's not at 17%.
No, he's got a new phone. He's got a new phone.
Hey, still, cause Jack be burning up the phone with watching everybody's live, so he still need to check his battery.
No, he
His
did. It
battery
was
died
like
on him last night. He had to run in the house to get the charger while he was
Yeah, he
on with
did.
us last night.
he,
He sent me a
he
PM.
just checked it. It's like 52%.
So, OG, it's the first time I talked to you on the panel. First time I seen you.
Yeah,
I
same
seen you
me.
live. But let me ask you a question. What do you think the Rares going to do this year as far as record wise? What's your opinion?
Oh,
I think he's
Let's
muted.
do it.
Do you hear me? Can-
We
OG,
can't
I
hear
think
you. OG,
OG,
we
you're
can't hear you.
muted.
He forgot to take his headphones off.
1 second.
these
There
damn headphones. Look, 9-8 is our floor. 11-6 is our ceiling. I
Wow.
honestly think that we're going to be competitive this year.
Yes.
Next year, we're going to be effing scary.
Only for you,
We're
Mark.
going to be the nightmare of the league, the way it should be, the way it's always been. I've been doing this for 50 years, over 50 years, man. I'm telling you,
Let's sit right
I've
across from each
I've
other
been
on live chat together.
anybody on this show, don't they?
Don't like you're not used to it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's
What's
open
up,
show.
Jack?
We feel bad
Salute,
for him,
brother.
so we let him in.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him.
He's our special little guy.
You know what? You kind of hit the nail right on the head because that's what I was putting at us with 8 to 9 wins, and like Chris and I did a few weeks ago, we did a show where I went through the schedule, giving it wins and losses, and I got us up to 11 wins this coming season. Chris was kind of in the same ballpark too when he did his choices. So it's like 11's really not out of the realm of possibility this year, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, a lot of people are picking us to lose our first game in New England, and I'm sorry. How did they improve? They got Josh McDumbass as an offensive coordinator. Okay,
Oh,
one.
gee.
Two, do not think Tom Brady ain't going to be at that game. No, he's going to actually be at one of the other games doing his
Yeah,
Yeah,
job.
because it's CBS doing. I looked that up too. It's CBS doing that game, so there's no
Right.
chance of him.
So he's
being
not
there.
going to be there.
Right.
But I'm sure he wishes. I'm sure a lot of people on that team got that game circled for the reason of Josh McDumbass. Okay.
Oh,
I'm sure.
They're not
Yeah.
that much improved. I'm sorry. I think we're going to smoke those guys.
I
Next
think they
week?
got better than
Me too,
last
bro.
year, maybe, but I don't think they're that much improved. I don't. They got
They
better,
are.
but not that better.
I'm sorry, I'm putting them down as toast. The second week, we got the Chargers at home. We have to win that game. We just have to. Period. Okay. They've improved. We've improved, but we've always been right there with them. I think we'll win that game just 'cause it's at home. Are we going to win in LA? Nope, probably not. Are we going to win in Kansas City? Yes. And then they're going to come to our house and beat our asses. Look at see the past. See the
I'm,
past.
a,
Oh,
I'm, I'm
See,
agree.
OG, man, my
I'm
brother,
agree on that, OG.
we
Because
love you.
one thing, excuse me. For one thing, I'm gonna say this. Like we and me Jeff talked about this a couple weeks ago. If Kansas City, the team like that they are, they're gonna have that number one, number two seed. Unless they really, really won't beat the Raiders in the last game of the season, I don't think they're gonna play their stars.
Okay, but
That makes sense
remember,
for the
Kansas
Raiders.
City's got to play the Chargers too, and early in the season, they don't do well against the Chargers. See history.
Yeah, yeah, they don't.
Okay,
But
a
I'm
lot
just
of
saying
people.
that if they got that number one, number two seed locked up like they did last year, they're not going to put their stars in and make crybaby Holmes, whatever his name is, hurt
Muppet.
or need starters. So it could be
Hey,
a flip. They
just
could not be.
show a little respect. You know, Patrick Mahomes was a childhood actor, right? You ever seen Fraggle Rock? Okay,
I
what
love that show.
was that inappropriate?
Oh god, Fraggle Rock. I just love that show.
oh my god, I loved that show years ago. That was
I
great.
love
That's
that show. That
perfect.
was awesome,
You
man.
look just
Fraggle
like
Rock.
him. You're right.
Good
Yeah,
one,
I
OG.
never even thought of that.
Hey,
Oh
Daniel,
my god.
Yeah, Jack,
Daniel,
what's up, brother?
how you doing, brother? It's like, I miss you, man. It's like it's been a while, and it's like,
Dude, I got my
how-
eyesight back.
I know. I thought I was going to ask you that question. You got both eyes back?
It took 3 surgeries. I finally got my eyesight back. I was blind for like 16 months, and now I have my eyesight back. My other medical conditions getting better because I've laid off like hard drinking all the time. I chilled. I cut it way back. I cut my smoking in half. I'm getting healthy this year. That's my goal.
Nice, brother.
I've got
Nice.
a plan. Okay. I'm gonna start a new channel. Ain't got nothing to do with Raiders. I'm saving up. I'm trying to get a canoe, a carbon fiber canoe, paddles. I'm trying to get all the camping gear, hammock, tent hybrid, all that stuff. I want to go down here in South Carolina, get on the headwaters of the Congaree River and do a 5-day paddle down south till I hit the ocean. That's not this year. It's probably next year. But I'm going to be doing some cool stuff, and I got to get healthy to do it.
Man, get healthy, brother. You know I love you, man. You boys on the panel right here. OG is actually the OG because, like, he's one of the OG, like, original Raider content creators. And we did a show together, Dos Panderos, for a couple years.
Yeah.
I miss this boy, man. I love this boy, man. I'm giving you a big hug, dude. I'm giving you a
Those
big hug.
Pendeos is coming
love
back,
you.
bro. I've got to figure out
boy?
how to rig this thing because here's what happened. I used to have a laptop, it fried. I went computer so I could see to do work with this big magnifier and all the lines expanded so I could continue to work when I was losing my eyesight. Now I have no idea how the hell I'm gonna fit this thing where that laptop did. It's a little bit of a logistics issue. I'll figure it out. I got some ideas. I'll bring the show back. I was watching.
Do it, bro. Give me a call, dude. I'm always looking forward to talking with you.
Okay. I look to spend 2 hours on the phone
I love
with
you,
you
man.
too. We always spend at least 2 hours on the phone, man. But I was looking back and I actually watched one of my own videos, which I never do. And I watched the interview with Phil Villapiano with Captain Jack and Murph from Raiders Fan Radio. And dude, I was sat there and went, that's the only damn video I ever made that I liked. I watched the rest of them go, what the hell was I thinking? I can't watch.
This is the first time I've been on a panel with you too, OG. So I know Jack talks about you all the time, so this is the first chance I'm getting to experience being on with you too. So I know you've been
okay.
around.
Well, Jack can tell you whatever he wants, but we never had naked snuggles. I don't give a damn what he says.
What the hell?
Well, even if you haven't, I just want to know who plays the big spoon, who's the little spoon.
Oh, I was the big, well hung spoon.
There you go.
I'm sorry, guys.
Right
now,
now,
Squad's going, why is this asshole on my panel?
Man, OG, it's like I'm so happy to see you on a panel.
Back to myself.
We talked about coming back to Dos Pendeos and stuff like that, but man, when I saw Mike Sacktown Mike's at my house right now. We're hanging out.
Yeah,
and Sacktown's like, well, he's like, man, who's this guy right here? I'm like, that's OG. It's OG. I'm like, that's my boy, dude. I'm like, I gotta fucking hop on just to say hello.
No.
Oh, he's like, no.
I said, is that OG, the Chronicles of Black Hole? Yeah, and that's why I asked him.
Yeah, well, I think we scared Chris away with this, naked snuggles talk. But
no, he's probably having a smoke.
What, you can't do that on camera? I do.
But I have to go outside because I'm in the house. Yeah. I'm down in my little den.
Well, in my house, my wife owns the house. She makes the rules while she smokes her cigarettes. I guess I'm okay.
No, it wasn't a smoke break. It was a tinkle break. So I don't want to have
that. He's got a bucket in the corner there.
I used to say that on my show, but I didn't say tinkle break.
I got to use.
Thanks for the clarification.
Chris had
the show. We never said tinkle break. We said old man bladder. Give me a minute.
And as far as smoking, this is my own shit. As this guy called it, he shed.
It's a he shed.
I can do what I want in here. It's a Raider shed. I can do anything I want in here. The Raider cage.
See, I make my own cigarettes because if you go to a store and buy cigarettes, the sticker shock is
ridiculous now.
OG makes his own smokes.
Yep. I buy the tobacco, I buy the tubes, and I got a sliding machine, and I make mine. And guess what my cigarettes cost? $8 a carton.
You don't have to lie.
Oh, no
OG,
way.
OG, you don't have to lie. Everybody knows
he does, bro.
These are my tubes.
It's true.
They're little hollow cigarette tubes with a filter. Here's my slider. Here's the brand of tobacco I buy. This bag costs $13. Those tubes cost $3 each. Okay.
That's cigarette weed.
And that makes my carton. That makes 3 cartons of cigarettes. That big bag, that's $24, which comes to $8 a carton. And you know why it's so much cheaper? Because there's no tax on the parts.
Yeah,
there's no tax on the formed smokes. Fuck tax. Tax is a ripoff. Taxation is theft.
Pretty much.
So,
can I get an amen, brother?
What?
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm a libertarian.
You're a libertarian.
Taxation is theft.
I know that.
Taxation is theft. The founding fathers put out a thing where they said they encouraged everyone to distill corn into whiskey to make their own. Oh, wait, what? And then 4 presidents later, they want to levy a tax on it so high that you do a distillery because the government wanted money. Taxation without representation, just like the old English kings. I love it. There it is. Freedom, baby.
They want a piece of your money. Money you make, they want a piece of it.
Yep.
That's the way it is.
And here's the crazy part. You get taxed on your income. Yeah. And then you turn around and you go buy something at the store. You get taxed on taxed income. And then at the end of the year, they tax you again. The government's trying to collect 60 to 70% of your money.
Yeah. Especially in California, they're crazy with their taxes out here, man. It's like,
yeah, oh yeah, that's tax hell right there.
There it is.
Well, New York's kind of similar. I'm from there, and
That's cool
I lived
stuff.
in California for 20 years. Taxes in New York, taxes in California. I'm never going to live in either one of those again. Although I do miss California. They got the restaurants, man.
I don't know. The East Coast got good restaurants too, but I ain't been there
Well, yeah, I'll
once.
never buy a pizza in California. Are you right?
Oh hell
But
no! Just like you would
Well,
never buy a
no.
taco here in Rhode Island.
no
Yeah, but
shit.
you
Yeah,
know,
don't
steak.
touch,
Yeah,
the tacos in New York are not good. Pizza in LA is no good. Okay.
nah.
You can
You,
order a
you,
taco everywhere you go.
They're off
Come on.
now.
Now, if you want a seafood taco around here, okay, that's different.
Now we're
Like a
yeah,
talking
shrimp
well,
about
taco or a lobster
you're in Rhode
taco,
Island, though.
then you want
Seafood is everything.
Yeah.
You're in Rhode Island. Crab cakes,
I got
lobster,
one
all that.
earplug on. I can hear you.
Yeah, seafood out here is not the best of parts, so it's gonna cost an arm and leg.
You go down to Redondo Beach, the fish market is pretty good, and in
I
San
It's
Francisco.
decent. It's decent. I'm in Southern California, so it's decent.
I used to go to Redondo Beach and get it at the
Let me.
market.
I hear better out of this here. Let me switch gears.
It's sack. What the hell? They got a new technology, man. So y'all can't talking.
He's still like two little kids over there, Mike and
Yeah, they're going at it. But
Hey, Gord Peterson, how you doing, man? Sorry, I'm looking at the comments. Gord's saying hi to all of us.
what's up, Gord?
When he was younger, was about a sailboat. Did the whole world, dude.
the favorite Canadian right there.
I love that
Who?
boy.
Yeah, he's been
Gord.
talking a while about
Good Gord.
Oh, Gord's Canadian?
new trips
Yeah.
and doing camping, along the way, and
Yeah, the
filming
Minio's like one of the best pizzas in LA. Yeah, but yeah,
a site on that.
it's just one. They got a couple of
Yeah.
good pizza places, but
It would not survive in Brooklyn.
yeah, it's not the best. I mean, it's
It
not.
wouldn't survive in
Yeah,
New Haven, Connecticut, that's for sure. You want really good pizza, you go to New Haven, Connecticut.
Well, actually, it's Connecticut, New Jersey, New York. They all got
That'd
some
be
pretty
cool.
good pizza.
I do love that for that boy right there.
But it's
Yeah,
one
I used
pizza.
to have a good
Rhode
pizza
Island's got
in
some good
Vermont
joints
once.
for sure.
There's one pizza I would never eat. I tried it one time. I never go back to it. That's that Chicago style pizza. I don't know what that is. I would not
That's
eat
not
that.
pizza. If you got to eat it with a knife and a fork, it's not a
Yeah.
pizza.
It's not pizza.
I'm not
Yeah,
a fan
right.
of that one.
No, I'm not a fan of it. It's a Chicago style pizza. New.
Oh,
No,
that's
that's a
Pizzeria Uno
casserole.
for you too. That's
It's like nothing but marinara sauce with stuff with
Chopstick.
meat and cheese.
Yeah.
That's
It's
all
a
it is.
casserole.
Yeah,
Mm.
pretty much. Exactly what it is. Good call.
I mean,
Hey,
I mean, Obama once said, "You don't put ketchup on a hot dog." That's a Chicago thing. You don't. That's like forbidden. I think there's laws against it. I don't know.
Right.
hey
Like
guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna check out of here, man. OG, it's nice seeing you. Twan, nice seeing you again. Chris, my twin cane, my Raider
Two
cane
cane.
brother,
Two
twin
cane.
cane
Sacktown's
brother,
going back for more
and then
ribs.
Jeff, you're just the man. I mean,
Sacktown's
Thanks,
getting
Mike.
more of them ribs, aren't you, Sacktown?
yeah, I got to do some ribs.
Hey, Jack said he wanted to introduce me to you. It was nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too, man. And
Oh God.
he's talked a lot about you.
Yeah. Well, Jack and I talk on the
I'm,
phone
I'm
at
glad
least
you guys.
once a week for a couple of hours. We've been doing that for years, man.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, no
Get
ketchup on a
off
stick.
me. No, he's talked a lot about you, so I have mad respect for you. I'm so happy about your eyesight being
Yeah,
back.
me too. Trust me.
It's great
I
to
was
see.
worried.
Great to see you on the lives and shit, man. Happy for you. But I'm gonna check out all you guys, everybody
Later,
else
Mike.
in the chat. Have a good night. But we're gonna kick back, have a couple beers. I might smoke a bowl or two, and
Or two.
I've already smoked
Or two. Or
I've
three or
already
four or
smoked
five.
two,
See, I envy that in
2 or 3 or
California.
4 more.
Not
And
one, man.
you guys have a great night, man.
You
guys have
too,
a
Later,
great
man.
Mike. Thanks for popping in,
Thanks for
brother.
letting me on,
Yeah, we
man.
I am
have a good one, Mike.
I'm out, man.
boy here.
Later.
Not one bear, 2 bears.
A couple of bulls or two or three or
3
four.
bears.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't live in California, so I can't do that. It's not legal here yet.
Well,
Unfortunately,
which state you live in?
I live in South Carolina, man.
Oh, all right, yeah, you're on the East Coast. I'm with me then.
Yeah, but down here, that's a bunch of pearl clutching, Bible thumping douchebags who won't approve making something that should be legal.
Anyway, it's natural, so I don't know what the problem is. It's all natural.
Right. Well, the pharma companies don't want that, and they buy our politicians. Understand, there are veterans, and I'm a veteran, that use THC supplemented products. Those are legal, like gummies and vapes. Okay. And they get to throw away all the opioids they're being prescribed, and the pharma companies hate that.
Yeah,
you use it. Trust me, I've used that stuff. I got a vape pen. Okay, it helps me sleep at night because I don't want to get on all the opioids the VA wants to prescribe me. I don't want to do that.
Those are addictive. You get hooked on things and you can't get off of those painkillers.
Right. And who makes the money?
They do.
Yep.
And
The
you're
pharma
addicted.
companies.
Yep.
Pharmaceutical companies.
They want you hooked on that.
And they've bought all our politicians, both sides.
Opium is basically opium. That's what it is. That's basically what it is. Opium.
Right. But the thing is, they've bought both parties, okay, which are corrupt parties, but they bought both parties with all their money. And they're going to push opioids on Americans and not let us just have some cheap ass, easy to do natural weed
that you can grow in your backyard.
Right. Or you can grow in your backyard or go to but the thing is, then you're going to get raided. Even if you own private land, they'll take your home, your land, everything. Okay. So you got to go to a dispensary, which is cool because it ain't laced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd pay dispensary money.
Yeah, true.
I would pay dispensary money.
They're sniffing Ajax out. Probably they're doing anything to get high with. So, surprise me.
There's pluses and minuses to it. You know what I'm saying? You have a situation with, like, again, when you start having those pharmaceuticals and stuff like that, they're trying to crack down on this fentanyl stuff. So if they have a way that they can control it, in the sense of, okay, you get it from here and we know that fentanyl is not, laced in this situation.
Dispensaries.
Then dispensaries might be the best way to go about it. But if they can't, if Pablo on the street is still doing his thing, who knows?
Yeah, but if you got dispensaries, Pablo's out of business.
Yeah.
You really want to, all these Republicans screaming about the cartels, put them out of business. Make the shit weed legal. They're done. They got no money coming in now. Ain't nobody gonna buy their bullshit, and they get weed.
Well, they probably get kickbacks from the cartel. That's why they haven't did anything. So,
possibly.
I don't know for sure, but how they do there. They buy out the judges, they buy out the police force and everything else. We're just saying not buy out the politicians. That's why they back in the 80s, Jeff, or something like that, we had that crackdown on the cartels. It didn't work out. War on drugs, wherever it was, it didn't work. It just got strong.
Was a joke. The war on drugs in the 80s was a joke.
It was a joke. They just basically got more guns and more weapons. That's what they did.
Okay.
Right. Look back at some of those "Just Say No" commercials with Nancy Reagan, and look at some of the people that were on those commercials with her
while she was consulting a psychic.
When the news really came out about what some of those people were actually doing at the time too.
And heavy medicated. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
While she was sitting there consulting psychics, and how did she get the nickname Deep Throat in the political world? I'm saying it's a corrupt ass busted system. It's always been.
I just love how she was doing a "Say No to Drugs" promo with Eazy-E, who was one of was a major drug dealer before he became part of NWA. That was his big thing out there. He was a slinger out there, and
that's how they got the money. That's how they got the money to get started. Yeah, You sell it, they use his money.
We're supposed to trust
I can put the money up for the first
politicians.
album.
Mhm.
Right, but we got to trust politicians with what to do good and right is like trusting a pervert who hangs at Diddy parties.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, I'm not going to be all doom and gloom. I think we're going to have a better season this year. I think we got a coach who's biologically 70 years old and physically 26 years old running the show. That man, did you see him showing the middle linebackers how to?
Yes.
Oh my God. It's like, damn, this old guy's got it.
He was jumping all over. Was it Meredith? Wasn't it? Wasn't it Meredith? He was jumping all over.
Yeah, he was
laying
starting
on
to
the
throw
ground,
catches.
stretching.
Showing these guys how to backpedal.
Yeah.
I'm
He was out
like,
there guarding. What was the receiver that was? Wasn't the new one? This another guy. He was out there like guarding the receivers. I'm like, you're doing that? Yeah.
he's 70 years old. Think about that. We got a high ball energy coach who may be 70, but
In age.
he's ripped too. He's ripped. He works out. So it's like, damn, this guy's gonna live to be at least he'll be coaching the Raiders till he's 90.
Because Max Crosby always say he's the first one in the building. Usually he is, but he gets there. Guess who's in there? Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll.
Look
Yep.
there. I'll be the first one here. Now Pete Carroll's there before you, and he's the last one to leave.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you about this coach is dedicated to the football team.
He's dedicated to football, period.
Yeah.
That's all he lives is football.
Oh, you know that 1 year away from not being a coach was eating at him. He couldn't wait to get back into coaching.
Driving him crazy. He said, I can't even sit here.
Yep. And I think there's another coach out there who's feeling the same way, but he's been away for longer, and that's Gruden.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see Gruden coach again in the NFL. I'll be shocked.
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be because, look, Pete Rose just got unbanned from the Hall of Fame. People are starting to become more forgiving about stuff.
True.
The shit that Gruden said, he didn't even say when he was coaching. He said it when he was with ESPN years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. People are going to start going, hey, man, this is BS. He'll probably get into a college team first.
Well, he stepped down. I mean, he did what he needed to do to protect the Raiders, though, too.
Right.
Rather than having the team name and everything dragged through the mud because he was still the coach at the time, he kind of did the right thing by stepping down. It kept us out of the limelight because he's not going to court as the Raiders head coach at the moment. He's the former. So at that point, it takes the onus off of us. We're not in the spotlight as much. So I get that. That's what you call protecting the shield right there. Him doing what he did,
Right. And the thing is, it's crazy. I read an article today that said that Henry Ruggs might be out of jail in 6 months. He ain't going to get into back with the Raiders.
No.
Okay.
No, that's not going to happen.
He's not going to end up back with the Raiders.
I know Josh Jacobs is behind him when he comes out to, hopefully get back in the NFL.
Yeah,
he can go to Green Bay, but I don't want him in Vegas.
No.
I don't think he'd be welcome in Vegas.
No, but he's been allowed to train while he was in prison without injuries. He could still be a weapon for somebody else, but Mark won't take him back. Just like Mark Davis won't. Like everybody's talking about Tyreek Hill when he first got traded to the Dolphins. Everybody's like, "Oh, he's the Raiders." Mark Davis ain't gonna have that. Okay, and the reason being is, what's his name? Shit. Old receiver. His daughter was murdered by her boyfriend.
Oh, Political.
Right. Mark Davis ain't going to accept a child abuser, a wife abuser, or anybody who killed anybody. Nope. And that's the reason we ended up with Tyree. Damn, I'm getting senile. I'm 60 years old. Some bitch. Wilson.
Yep.
Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, and we didn't take the other guy who was better, who plays for the Eagles, because he was involved in a road race
Jalen
incident
Carter.
where 2 people got killed. That would have been a horrible look. Mark Davis ain't gonna have that. You know, he's just not. We're fortunately the last person we took who was a complete idiot was, well, that's a tie between Antonio Brown and Vontez Burfict.
Chandler Jones too.
We don't deal with stupid no more.
Chandler Jones was kind of losing his marbles too.
Chandler, oh God, yeah, he's probably walking around in paper slippers somewhere right now. Is that too soon?
No,
no, not
No.
even. Yeah, like you're saying, I don't think Mark Davis want that kind of image on the Raiders, and I don't blame him. You don't need
Look
that.
at that look on Twan's face. He's like, I am never letting this old man back into my chat again.
Hey, I'm just letting you cook, man.
Hey, you're welcome on our show anytime. Trust me.
Yeah,
it's been so long that I've been able to do this, dude. You have no idea how grateful I am.
Well, when I saw you in the chat, and I'm like, you know what? I haven't put the link up, so that's why I was like, let me throw it in Twan's because you wouldn't see it when I put it in, in the StreamYard chat.
Right.
So I'm like, let me throw it over there too, because I figured you probably wouldn't mind coming on. So
it finally popped up, and I am grateful to be here, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't been able to address Raider Nation or anyone else for a long, long time. I finally can see again. I can read the comments, and this is nice, man. I miss this. I miss talking to Raider Nation.
You always welcome to come in. You see us on the show, you're always welcome to come in. You got to open it.
Well, I'm gonna try to. I got this idea, but I got to order something. These stupid breakfast in bed tray to set this computer on and prop myself up with a green screen behind me to make this work with this big ass computer screen that I got.
Well, how big of a monitor do you have?
Oh Jesus. Damn. This thing's longer wide across than finger to elbow and maybe 4 inches more. It's huge.
It's probably like a 32-inch monitor then.
It's great to watch movies on. I had to have it for work. I couldn't see, and I had to blow up all the lines in my lead list and use a big magnifier. It was pathetic. And then I ended up getting glasses after my first surgery failed. This one was a pop bottle bottom, and this one was just flat, and I couldn't see out of this eye. I could only use one eye. Dude, it's been a nightmare. It's finally over. And I've just got to figure out what to do with this big screen, how to make it work so I can go live again and do more of my shows. I haven't done a show in a long ass time.
Well, let me ask you this. What are you just sitting at a desk, or are you up against the wall? Like, is there a wall behind the monitor?
Yeah, no, I'm in my kitchen.
Okay.
It's just it's dark in here, and I like it dark in here because it's nighttime. I'm getting ready to go to bed in a little bit, but I usually work my show from the bedroom. I've got 2 big green screens that I can use. And so I've got to figure out how to do this, and I think I've got it figured out. I just got to order that little breakfast in bed table to set the base of this thing on, and my keyboard, and then work with the big screen. I got to prop myself up, put the green screen behind me so I can show Allegiant Stadium in the background.
Yeah.
Logistics, which I'm probably going to work on most of it tomorrow. Thank you, Robert Pena. I missed you too, brother.
Let me see if I can bring this up. I want to show you how. Just downloaded those 2. Let me present these. This is, I don't know how good it's going to show because we're on the vertical, but that's my setup.
Okay.
So you see 3 screens there. So I got the laptop. The laptop sits on a cooling deck. but I have a separate keyboard that I plug in. So I can, if I'm not using the camera on the laptop, I can close it, and that middle monitor is on a swing arm. So like if I bring it over, you can see it. If you look down below, you see my camera right now. See that it just blocks it. That's
Right,
my
but I
monitor.
don't have that kind of room, man. I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know what you had for room.
Yeah, Gordon Peterson, eager to follow your outdoor channel. OG fishing and hunting is in my wheelhouse. Gord, one of the trips I'm planning is Algonquin in Canada. That's one of the paddling trips I plan on doing. So yeah, hell yeah, thank you. All eyes on G. Thank you, brother. Good to see you too. Sorry, man. I'm getting a lot of love in the chats.
No. By all means, man. So, because what I do is, if you look at the picture to the right is a TV monitor. So that's my actual Wi-Fi TV. So, like during the season, if I'm home and the games are on, I'll slide that TV over further to the right. I'll have the game on, but the volume low, and then we'll do a watch party. Like we'll do a live online, YouTube stream, of the game itself. Like not showing the game, but like being on with like Chris and myself. Now, usually we're on with Turf. I don't know if you must know Turf. Ultimate.
Yeah, I wish I had that kind of room, brother, but I don't. I got to make work do with what I got, but I'm working on it tomorrow. Gord Peterson, that's 3 hours from me, OG. Gord, if you own a canoe, let me know. Maybe we can do a trip together. Coach
What's
Gravy,
up, Gravy?
thank
What's
you.
up, brother?
Good to see you, brother. I don't agree with you, but I love your beard products. I'm not even waiting until February to grow it. I'm growing it now. Oh, Gord got a canoe. Gord, we got to do a trip. I hope you're still subscribed to me because you and I need to talk, brother. Because when I do head up there to Algonquin, you and I should do a trip, bro. A loop. We'll follow in the land of Lost Lakes and Xander Budnick. How about that? He knows who that is. If you know, Gord. Yeah, up in Canada, they have amazing waterways. These places these different provincial parks where you can do loops between lakes, rivers, and also you can do what you have to do, what they call a portage in Canada. In the US, we call it a portage, where there's a 430-yard trail between this lake and this river you got to get to. So you got to carry all your gear and then go back and get your canoe and all that. I'm saving for a very expensive carbon fiber canoe that weighs only 28 pounds. Most canoes are between 60 and 70 pounds.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I'm old. My back would not handle it. My legs wouldn't handle it. But a 28-pound canoe, that's less than the weight of my dog's food.
Yeah. You didn't mention OG TV tray, dinner tray. This is what I got. I don't know if you can see. It's kind of blurry. I just snapped a picture of it. That's a TV dinner tray. And it's kind of blurry. Sorry about the picture quality.
TV dinner tray.
Yeah, this is a tray you sit down on a couch or a
chair.
chair.
Yeah, but the thing is, that would probably put the camera at the perfect angle, and it's cheaper than a breakfast in bed tray.
Yeah, it says Rares, but I know it's kind of blurry stuff.
Yeah. No, dude. I think you just resolved my issue.
I can get you the order to you. My wife knows a lady that does them custom made. She has a 49er one, but yeah, I can get you. I can order. Listen up and give me information. And
how much are those? The Raiders one.
I can't remember. I forgot how much you get 2 of them. So I can't remember. I have to ask her. I can get more information from her.
One.
No, you get 2. Well, you can order 4, but you get 2. They come in sets.
Okay, Gord, give me a couple of years, brother. We're doing that trip.
But I don't know. Do you have IG or anything like that?
No, I used to have an IG. I'm not a big social media guy. I got a Facebook I haven't looked at in months. I got, all that. I did have an IG, but I just put sailboat pictures on it because I had a different dream back then. Now I'm finding out it's better to have a friend with a sailboat and not own a sailboat because you're going to spend a lot more money on that free wind. Just repairing that some gun.
Well, if you can go to my channel, my email address is on there. You can send me an email, your link, whatever you want, and I'll see what I can get for you. Yeah.
Chris for Raiders podcast.
Yeah, that's
Is
me.
that your YouTube channel?
Yes, sir.
Do you have my channel?
I thought I did. I don't have yours yet. Put in a link so I can go right to it now. See information.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my channel and click on the link and put it in the private chat.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, let me go over to it and grab it. I mean, Chronicles of Black Hole. Where do I find it? It's I've got my channel and it says at Chronicles of the Black Hole. Is that the link?
Is that your link?
Oh, nope, I got it. Hold on.
Okay.
Control C X. Okay, I'm putting in a private chat. Control V. What? Wait.
Is that it, Audrey? That's I think all I is put up. Is that the one?
Oh, why isn't this copy and pasting? Come on now.
Oops, mama. There we go.
Copy. Is there a way to copy this damn link?
Yeah, all eyes probably got it because all eyes is probably going to be quicker than OG pulling it up.
Yeah, I'm an old man. I'm allergic to technology. All eyes. Pop it in there anywhere.
He got it up there.
Okay. That's my channel. There you go. That's my channel. You can go and just make a comment on something and I'll see it. Put yours in there. But yeah, I'd like to know about that tray because I think that's going to save me a lot of issues.
Gotcha.
No, it'll make it a lot easier for me to do this. I really believe it.
Yeah, you said that. I just thought about it. Yeah, wife ordered one or two.
Yeah, because I don't have room. I don't have a room like 401. So it's like if I've got something like that, I can get playtime.
Why can't I copy that?
Is that an OnlyFans page?
What?
You have to right click it.
Yeah, that's my OnlyFans page. There will be nipples.
You're gonna have to copy it.
Detroit God just made my night. Okay, Detroit God, it just killed the internet.
You're all getting shut down.
Nope. Detroit God won the internet with me. That's funny.
Huh. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
I don't want to see nobody's crow's feet.
I don't know why.
Okay, so Gord Peterson and I are going to be doing a trip on my other channel once I get it going. It's going to be a couple of years, but I got to do my trip here first and a couple trips in the U.S., and then I would love to go up to Canada. There's a few places I'd like to hit up there. They got some great lands up there too. And then I'll move further west, Canadian and U.S. Rockies. My big trip is I want to start at Lake Itasca in Minnesota and then paddle down the Mississippi that's where it begins to New Orleans. That's a 70-day trip though. That's going to be my retirement party. Anyway, guys, It's after midnight here. I'm on the East Coast. I got to get my old ass to bed. Not because I have to be anywhere tomorrow, but I don't want to wake up and waste half my Sunday. So I'm going to take off from here. Thank you, Twan. Thank you for having me on. Thanks, guys. It was great meeting
No problem,
all of you.
Hey,
And I look forward to doing this stuff again with you.
Yeah, you guys say you got an open invitation. I was welcome to join me and Jeff's show anytime.
And you tell Jack, can I get his damn lips off them rib bones?
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
What's up, bro? What's up, Ray to Pete?
Oh man.
Welcome. What's going on, man?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yep, you're good.
I just had to do some workarounds just so I can get access to StreamYard because it was on my block list. But how y'all doing tonight, man? How you doing, Twan? Thank y'all for letting me in. I was trying to catch OG before he left because I ain't seen him in so long. But how y'all doing, man? What y'all talking about tonight?
Anything and everything. Yeah, anything and everything.
Yeah.
We just come on. You do a mic show. Whatever you want to talk about, let's do it. We talk about anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I've been trying to keep up, but Twan knows how I am and how I've been. So I'm just want to look for the optimism, how everything's going. I do hear the things and everything that's going on, but how do y'all feel about the stability of the coaching staff? Are y'all comfortable with it? You're excited.
I'm excited.
I'm extremely excited and comfortable with it. I think we finally, like we always say, got adults in the room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we finally have that. We ain't had that in a long time, so I'm good with it. Because I've seen Pete Carroll out. The USC fans, so also Pete Carroll did to the Trojans. The USC, how he turned them around. Saw what he did to Seattle, how he got them going. So hopefully he had that same way of doing for the Raiders. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. You want to chip in, Twan, or you want?
No, go ahead.
But no, I mean, I definitely see that, and I agree with that. There are more adults in the room. I mean, personally, I'm still hesitant because I still don't know if they're committed to complete the job that needs to be done for us to win a Super Bowl. That's what I mean by committed. Committed to win a Super Bowl, not just committed to just do a job. You know what I mean? We've had guys who've been committed just to complete the job.
Mm-hmm.
But their job and what their goals are not what they are for me. You know, I just don't want guys to come in here and just be like, okay, you know, hey man, I got the job done. You know, I improved the team. No, I'm not looking for improvement. I'm looking for more than just improvement. I'm looking for development.
I got you.
So you don't want a coach? You want guys coming in just for a paycheck? I just want a coach to make my resume look good, and I'm gone. That's what you're talking about. It's like
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what we used to do with players. We used to give players their final contract. I don't want to give coaches their final contract on their way out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I mean, you see how it went with the players. Now,
but my whole thing though too is I don't want a coach that's going to come in here and preach, you know, we're going to build a contender. I don't want a contender. I want to build a championship. I want to, you know, I don't want to just contend to make the AFC championship and make this. No, I want us to be able to build this team to where we can win a Super Bowl and sustain that. You know, not saying we have to win one every year, but if it takes us, you know, we win one year, then we have an off year type of thing, or you know, we almost make it, you know, whatever. I want to be in the Super Bowl and winning it. That's the ultimate goal out of all this. You know, like for Chris and I spent 40 plus years since we've seen a Super Bowl win. You know, I can't wait another 40 years. I'll be in my 90s. I ain't living to 95, 96. That's not going to happen in my life. I don't see it. You know, I love it, but I don't want to wait another 40 years. You know, 40 years for Chris, he's going to be 100. So.
Yeah, 101.
101. I'll be 95. I'm not. No, can't do
Oh,
it, man.
no, I'm with you on that, and I am going to be sounding a little bit contradicting, but in order to be a contender, in order to be in the running to win, you have to develop something and and build a contender. That's part of the process.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to win and consistently win, what I'm saying, consistently be, a top three, top four team, someone who's in the running to be like, hey, I'm sometimes you can have a down year and you could be a dark horse, but I consistently want to be a top tier team. You have to build a contender. You have to build the whole organization. And I hate to say there still isn't an aspect outside of PR where the position is complete, where that department is complete. Or I'm sorry, outside of special teams. Outside of special teams, the Raiders organization is, in the bottom tier of the NFL in every aspect of an organization. And I'm not just
Yeah, because
talking
we
about
haven't proven
players.
anything with this. Yeah, this regime hasn't proven anything until the season starts. Until we actually stop playing football games, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Right now we're still living off of what we did last year, and that's what we're being compared to still.
Yeah.
Until we get out there and see what we can do and how we've improved, then we can start considering ourselves for moving up in the rankings and changing things. You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to see
I
the
definitely
product.
get where you're coming from.
I mean,
It's not finished probably by the long shot. We know we got to see it first. Then we can see, well, okay, we need to improve on that. And that's what they'll probably end up doing. But right now we're speculating from the history of the Raiders, what Pete Carroll done, what Chip Kelly done, what Patrick Graham done. We're speculating what they can do until they get on that field and show us what they got. We don't know yet. I just have high hopes that we can at least be not contenders, but at least compete in most all these games and not lose on a bad coaching decision. That's what I'm looking at.
I mean, I hear that and I understand that, but competing can be anything. I mean, you can compete and be losing by 20, losing by 3 touchdowns. The score isn't conducive of how the game was played because the Raiders have played hard consistently in our worst years.
You say that about
So,
a lot of players, but I'm saying compete. I ain't saying like compete like do your job. I'm saying like be competitive in the game and not be like you said down 21-0, and you guys can't get to the what's they call the red zone. Can't even get there, and once you're there, you don't do anything. That's what I'm talking about. Finish up the drive, do stuff.
mhm. Yeah, because
That's one thing we failed, and we get to if you do get the red zone, we come up with a field goal, which is not bad, get points. But it could be a touchdown. When you're on a ball first and go to the 2 yard line, teams do stop you now and then, but not consistently. We shouldn't get stopped consistently at the 2 yard line.
no,
Once
yeah, I
we,
hear what you're saying. It's
that's
saying
what I'm
yeah, the Raiders have a 20 to they have in between the Raiders have from 20 to 20, they have okay, decent offense. But the 20 to end zone is terrible. They
saying.
don't have a red zone offense. And that typically happens when you don't have star number one wide receivers or players. You know what I'm saying? You can move the ball from 20 to 20 with backups and second string guys. That's not a problem. There's so much field to cover. But when you condense that field, when you get into the red zone, the Raiders don't the Raiders really didn't have star players. And and I and as y'all can see, they call me Mr. Controversy. I mean, I hate to say we don't really compare our teams to the teams of last year. We compare the team to the team that most recently went to the playoffs a lot of the times. And or they'll compare it to the player behind him, who I hate to say is most of the players on the Raiders they're not starters. They're backups. They're backup second stringers and third stringers. And you can be in the game early But once it starts getting into the second half or late second quarter, you see the difference in talent. And the issue that I still have, and Twan knows me, he knows where I'm about to go, is the Raiders are going to continue to be the Raiders until we get someone who knows how to develop players.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't. With
That comes from the top. That comes from the top, like you said. That's what I said. Get those room. That comes from the top.
But that's my issue is that I'm being controversial right here. They are bringing in a high name guy to cover up all the shit that they haven't fixed. Excuse my language. They still haven't brought in Pete Carroll brought what? A couple of staff members, but he didn't really bring in the heart of that Seattle Seahawks team. He didn't bring the guys who actually created the culture.
Because most of those guys already have jobs from other teams. That's why they got to get a job, so they're not going to leave a paying job to come be an assistant for Pete when they got jobs somewhere else. Like the coach from the Commanders was under Pete Carroll. Now he's a head coach of Commanders. You think he's going to leave that to come to work under Pete again? No.
Well, no, and that's where I come in, and I'm hesitant, and I'm probably not the most. I don't have no optimism. To be honest with y'all, I haven't had no optimism with the Raiders. Everyone knows me. Everyone, most people know me. Not everybody.
You're a show me type of guy is what I'm getting from you. It's like show me that you're improved. Show me that you can put this on the field and make something of it, which I get. After so many years of the team being such trash, and we've grown accustomed to that now, and now there's this prospect of hope that the team's going to get better, but you're still on that. You don't want to be let down, and I get that because we've been let down for so long, and where you don't have a lot of optimism like some fans do. I get it. I completely get it. I mean, I've seen it for years. Watching this team fluctuate and then just be rock bottom shit, and then start to come up a little bit, only to get the rug pulled out from under you. Just like McDaniels took a playoff team and dismantled it. We were going in the right direction, and then we just he just pulled it apart. So I get where you're coming from, and I respect that too.
Yeah, because like the year when they AP was that the last part is 2023. They was playing pretty good, pretty well. Then optimism was so high when he got the head coach job. I was high on that, and that was a false hope. This year, I'm not with that. I know what they have now in their coaching department and all the stuff. I said maybe this would be a good turnaround year. I'm not saying that they're gonna go to the playoffs. They're gonna go Super Bowl. No, I'm not saying next year. This season is basically not a rebuild, retool to fix things that were broken. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but if you fix it, but if you to respond to that, because I hear you. I'm not. Am I a show me guy? Yeah, you have to show me, but I'm also not a fool, and I just fall for any of the tricks and of the trade and the business side of it, and just just being overly hyped because it's a new season and everything's washed away. No, like I know this game, I know how to play the game, I know who can play the game, and I know who can coach the game. So I haven't been optimistic or happy or show me because it's like I know I don't need 3 or 4 games to know what team we have. Like for me personally, what I have us as a 7-win team. We're a 7-win team. And we're gonna see, there's gonna be aspects that are good. There's gonna be aspects that are bad. My thing is the things that I want to see that are good are coming from younger players that are learning how to play the game. I don't want to see good coming from veteran players who are not going to get any better. And that's what the issue has been with the Raiders. Everything good comes from a veteran player who isn't going to get any better. He's maxed out his skill set. So he know what type of player he is, and that's our issue is none of our young guys do the good. And go ahead.
No, I just want to shout out to Jess from Chewy's News and Chewy's NFL News and Podcast. Make sure anybody that's in the chat that hasn't already, get over to his channel, hit that subscribe notification, the thumbs up. Also do the same for my guy, Chris Raiders. Him and I do shows on Friday nights and Saturday nights. Hit the subs, notifications, thumbs up. Him and I are streaming right now. And so is our guy Twan down in the bottom in the corner here. Make sure you guys get over to Raider Twan. Give him a thumbs up, subscribe, hit that notification. And up, do you have a channel too or no?
Yeah, I do. It's just up for review. I did take a hiatus because I was personally having some things that I need to take care of and handle. I am getting more and more back into it. I probably will be like doing it tomorrow, but I'm sporadic. I have no schedule. You know, when I come on, it's a surprise. You know, it's like peekaboo. You know, hey, I'm here today. You know,
Yeah.
but
That's why notifications are important. You know, because Chris and I tend to do that sometimes. Where we'll just pop on during the week, during the day, because we both don't work anymore. So we've got the luxury of we can just pop on in the middle of an afternoon.
5 o'clock more. Let's do a show. Okay.
It'll be like a random.
Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it, brother.
But no, usually I try to
thanks all eyes for posting that. Appreciate you. All
I
eyes
feel you on that, man. I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's like we got these guys that are proven now because you know enough false hope. Like I said, I've been a Red fan since '76. He's been a Red fan since '74. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, I've seen the ugly. More ugly than getting good and bad. So you know, it's like you know, it's time to change. I don't have, like you said, I don't have that much time left. I don't know when I'll be here. How long I'll be here. I want to see some improvement. I want to see a team that is competitive, that has a chance to make the Super Bowl. Not a chance, but getting there, make a run for it. That's what I'm ready for. It might not happen this year. It might not happen next year. It might happen 3-4 years down the road. But I want to see an improvement base to base. Like I said, no guarantees will happen this year.
Yeah, because I just want a team that I could be proud of, honestly. And I hear people always. This is the main thing I hear people say is that he's going to bring culture. Can y'all explain me a culture of what? Because it's not a culture of winning. Like, what was he winning in Seattle recently or no? Because if I remember, he really wasn't winning in Seattle. He was just maintaining.
He was.
Well, I'm saying, and that's why I brought up the whole thing about the coaches that he brought initially. That was a different culture that he had. That culture isn't what was brought here. So when we say he's bringing in a culture of what? Because the culture that he had, that he left, was a losing culture. A guy who couldn't get along with his star player who wanted to leave. A guy that they wouldn't surround their quarterback with actual. I mean, they got him things, but they didn't really do enough to put them over the top. A guy who was just maintaining. And they started struggling to maintain, and the frustration started coming. So what culture is he bringing here? Because everyone's only talking about the culture that you have at SC, you know, and there were struggles at SC. I was recruited by Coach O. I went to camps. I know what was going on there. Now, when he was winning, and when he had like when there was like the Lakers over there, absolutely, you can't deny what that he did. But there also is the other side that a lot of people don't know outside of the Pac-12, and some people don't even know that was outside of SC. You know, like it wasn't. You know, it wasn't as glam as what everyone was saying it was. You know, and there was a reason why he dipped off to the NFL. You know, and then now he's older. He wasn't winning where he was at, because if he was, he would still be there. He would still be giving that culture to Seattle. So what is really coming here is my thing, because everyone's hung up on what he could. I'm not on that what he could, like you said, the show me part. Because what he has shown me is that he can hold and maintain a team, but he ain't pushing the team forward. You know, DK Metcalf really haven't got that much better. We didn't bring in Geno Smith's favorite target and Lockett when he was out there and available. So now that shows me, what are we really trying to do? Are we trying to develop something and bring in what Geno's going to need to thrive and be the quarterback he can be? Or are we just going to have a guy who can play, who can get things done and make people look better, but we really ain't gonna give you weapons and just have a whole nother Derek Carr situation. Because Derek Carr was good.
That's
Derek
why
Carr was good.
AOC is going to be the starter.
Yeah.
I mean, but even with AOC, what are we gonna do? It's still gonna be that same situation. Whatever quarterback we have, are we putting enough weapons around them? Because everyone's gonna say, like, I'm gonna be honest, like I knew, if we trade Michael Mayer, we're not trying to win.
No.
We like
I don't see that coming.
Yeah, like we need to build. The NFL is transitioning right now, and a lot of people aren't up on what's going on. The NFL is going heavy tight end dominant right now. If you have good tight end, you're a playoff to Super Bowl caliber team. Most playoff teams have top tier tight ends that are mainly their main mismatch matchups, and they're the ones who causes to have the good matchups with the wide receivers. You know, Tyreek Hill's one of a kind, Jamar Chase one of a kind, Jefferson's one of a kind, but you could take them out the game. When they have their tight ends, they can't be taken out the game. They're just going to have a mismatch somewhere. So if we have an opportunity right now to build on something, and when I hear people say trade Michael Mayer, it's like you guys really have no clue where the NFL is going and how they're trying to go. And that's what makes me mad. And honestly, the Raiders are listening to it. Like, because if we trade Michael, what are we really going to get for him? He doesn't have value because you're trying to trade him. You don't use him. So what are you going to get, like a third or fourth round pick for him?
Fifth round, probably.
I mean, a lot of times if you hear us say it, we're doing it because we're busting Jack Kenner's balls, because he gets pissed anytime somebody says we need to trade Mayer, because he's a huge Notre Dame fan and he loves the guy.
I
know realistically we're not going to get anything for him, and it doesn't make sense to get rid of him. It really doesn't.
But he's a top tier tight end. He's developing better as a blocker. He has possibly the second best hands on the team as a pass catcher. He catches the ball away from his body. He's only. I wish we had a true player development coach, but we don't. Who's going to make him get better and maybe slim down, but put on a little bit more muscle? You know, like, yes, he's not the fastest guy, and a lot of people want the quicker tight ends. You know, like Travis Kelce's, like, you know, he's almost a one-of type of guy. You know, like they just don't make him like that. We got lucky with Brock Bauer, you know, and we lucked into it because they really weren't trying to pick him. You know,
he just fell into our lap at that point. We got the 13. It made sense to take him. If we would have passed on him, it would have been foolish. Because if we would have selected the next best quarterback at that point, we would have been super reaching for that quarterback.
Yeah. No, I told everybody from that year, I said our pick needs to be him because he's the only Hall of Fame type of player I see in that draft.
I agree.
He's a Hall of Fame. He's the only Hall of Fame caliber that you see. That's absolutely.
Well, anybody that was upset when we picked him, they didn't know what we were getting. That's the problem. All you had to do was watch one or two select games, not select, but just like a few clips of a couple of his games at Georgia the year before. Mm-hmm. You knew exactly what you were getting at that point. You didn't have to watch full games to fully understand him. You just had to see a couple of his highlights to understand the talent that this kid had.
Well, you made that quarterback at Georgia look good. That what's his name? I forgot his name. He says gonna come out.
You talking about Stetson?
Well, when Brock Bauer was, of course, got drafted, that guy's record, that guy's stats dropped dramatically. I know he had the receivers and all that stuff, but when he left,
they lost a lot though. I'm not gonna lie, they lost
a lot. 14 made him look good because he was always some reason got open for that quarterback. He found a way to get open.
But you had you had two tight ends going in the first two rounds. You know, you had Brower and Washington, and people were saying Washington was better than Brower. And I was like, I don't know what they're looking at, but you can see it because of the potential. He was 6'7", 6'8", you know, and a big 6'7", 6'8". So, you know, I mean, you had 4 offensive linemen, you had the receivers go, you had the running back go. So I mean that Georgia team was stacked. So
and pretty much most of their defenses in Philadelphia. I mean, Philadelphia's got most of Georgia's main defensive guys. That came out of school.
I was just saying how you made that quarterback look good because he got open a lot.
Man, I can't get over how well they drafted, man.
Billy's but I like
guys.
And plus, we supposed in the pre-draft that year, He's supposed to go in the top 5. He's supposed to go in the top 5, supposedly. Will be in the top 5, but that draft
Well,
is a
there were too many
quarterback.
teams that were quarterback needy, so
Yeah,
that changed that
so
whole
quarterback.
early first round. That swapped that all around, man. That was a mess
Yeah,
that year.
yeah, it was.
Players were
But I'm
taken
like,
out of spot.
Yeah, but
Well, I'm gonna go out for a cigarette, but just to let you know, Jay, I wasn't subbed to your channel already, but I did already. I did just a few
thank
minutes
you,
ago.
man. I
Gained the
promise
number
you,
one.
there's going to be a lot more content. Honestly, I hope I throw out some topics that you guys can talk about. That's going to just cause just a lot of talking points, man. And I just want, honestly, my goal is really just to educate our fan base. I feel like these years of losing has like diluted our intelligence as a football fan base. I'm
Drove
like,
some people crazy.
yeah,
well,
like it's driving a lot of us crazy, and we're honestly sounding more delusional than a Cowboys fan.
you got to
And
understand
there
all
should be nobody more delusional than a Cowboys fan, and the fact our fan base is competing with them is a problem.
Not wrong.
You're not wrong
I'll
about
be
that. You
right
gotta
back.
understand, we lost losing so much and losing badly that we're tired of it. That we want to see something, so we live on that thing called hopium. That bad drug.
Yeah, yeah, you
So
talking,
yeah,
yeah,
so it's the way it is.
that Obama plan of hope. I was like, nah, I hate that. I hate that hope crap. No,
Well,
make it happen. Especially when you have the opportunity to make it happen and you pass on it because of certain things. Uh, but no, I definitely just want to chop it up. I seen Twan. I ain't seen my brother in a minute. Just letting everybody know I'm still here, still around, and I just seen you guys talking. I've seen you guys a couple of times on have people on. When I saw OG, I was like, okay, I gotta try and join just to say what's up to.
where's your link for your channel? Because I put mine up there. Oh, here it is. I got it. All
Uh,
right.
yeah,
Oh, it's on Twine. You guys post it again on my channel or Jeff's channel so I can hit it, or I go to Twine's channel real quick. Yeah, man, and I'll put mine up just so we can all get together. I don't mind talking real talk. It's you know I like to hear people tell the truth. Don't sugarcoat crap. Don't put it. Well, tell me how you really feel, like you just did. 'Cause some guys won't go in there and sugarcoat it. Let's see, where are you, Twine? There you
mm,
go. Let's see here. Because oh, here's too much is too much, man. We got to do something. I mean, hopefully, like I said, the hopium that we got guys in here that can actually do something.
yeah. That I just want people to come in here to complete the job. I'm tired of us like halfway doing it. Not like we come in and they 50% in and then they just bounce. Like for Josh McDaniel, he didn't commit to what his rebuild was. Like if you're really gonna come in and shake the house up, then shake the house up. Like don't half ass it and then shoot yourself in the foot by still keeping guys who don't like you as a person. Like that's what his problem was. If you really gonna try and build something like he was trying to build, like the Patriots had, then you got to get rid of everybody who was going to be a problem and who wasn't going to follow you. And he didn't do that because he
Yeah,
couldn't.
basically had to wipe the whole team clean. Like I said, like Jeff said, he took a playoff team and annihilated it because he wanted to be like the Patriots were. So he
Yeah,
had to get rid of what he didn't like. And that's the wrong approach because we as Raider fans, we have a tendency to, well, most fans do anyway, fall in love with a certain player, and we don't want to see him leave. And once the coach cut him, they get mad at the coach and get mad at what's going on, and they vocal, like, yeah, fire Josh McDaniels. Well, he deserved to be fired anyway. But you know,
mhm.
some
Yeah,
coaches have an agenda. They got to get rid of some players that don't fit their style or fit their needs, and they got to get rid of them.
there it is. That's what you took the words out of my mouth. We need coaches who can adapt their style. Like when you come to a team, you're coming to a team that you see you can make better. So you're adapting your coaching style to that player's style of play. And the
Mm-hmm.
problem that we've had is that we've brought in coaches who make players adapt to them.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
And but the thing is, you literally just did that with Chip Kelly. And everyone's all hunky dory was all up. Like I'm not trying to be negative, but it's like Chip Kelly is great for college because you have to adapt your game to play to college game. When you get to the NFL, you have to adapt as a coach to the players you have on your team because you can't recruit.
There's my link right there, man. Go and hit me up. But
Yeah.
Chip Kelly was a good
No, he
pro.
wasn't.
No,
No, he
he was a
wasn't.
good pro. Wait, let me finish. He was a good pro coach. Became with the Philadelphia because he did something that the NFL didn't recognize. It took a couple of years. They figured it out. Then they started beating him. I'm saying he was new to the NFL, so they're like, "Ooh, God, what's he doing?" So they got used to it. But as a coach, he wasn't. The players didn't like him. He didn't get along with some of the players. He wasn't a
Mhm.
good head coach in the pros. I'm saying that he came in with a different play style that no NFL wasn't used to. That's why he's going
Mhm.
to swing points, everything else. Didn't win anything, but the play style was new. So everybody got used to it. It was happens all the time.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of I have a little pushback with saying he was good. He wasn't. What he
I mean,
did was he got one with sports. You have to get lucky. He got extremely lucky to fall to a team
that talent.
that had all the talent, that had the talent in the play style that he wanted to run. He had
Yeah,
speed. He had a deep ball guy, and he had a good to great running back at the time. He had LaShawn McCoy, he had Deshaun Jackson, he had Jeremy Maclin. All
yeah,
three guys he tried to recruit in college. So he's seen guys that could run his offense. The only thing he didn't have was a quarterback who could run his style of offense. So the reason why they should have won or
they
been in
should have.
contention, they should have won or been in contention to win the Super Bowl with bringing in your style of offense that no one in the pros knew how to stop or play against
At
because they
that
just
time.
thought, well, and then it was the arrogance of the NFL because they said that's a gimmick offense.
Mm-hmm.
That's why and they were disrespecting Chip, and Chip had a chip on his shoulder. And he had to show people this can work in the pros. So he had more incentive to really put that into, put effort into coaching it and coaching guys up. The problem is he just sucks as a people person with adults. He didn't
Yeah,
know how to talk to adults, and
and that's what I always make. Head coaches have to be a certain type of person. They have to be people. Because the
Mhm.
head coach got to coach all aspects of the organization, not just the defense, offense, special team. They got to coach every last player. You got to deal with their attitudes. Because some players come there cocky. I'm making $20 million. You can't talk to me that way, coach. Or like last year, I thought it was totally disrespectful when the players didn't call AP the coach; they call him AP. That's disrespect. He's the coach.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, yes, I understand that, but I'll say this: that's the old way of thinking. With these new guys, it's a whole different type of relationship. But one thing that AP had was their respect.
No, he did. But the thing is that they don't call Pete Carroll Pete. They call him Coach Carroll.
Yeah, but the thing is, AP has always been AP. Even as a player, even when he
I
had
still,
even rookies. But the thing is, he came from a player to coach. So even when he had rooks under him, they still would call him AP. So it was just a gradual thing where he didn't look at it like that. Pete Carroll was only a coach. Pete Carroll has always been Coach Carroll.
he played football. And
Who?
a long time ago. Yeah, a long time ago. It's been a
Yeah,
while.
no, but yeah,
It was
none
a
of
DB. It was DB. It was a
But
defensive
but
back.
but also it's a respect thing. I'm not just gonna call an old 80-year-old dude Pete.
yeah,
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like so
yeah.
yeah, but still.
it,
Yeah, but
it
still, to me, I mean, my old school. Maybe you guys don't see what I'm seeing. Maybe
No,
I'm
yeah,
old school because I was saying that I still see that's disrespectful. I don't care how old you are. You can be 80, you can be 40, you can be 20 years old. You
yeah,
still like if you're the head of a program, call by your title. Okay. So
no, yeah.
my thing is this. To me, that show a lot of respect for AP. Although they were buddy, they all that stuff. That's fine. But when the organization, who are you? You're the head coach. So call me coach. Unless AP specifies, just call me AP. That's fine. But to me,
Mm-hmm.
that was respectful. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's definitely generational because he still commanded and demanded the respect, and he got the respect. In fact, AP is what got the respect back in the locker room right after Josh McDaniels. People respected him.
Oh,
None of the
definitely.
players. Yeah, and because even with Josh, it was still Josh. It wasn't Coach McDaniels. It wasn't none of that. You know, even with even
they
with,
like
with Bill, even with Bill Belichick, they don't call him Coach Belichick. They call him Bill.
mm,
So, like I said, it just depends on because, like I said, it depends on really the coach and that style of coaching. Because it's understandable. Like you have an older mentality where it's like, yo, I'm not going to disrespect because titles mean something. The
yeah.
titles don't mean anything to these young kids now. When they
No,
hear that, like a lot of I hate to say it, to be honest with you, when they hear titles or things like that, they check out on you. They mentally are gone. You know.
no.
I definitely hear it, and like I said, I do want that though. I want that attitude or respect. But the thing is, it's like we have to get older. We had a very young team. You know, after when Josh got there, he got rid of all of our veterans. We had a
Mm,
very like that playoff team that Carr was on. Everyone he got rid of all the veterans who had a voice. So once that happened, we became a very very young team, and then Max had to be a young vet, and he wasn't ready for it. He's still learning now. He's not the best. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's not the best mentor because he can't teach his play style. If you don't have his mentality, he can't teach it. And that's why a lot of guys aren't able to pick up on his like play. You know, but he's learning and he's going to get better. But he was thrown to the fire because of bad decision making by upper management, by getting rid of vets like honestly, a lot of people didn't understand why Will Compton was in the league for so long. Is because he's an amazing vet who knows how to play the game and knows how to teach the game. You know, Perryman was another one. It's like we had guys who were great vets. Jonathan Hankins was another one on the defense that guys really leaned on to understand how to play the game, understand the game, understand locker room culture or having a locker room culture where guys mentally were just a lot of our young guys just check out mentally in the middle of the game. You see it when they're just checked out. They're like, "What the hell is he doing?" It's because they're mentally checked out because they're overwhelmed. And you need those vets that can calm a guy down and you know bring them back in because sometimes the coaches is just the coach he has a job to do and he's getting paid because he can get fired from game to game. You know, he could be there this week and be gone. You know, he could be there Monday, Tuesday, and then be gone Friday. So a lot of times they can be coaching under duress. And we had a lot of guys on our team that were coaching under duress. Nobody had job security. And in a sense, it's kind of still I feel it's the same way. We don't have guys that really have job security as a coach. I truly hate. I despise the Chip Kelly contract. Giving him $6 million, that tells me that okay, if Pete leaves after a year or 2 years, he's gonna be the guy that you're gonna slide in because you're paying him the money, not because he's the best guy, but because he makes the most money. That's his contract told me a lot more than what people actually saw. You don't pay an offensive coordinator of his status $6 million right from college. You don't. That tells me he has a lot more authority and power than he should have. And Pete Carroll only having a 3-year deal, you know, third year is going to be optional, means after like a year and a half or 2 years, it's really.
It's a fourth year's option. You got a 3-year deal with a 4th-year option.
I don't see him coaching out his contract, to be honest with you.
I'm not saying that's his deal. Yeah, 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, seriously,
And like you said, more likely, that's why Chip Kelly probably took that, got paid, and he figured like, oh, maybe when Pete Carroll leaves, I can be the head coach. That's the most people come from college coaches want to do. They want to come and be a head coach of a professional football team. So
yeah,
that's probably his point.
And I'll say, and I was like, and Chip Kelly's not a offensive coordinator. He doesn't want to be an offensive coordinator. He's a head coach.
Yeah, of course not.
He's been a head coach. He wants to be a head coach. So we're bringing in a guy. If he has a good season with the offense, he's going to be the front runner of other teams that are going to come after him.
Yeah, like
so
Ben
we really
Johnson.
want to. So now we're like how you're building a team and having consistent coaching. We're now going to have to look for another offensive coordinator. So it's like we're really just giving guys one and done contracts.
Well, it's going to be like that regardless, because even whether it's Chip Kelly or it's Patrick Graham, we've been talking for the past 2-3 years that Patrick Graham was the next. You know what I'm saying? He was next in line. So eventually, it's going to happen some way.
Mm-hmm.
So
that happens to all the teams. That happens to every team. We're not the only one that happens to. It happens to all the teams. If you guys are doing well, if the team is winning, they're going to the playoffs consistently, getting winning records, winning the division, maybe possibly get Super Bowl. You know what happens to every team. Every other team start picking their players, and their coaches from their staff to run their organization. So regardless, if we do start winning, it's going to happen to us too. That's just the way it runs in football.
No, I hear that.
So that's happened to the Detroit Lions. We were thinking about Ben Johnson for years. All of a sudden, they started winning. Now let's get Ben Johnson. I mean, they probably thought Ben Johnson a while back, but now look at Ben Johnson. Now he's the head coach of the Chicago Bears. I don't know if going to do good or not. I don't care. But that happens to every team. Don't expect because you guys are winning, you become players on the coach that's going to stay there. Unless that team give him so much money, the other teams can't match it, then he's still there.
Yes, that's part of the game. But the thing is you have a staff that's deep enough that can replace them. You have someone that's he's been mentoring 3 guys. Like look at the Green Bay Packers. When it was Mike Holmgren, he had 3 offensive coordinators that could really take over if he left.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that. We don't have that leverage or leeway right now for any guy to leave. Like these guys are.
Are you sure we don't?
Who can? If we have a good season, who's going to come in and replace his offensive coordinator? We have to pick somebody up off the street. We don't have nobody in our locker room.
Well, we might. We don't know that. We don't know who. We don't know who because mentor. We don't know that. I looked at their list. They got people there, but they're not big names.
No, we don't. We have no one who's been prepared to call offensive plays. No one.
But even beyond that, like the reason why we don't is because that person, we don't have people that have been here long enough to say, oh, that person's the next man up. With all these other organizations, when you know what I'm saying, when their offensive coordinator leaves, they already know who the backup is going to be. They already know who the next man in line is. All they got to do is eventually give them that fake interview. You know what I'm saying? Let them sit there for a couple of minutes and say, "Oh yeah, you're gonna take over for the offense," because Correct. They already know that Joe Blow has been my assistant and he's the next guy in line when I leave. We don't have that here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is so we don't have we don't have a way to protect our guys. Like I said, but that's my thing. But other teams do. Like all the teams that contend have that. Hey, for offensive coordinator, we have someone that can fill in. With Kansas City, they have that. With at Detroit, they had that with Ben Johnson. At the Cowboys, they had that. The Eagles, they have that. Like the teams that contend have coaching staffs that are ready to have those guys that are going to be ready to step up, that are prepared. Like now, the thing is when Chip Kelly leaves.
We didn't have that. We didn't have it in the past. Of course not. We didn't have the past. I don't know about this year. I don't know. They got some new coaching staff. They finally got a bunch of new guys. I don't know what we had there yet until we see what's going on. We can't say that. You can say that now because in the past, we didn't have none of that. If somebody leave, who's going to replace them? We didn't have that.
Yeah,
but I'm saying though, how can you be so sure that we don't have that now?
You could look at your staff because you have no one who ran Chip Kelly style of offense. As an organization, I have to be prepared for that. You have to look into the future. You can't just look at we're only doing it for this year. No, you don't know what someone's game plan is. If we knew that we're bringing in a guy who is a head coach, a guy who wants to be a head coach, you have to know what his plan is. You have to know where you have to look ahead and be prepared. Because you don't know what's going to come around the corner. You know, hey, this guy is really good at his job, so he's going to have an opportunity to go somewhere else. Chris, if we exceed our expectations and other teams are looking for somebody. So now we have to make sure that we have someone who can be his predecessor. We have to have someone who thinks like him. Who, if we want to keep this style of offense, then we have to bring someone who can step right in and continue on, with that style of play.
Chris, I'll ask you this, and it seems like we're talking more about the offensive side. Name somebody on the offense that Chip Kelly is possibly grooming.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Name somebody on the offensive side of the ball, coaching wise, that Chip Kelly is possibly grooming.
Name somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you can name a bunch of guys. But here, let me see. Let me go back to coaching staff. They got guys there. Like I said, I don't know what these guys are. I've never seen them as an offensive coordinator or make calls. I don't know that. I haven't seen anything. That's what I'm saying. I can't be too sure if he's not grooming them or showing them how he plays. They got guys, Bob Benek, a senior offensive assistant. He's been doing that for 16 years. They got another guy named.
Wait. Has he been doing it with Chip Kelly for 16 years?
That's what that's what I'm saying. He could be grooming them now. Okay,
but no, but see that's what I'm saying. When guys, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He could be grooming them now. I don't know that. You can't say for sure you know that neither. He's been doing this for 16 years. Got another guy named Nate Carroll. Pete Carroll's guy. He could be one. He's been doing it for 16 years. So I can't say that Chip Kelly's not groomed. The guys never coached been behind Chip Kelly at all. I'm looking through Chip Kelly's coaching history. These guys never worked with him, but he could be grooming them now. So I can't say he's not grooming them. Okay, he could be showing, hey, this is a play style I run. You guys watch and learn. Watch and learn. You could be doing that right now. So I can't put it past that. So I'm more optimistic than you are about this. That'll say he could be doing it now. Okay.
So I'm gonna say this. With that, do you not see the issue and the problem with that? Is that this guy has 16 years of experience coaching this style. He now is going to get 1 year, a year of mentorship in running a whole different style of offense with him. Now, if he leaves, do you think that 1 year is going to change the 16 years of experience of him coaching that way? Or is he going to go and coach the way that he wants to coach?
Could be 2 years.
No. I need to ask.
No, tell it. I don't understand your question. What you're asking me?
No, I'm saying okay.
Well, you know what? Any offensive coordinator come, they're going to change it. They're going to do exactly what that last offensive coordinator did. You know what? That's not good. That's for every team. No matter. You get a new offensive coordinator. Wait a minute. You get a new offensive coordinator or a new defensive coordinator. Any new coordinator is going to come change their style of play. They always change it, no matter how you look at it. I mean, she gonna show him a year, like you said. This is the way I'll run it. Okay, he might say, "Yeah, I like the way you run it," but I'm gonna add a few things to it or take a few things out of it. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna run exactly what Chip Kelly ran. He's gonna run certain things that Chip Kelly did, but he's also going to put his footprint on it to make him look different. Because nobody will be exactly the same person as anybody else is. Everybody's different. So I'm saying though, he could be growing. This is my play style. This is what I like. This is why I like speed outside. And I like toughness inside. Okay, I'll take that. But then I like to have this. But if I become offensive coordinator, I'm gonna use your style a little bit, but I'm gonna put my footprint on it. Did that answer your question? Or did I go around the bush?
You gave an answer, but not really answer my question. This is what I'm saying. So I'm gonna give. Let me give some more clarity. Is that because I'm trying to ask the question without just giving the answer? Because in a sense, Chip Kelly is building an offense for his style that he coaches. Now, he didn't bring no one from Ohio State or Oregon or any previous NFL teams on the offensive end. Pete Carroll did. So now they have their own style. They all got overlooked for Chip Kelly. He now comes in. How many of them are going to really be conducive of listening to Chip Kelly Because let's be honest, how many people have been successful coaching that style of offense in the NFL? That's one. There's still stigma of running that offense and winning in that style of offense. No one has done it. Two, y'all know the stigma is it's the copycat league. Not if we can't copy it, I'm not going to try and coach like that. So he can be mentoring me and telling me things and try and educate me on it. If I don't understand, remember, and Chip Kelly is a very knowledgeable guy within his style of offense. He's an offensive guru. Yes, he absolutely is. So he can actually try and coach something to somebody. They're just not smart enough to grasp it. That could be another thing. There's a lot of guys who won't be able to grasp his offense because they just don't have the thought process. Like Josh McDaniels is not an idiot as an offensive coordinator. He's not. He's very intelligent. He's an amazing offensive mind. The problem is that when he talks and tries to educate people, they're too stupid to understand the way he's coaching or teaching. For him, they're not stupid people. It's just to him, the fact that they can't grasp it the way I'm teaching, he looks at them as the problem.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you about the fact that I'm just saying. I'm just looking at he could be and he could not be. Like you're saying, like somebody coming, like these guys got passed over for offensive coordinator. There might be a reason for that. I don't know. I'm not in the front office. Only thing I'm saying is that I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. In the offensive room. I don't know what he's teaching them, what he's showing them. This is how I play. I can't say anything, so I can't be positive about that. If he leaves, okay, so then we got to go back to the drawing board, get an offensive coordinator, or they can hire within if they like the guy that their assistant stuff. I don't know what happened. All I'm saying is that I can't be too sure what he's not doing in the building. Okay.
I don't see him grooming anybody. And the reason why is because when you look at the coaching staff, you have people that are babies in the offensive game, which means that they're barely learning things and trying to figure things out on their own by themselves. And then you also have guys that are veterans. The next person really in line offensively that would be okay calling plays if it wasn't Chip Kelly would be Greg Olsen, who's the quarterback's coach. Now, when you look at that situation, there is no way that Greg Olsen is going to sit under Chip Kelly and be like, "Oh, coach, teach me all that you know." Coach, that ain't gonna happen. And even further,
that's something I don't know anything about personalities, what they feel inside. I mean, I can't call it. You could be right, you could be wrong. I don't know. I'm just saying though. You said the question: is he mentoring somebody? I don't know. I didn't say he was. I said he possibly could be mentoring somebody, possibly not. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he isn't doing it. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, and even further than that, Greg Olsen believes that he's an offensive coordinator himself. You know what I'm saying?
He was offensive coordinator.
Yes, exactly. So he's trying to fight himself to be an offensive coordinator. So he's definitely not going to be trying to suck up to Chip Kelly and learn everything from Chip Kelly because he believes that he can run an offense himself.
Yeah,
even further, let me go further. Even further than that, I don't think Chip Kelly's teaching anybody because he's focused on being a head coach.
I didn't say he was. I didn't say he was. I was saying, though, you said the question, is he mentoring somebody? We don't know that. I don't know that. You don't know that. Nobody should know that.
The answer would be no.
So this is my thing.
We can't be sure about that.
So we can't. This is speculation.
Saying, though, he could be. He could not be. Maybe these guys don't want to learn on Chip Kelly. Maybe not. Because Chip Kelly's agenda is to be a head coach.
Yes, but this is my problem. After everything we said, everything that we know and what we've seen and what we have, none of that is conducive to winning and being an organization that's going and improving. Everything we're talking about is an organization that has turmoil, that's going to have issues, it has underlying issues, and has no continuity. Everything we're talking about that we are unsure of is a losing organization. And we already have that right now, and we have even made it through OTAs, and there's already these issues. That's my problem. We're not building, and that's what I want us as a fan base to understand and what us to think about going to the season. Because we have an opportunity and we have guys in key positions that can play. Geno Smith can be a Super Bowl caliber quarterback, but we need to surround him with the right style of coach and players that are going to benefit him, that make other players stand out. Because he has. Is he the greatest quarterback in the league? No. But is he a high caliber quarterback who can get to a Super Bowl? Absolutely.
I agree with that. Yeah.
The problem is that we're not putting ourselves in an opportunity to win and maximize his potential as a player. What we're putting him in a position he has to play his highest football all the time. He has to be on 10 for us to really win.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to cause mistakes. That's why when we play, and I'm gonna compare it to the Kansas City Chiefs, when they had all those injuries on Christmas Day when they played us, and they lost to us. That's how Geno's going to always have to play, by forcing things and making plays. And even Patrick Mahomes can't do that. That's my issue, is that we're forcing guys to have to be on 10 all the time, and they can't always be on 10.
It's been like that for years. Every time, you know what I'm saying, and being really honest, I'm taking off my Raider hat on this situation. Every time a quarterback throws an interception, you might as well say that was a game. One turnover. We can be hopeful and say we're gonna win that game, but everybody knows deep down in their heart when that quarterback threw that interception in the game, it was a done deal, because the team wasn't, you know what I'm saying? And that's where, again, people hated Derek Carr and people bashed Derek Carr all his career, but that was the same thing that we were expecting for Derek Carr to do: pull magic out of his hat.
Shoot the play in the Cincinnati game. We had one guy who can actually catch the ball to win the game. There was one player in the end zone, and he threw it there, and everyone was like, why did he throw it there? And that's where we are now, is that we can't afford to really lose coaches right now. We can't afford to have Chip Kelly leave. We can't afford. I don't even like Patrick Graham. Twan knows this. I don't, but we can't afford to lose him. We're not in position to be able to replace guys right now when we're trying to develop and change something. That's the issue. When you're trying to establish culture, when you're trying to build culture, you can't lose the culture and think the culture is going to stay there. So honestly, I love the idea of giving John Gruden that 10-year contract. That told me, oh, you're for real about this culture thing. Did I like the dynamic of it? No, but I like the idea, what they were thinking, to like, yo, we really got to commit to this.
Well, John Gruden would probably still been there for email stuff. John Gruden stepped down. They didn't fire him. People say John Gruden got fired. No, he stepped down.
No, they got the NFL had to step in, because they weren't going to let that whole off the field, because there was going to be more off the field issues than actual on the field, because anyone in the building, they didn't care. I can tell you that for a fact, and I know this. The players didn't care. The players didn't see like that. The coaches didn't see like that. Not even what's his name? I forgot who he was talking about. Even Gene didn't even see it like that. It was a joke. The NFL and then the people who are really going to make all the headlines and the media, that was that. I know. I can tell you that for a fact. I know that's it. The NFL did that. The Raiders didn't want to do that. Even other organizations, the NFL did that, to say that he's like, yeah, you got to go. But my big thing is, I'm tired of losing because we are failing to commit to something. We're not committing. Like, what is our motto? A commitment to what? Excellence, right? The first word is commit. You're not committing to players. You're not committing to staff. You're not committing to the organization. No one's committed to anything. We need Raider content creator cost for our show. I mean, I go against anybody. I don't know who DW or DSR is, but I'm out. Let me send me.
I don't. DW. Who's DW? DSR is Death Star Report. DW. Who the hell's DW?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to think. Who was that?
I was looking for help from you guys. But no, yeah, but yeah, like I said,
Dustin White. Who's Dustin White?
Dustin White.
That's DSR.
That's why it's DSR. Okay. But DW, who was that?
Oh, is it the same person? DW is DSR.
They're the same people.
Yeah, DW of DSR.
DW of DSR. I read it wrong too. Okay.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was an R. I read it wrong. But no, I will. I got no problem. If you want to see that, set it up. I'm always here. Twan got my number. But I just like to come here, just to shake things up a little bit,
Hey, you did. You accomplished that.
I gotta get people
I tell you what. I love debate because, like I said, I'm a person. I'm a Raider fan for too many years of just losing and bullshit. I like people to come in and talk about the Raiders and not sugarcoat it. I don't believe in that drug opium.
Man,
I'm all about. You want to talk real? Let's talk real talk about them. That's why I like what you just said.
So while you guys were going back and forth, I put a poll up on my channel. It said feelings and how we do in 2025. Possible answers were positive, negative, or still wait and see. So right now there's 50% say positive, negative is 10%, still waiting to see is 40%. That's 11 votes. Oh, it just swapped. So positive 45, wait and see 45, negative is at 9% now on 11 votes.
Yeah, that's
I ask questions because I don't have all the answers. Because I'm trying to have that optimism, y'all. I'm really trying to have someone come in here and give me the optimism that I'm missing, that I don't see that you guys have. Because I could be wrong. Like I said, some of the stuff is my opinion. A lot of not a lot. A large majority of the stuff that I have or information I get is from inside information, intel. And I'm just aware of things because I can see and I understand and I know it. I just know the game, and the way we're doing it is not. It's when you look at the organizations that are consistently winning, consistently good, our organization, our players, our staff, even our concessions don't mimic it. It doesn't look the same.
Not even close. Not even close. Like I said, maybe they're trying to get there. Maybe not. There's no telling. So we need to get there because it was too long for the past, how many years? 10, 15 years? The ship's been sinking. And Mark Davis did nothing. Mark Davis did really not anything really to fix it, to me.
Well, his mind hasn't even been on fixing it. His mind has been on fixing the finances, which is fixed now.
Which he did.
But it takes time. But this is the problem. Why? Okay, this is why you have a CEO, you have a CFO, and you have a COO. When is our COO going to step up and be like, all right, Bill, we know CFO and the finances is good. We need to get the operations up and running now. Like that's the problem that's lacking. Is the CFO and CEO are like this, but the organization of the actual people putting in the work, they're very below average. And I'm at the point now. Where it comes to they're not going to see anything that doesn't involve their bottom line and the green line. I'm at the point where I'd say I'm gonna give them 4, Corner, I'm giving you 4 years, Mark, to really get the finances in order before I turn on you. Because now it's really just is about your pocketbook and you just having fun. I know what you be doing in Vegas, bro. I know them parties that you be having. I know where you've been going to, Mark. I know that you had a Met Gala suite. You was at the Met Gala. Why are you at the Met Gala? Who do you need to meet at the Met Gala that's going to make our organization better? See, a lot of and that's a lot of stuff that I will talk about that I know no other content creator who does Raider stuff knows. Like, why are you at the AMAs? There's right now, of all places, you shouldn't be there. You know, I'm gonna give y'all a gym. I'm gonna give y'all a gym. I was gonna talk about this, but because Twan's my brother, I'm gonna give y'all this. I want y'all to think about this. When y'all first heard Tom Brady was going to be an owner, a percentage owner, everyone thought he was going to be more involved in the roster development, player personnel, and all that, right? Right?
Yeah.
Now there was one guy who said he absolutely isn't. I'm gonna point to him. I'm pointing to I just don't feel like getting up to turn my light on. I'm pointing to myself, y'all. I'm the only person who said he's not. There's a problem with that. And y'all saw it when he went on the news, and I think a lot of people overlooked what he was saying. He said he wasn't even allowed in the building to talk about the roster. Why wouldn't you let someone who's an owner, who has the capability of changing your whole organization, why would you not let him in there? Why would you not let him be the face of your organization when you're not the most popular person right now in the organization? Why would you prevent him from doing anything? Hell, the most important position in football, he mentors possibly the best quarterback coming out of the draft. Guaranteed. He's a staff member. Shador. I'm talking about Shador. Shador should have been a Raider.
That's where that's where you and I will disagree. I don't think he should have been.
100% should have been a Raider. There was no him or
I think he was at the best third-rated quarterback in this draft, easily.
Who?
I think he was the third-rated quarterback, to be honest with you.
He was a third. Name the 2 quarterbacks better than him, then.
Cam Ward, I'm putting Jackson Dart ahead of him too. I just think Jackson Dart's a better overall talent.
Jackson Dart is Daniel Jones.
I'd say he's better than that.
He's Daniel Jones, and I'll tell you this: go look at the Ole Miss team, and you tell me who he made better at Ole Miss. Just look at the film and watch him make guys better. Remember, as a quarterback, you have to make guys look better. He couldn't do that in college. You think he's going to be able to do that in pros?
Well, who did Shador make look better?
He got like 5. Jimmy Horn Jr., the kid with the braids who went to Tampa Bay. I mean, there's like he made a lot of guys get looks that shouldn't really get looks. They're like practice squad players, and they made teams. I'm a UCLA. I would have to go down, but I can go down there for you. But Shador, yeah, Shador is an NFL-rated quarterback who mentally is going to be prepared to lose. Remember, him and Cam Ward were losers in college, so they're mentally going to be prepared to lose a lot. It's not going to affect their ego. It's not going to affect their mental. They're not mentally weak guys.
What's up, Sal?
And that's the thing. Jackson Dart doesn't know how to lose, but he's going to a losing team. And he's going to lose a lot. That's going to hurt his ego. He's never had media that was bad for him. Remember, college, they protect you. In the pros, they don't protect you. He's going to have people calling him out of his name, talking about his family members, talking about his mom, sending him death threats. You don't really have that. You get that from the opposition in college. You know what I'm saying? When you go against Alabama, you go against Mississippi State. Yeah, you're going to get that. but not from your own fan base. That's the difference. And a lot of people don't understand that. You have guys who come from winning, I don't want to say organization in college, but you might have to now with NIL. You coming from winning programs that don't know how to lose and always have been protected in a small market. A lot of guys in the SEC come from small market media, and then they go to big market and they can't manage that. So that's why I'm saying those little things that people overlook. Shador is very well prepared, 100% media trained. Cam Ward, 100% media trained, prepared. Mentally isn't weak, isn't going to crack. There's nothing you can tell him that he hasn't heard already. So there's nothing that's going to break him. The issue was Deion Sanders will be leaving college football in 2 years. If Deion would have came and been the coach of the Raiders, Tom Brady would now have more power and authority to get the Raider organization 50%, to get more majority of the team. That's why he's not. I can't believe this. I actually say this. I wasn't a Tom Brady guy. I wasn't. But they're keeping him out because he can be too strong. And there's already division within the organization in the higher ups already. Just to let everybody know. There's division already. You don't bring on the face of the NFL for the last, 15 years to not make him the face of your organization, to exile him and just say, stay over there. We don't want you part of the team. We don't want you part of this. We don't want you talking.
Where's this coming from, though? This is the first I've ever heard of this. Anybody else hear of this? I haven't.
It's not being talked about. It's not being talked about publicly, but it is happening behind closed doors. There's no reason for Tom Brady to be this quiet about a team he owns. He's not quiet about anything that he owns, but he rarely talks about the Raiders unless he has to do a sit-down interview. He's not quiet. He's not a quiet person.
But how did you hear about this? That's what I mean. I don't get this. Again, I thought I knew people too, but this is the first I've heard of this.
Having people actually in the doors behind there, not just some people that were there, some people that are still there. I know players, I know staff, I have people in the league, in the front office league. There's a lot of things that aren't said about a lot of organizations, but the fact that you brought the guy on to be the face of your team and you want nothing to do with him, you really exile. Like, you're telling me all the kids know him as, they call him the GOAT. He literally does trainings, and you're not going to listen to him talk about guys? He has firsthand experience.
But this is supposedly also the same guy that told them not to take Shador.
He said that for the camera. Y'all can't believe that. Why would he say that?
But I don't get what you're saying. He's not allowed to partake or do anything with the team. I mean, first of all, he's limited because of the TV contract, and it's a conflict of interest.
He can't. Well,
I know he can't go and talk to the players prior to the game that he's supposed to be covering.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the team you own. That has nothing to do with the team you own. That has nothing to do with the players that you own. It has nothing to do with the aspects of you running an organization and doing everything that you need to do. He's still part owner, so he can show up to the combine. He could have shown up as a commentator or as an owner. He could have shown up either way. He wasn't. Why? It doesn't make sense.
Showing up where, though? You lost me there for a second. Showing up where?
As a representative of the organization you own, that you're a part owner of.
Yeah, but in what aspect is he showing up somewhere? I mean, is it something that's going to be, because again, he's got huge conflict. He's got to be careful. That's the problem. He's not going to take a chance to jeopardize that $300-something million contract he's got with Fox. He ain't fucking that up.
It's not jeopardized because he was able to sign the contract to be part ownership. That was all talked about before it even was signed. Once that's signed, they know the conflict of interest that can happen. So the things that I'm still obligated to do to run a team or organization, I'm still obligated to do. I should be allowed to do it, or else it's now collusion against me, and I should be able to sue you guys. Why would the NFL put themselves in that position? That's nothing to do. It's just him commenting games of guys that are already signed to a team. Yeah, that absolutely, I understand that. That's not going to change. But kids in college, that has nothing to do with the NFL. These are still college kids until they're drafted by a team. Then that's when the rule kicks in.
All right. So you're saying why wasn't he at some of these pro days and such? Is that what you're saying? Or
You have 40 people in the front office that are at these events holding interviews. What ownership? All of them are there. You're the key face of a new you're a new owner. Everyone's been talking about it. Everyone knows that. Everyone's waiting to see you. They want to interview you, yet you don't show up. You're not there. You're not in the draft room. You're not allowed in the draft board. He said that I found out that from him in the interview he did, where he says I wasn't allowed to. He leaked that.
I didn't hear that. I heard that he was allowed in there.
Go look at the interview. He had. Yeah.
What was it? Okay,
They wanted no insider, no input from me on players that would go to his camp, would go to his quarterback. When he's at UCLA.
When was the interview took place? I gotta look it up because I don't remember seeing that.
I would have to look on my phone. I think it was like a couple months ago, like a month, 2 months ago.
I'm saying that.
I'll find it. I'll send it to Swan. Have him send it to you when I find it. I mean, it was, honestly, I saw the clip before, and then I had to go back and watch it. It was clipped and it was sent and it was put on. It was sent to my Twitter. Someone sent me that, and I was like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "Why would?" Like, he has too many ties. Like he holds a camp at UCLA. Like Shador and Cam, they all would come to UCLA and throw. Him, Russell Wilson, Kenny Pickett, all of them would come to UCLA and throw when we be out there. Because we have the private field. So he has them. He has the wide receivers. He can tell you how guys are coming out of splits, who works well with quarterbacks, how these guys look with each other, what route that they struggle on. He has so much insight where he could see just from that. And he's coaching these kids up. He can tell you, yeah, he grasped the information I was telling him. He understood what I was trying to say. He gave, it didn't take a lot for him to understand this. He doesn't have a hiccup in his throwing motion. Like just by those little nuances, like he does that, and we're just ignoring that.
What, that he's not in the building? Is that what you're saying?
They didn't even want to hear him speak about that.
See, that's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing is the fact that he doesn't want to be a distraction because he knows he would be. Because he goes to a press conference, who are they going to ask questions of? They're going to be pondering him for questions because he's like you just said, he's the face of the NFL, basically. He's the poster child for the NFL for the past 20 years. So that takes away from, the guys that you're bringing in that he's hiring, whether it's Pete Carroll or Spytek. He had a hand in both of those. And since then, he's taken a back seat to all this. That's why I don't understand how it's coming off as they don't want him around. I mean, he's not a general manager. He's a 5% stake owner, and he doesn't even own the full 5%. He's got other investors that helped him obtain that 5%. So he's got a very minimal stake in this. They only got him involved out of the respect to him and his knowledge of the game and understanding players, which I understand. That
was part of it.
The GM.
His connections outside of football that we didn't have, that Mark doesn't have, he had.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you bring him in for.
And that's what he did. He helped
did.
you get the coach. He helped you get the GM. At that
Mhm.
point, technically, his job is kind of done.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not. I
what do you mean? No, it's not.
because that means
He's a
I
part
own.
owner. He's not a hired scout. He's
No,
not
no,
a
correct.
he's not
But
a
it is.
GM. You know, that's your GM, your head coach, and your number one top owner that makes those decisions.
Yes,
You know?
but you network. You network
He's
because
still
you
networking
use
and
those
talking.
networks and you
These guys,
establish a
I
relationship.
guarantee he's on the phone with Pete Carroll probably every day of the week, and probably
Okay,
still with Mark and with
that's
Switek.
that's the thing. Okay, let's look at this way.
I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying
No,
to
no, no.
trying to come up with points to counteract what you're saying because I just don't get it.
No, yeah,
know?
it might. Yeah, I agree. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to come off as an asshole. It's just you piqued
Oh
my
no,
interest
no,
when
no.
you said that. So I'm like,
It's just because
that doesn't make sense. I haven't heard this.
I'm passionate about winning a Super Bowl, so it gets
Oh,
me
trust me, I
emotional when I
am
see.
too.
Yeah,
What,
we all are passionate about
yeah,
that, dude.
so like it gets exciting because it's like we have an opportunity with a guy who has so much information and we're ignoring it. Because this is the thing. What you just said is we used him to get what we wanted, and now we're done with you. So that tells me you only use people for what you want, and then you're done with them. Why would I come to your organization when I know you use people? We've done that with players already. We've had that.
Yeah,
You don't.
that's
You
we
don't.
done. That's
Yeah, but you
that's we
don't
done.
want that
That's we done
skill.
in the past. We done that in the past. That's the past. We done that.
You literally
They might
bring.
be well, hold up. They could be now as we speak change direction on how they do things. Like I said, this is all new. This is all everything is new. They got rid of some guys and let people go, let people walk. They got new personnel in there. They got a new owner. They got more than just Tom Brady. Don't forget they got Richard Seymour's there too. He's part owner as well. They got new guys and they got football guys in there. Mark Davis didn't have football guys in there. Mark Davis had one of his CFOs was embezzling money from him. Mark Davis didn't do nothing about it for years. He was stealing money from the team. They finally got rid of him. So now they got new guys in the building. I forget the guy's name. But they was
No.
embezzling money.
Yeah, so that's my thing.
So they are
You come.
they're getting rid of they give all the old stuff that didn't work for them. We don't know because, like I said, your speculation is going back from what they've been doing. We don't know what they're going to do now. This is what you see. This is what you've been seeing. So I'm not saying is that I know you're not optimistic about what's going to happen, but I'm saying though, you got to give it a chance. You got to see what happens. If they do the same thing again, I'll back you up on that. But you
No,
got to
no.
give them a chance.
Okay, so you just said the history of us. We brought in Josh McDaniels because we needed some way to run off Derek Carr because they didn't really want him. Mark didn't want him, but he didn't want to fire him. Just like you said, he didn't want to get a guy who was embezzling money. What did he do? He used Josh McDaniels, used them as a scapegoat, got rid of them. Right? He brought in AP to change the culture of the team because there was a lot of things that he was the total opposite of Josh McDaniels. He brought him in, used him for what he had, brought the attitude, brought character back. Got the morale and the locker room back. Got rid of him, brought in Pete Carroll. Right? You bring in Chip Kelly. You bring in Tom Brady. Now you use Tom Brady to get Pete Carroll. You use Tom Brady to get Chip Kelly.
He
I'm
can't use
saying,
Pete
I'm,
Carroll.
I'm saying, look,
He can't use Pete
I'm,
Carroll.
I'm
He can't
saying the
use Tom
habit,
Brady because he
the
can't use
habit.
Tom Brady because if he was using him, he'll get more stake at the team. He'll get more like a 12, 15, 20%. He
No, I'm
sold
just saying.
5% of the team.
No,
So
yeah, I'm just saying what Jeff said. I'm just
he
repeating what Jeff was saying about him bringing in Pete. He got those connections through Tom, right? So I used you for my benefit. Now I'm done with you. I brought in examples of Josh McDaniels. I used you to get rid of Carr because I didn't want to do it. Now I get rid of you. I then bring in AP to fix what I did with Josh McDaniels. Then I get rid of him. Now I'm bringing in somebody else. So I'm
okay.
saying the habits, yeah, we're saying something's different. We want to give them the opportunity, but the habits that still happen are still happening. So I don't have to give you the benefit of the doubt.
What's
No,
that?
same
Okay,
thing that you're still
explain to
doing
me.
that.
Explain to me what's happening. That was you talk. That was the past. That was the past.
That
Like I
just
said, the whole
happened.
thing has changed. That's what happened. People can't change. Things can't change. What's happening now that you see they did in the past? Was the exact same thing that they're doing now that they did with like Josh McDaniels and all that crap. What are you seeing or what are you hearing that they do the exact same thing now?
That they're still using people for their benefit, and then when they're done, they just get rid of you because they don't want you. They're still doing that. Well, because they're not committing. They only as long as you can benefit, they keep you around. As soon as you're not a benefit, they get rid of you.
And how they
Like
using them? Even how they using them? They haven't even started the season yet. How they using them? That's just the question. How they using them?
The stigma right now. Okay, I'll say this: if you want to have a career, you don't go. This is a stigma right now. You go to Raiders to die as a career wise. There's no benefit in being a Raiders coach. There isn't.
Because they didn't hire no coaches. They had no good coaches and for a long time.
Cool.
That John Gruden thing was that. That John Gruden thing happened. We talked about that earlier before he came on.
John Gruden, Josh McDaniels, AP. Who was the guy that took over? Who took over and went to the Green Bay Packers, a special team coach?
Bisaccia.
None of them are going to get an opportunity to be a head coach again.
No,
AP is going to want to. No, but
you can't say
Bisaccia really didn't get hired. He just was thrown into it. And then you see him doing successful as the Raiders. He really ain't really getting no praises for it of holding that team and that organization together. With the most turmoil that has happened in the last 15 years of an organization, you helping to hold the team together, getting a team to the playoffs. He doesn't get credit for it. Like as an organization, if I'm a young coach, the Raiders are an opportunity that I can go to. Why would I go there?
Well, you know what? You can say all this, but you get that. That's Mark Davis' fault completely. Mark Davis even said it to him. He said it in the interview. I'm not a football guy like my dad. Mark Davis is a businessman. What he did, he took away all the depth. He took away all that stuff. That's what he does. So what he does? Okay, wait. Let me say this. What do he do?
Mm-hmm.
He brings in football-minded guys because he didn't have that for a while. He had people like you said. He was doing this for a business aspect. So he brings in Tom Brady. No, hold up. He brings Tom Brady, a football mind. Richard Seymour, football mind. They know how the football organization should run. Mark Davis don't know all that. He's just the owner. He's just the owner of businessman.
Mm-hmm.
He even said it. So that's why the team was failing because he was making snap decisions. Oh, I bring Josh Allen because I want to do the Patriot way. Oh, I bring in this guy because I want to do this thing. Oh, I don't like Versace. I will bring in Josh McDaniels. So that's what he did. He didn't make decisions based on football. He made decisions based on whatever he based it on. But it wasn't football.
So are all these business decisions or football decisions?
No, I'm talking about getting the Raiders. The Raiders in the depth and it was in Oakland. They had no money.
Absolutely none. Which is why it was a great move.
Now they do.
And that's why I gave Mark 4 years of this. I can't kill you for making business decisions because I know what you're working with. I know what you're trying to do. I know you're trying to build a nest egg and have more money in your pocket. We know what your dad left you with. But now it's like, okay, you've recouped everything that you've lost. You've recouped that, and now you're trying to get more, but you're not trying to put a product that's actually worth cheering for. That's something that's worth backing. You're not giving us anything really to cheer for. So
like
now,
I said, for the past few years, yeah, he hasn't. But like I said, though, you haven't gave the Raiders like one chance in hell to see what they got on the field this coming season. I know what you're saying. You're used to what they've been doing. Like I said, I'm not jumping up in chair like we're going to win Super Bowl tonight. I'm not saying all that. I'm gonna say, let's see what they got. Let's see this year what they bring to the table. Might not be a playoff team. It might not be a 10 win. They got. I hope they win more than 4 games. But I'm saying though, I'm gonna give them a chance. Maybe they turn it around. Since Brady became the official owner, things have been shooken up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree there. But this is my thing. Is this conducive of winning down the line then? So we know we're not winning this year. and possibly next year, right?
No, I
So
don't
by
know that.
you,
I don't know that.
huh?
I don't know if we're not gonna win this year. You don't know what.
Come
You
on,
can't.
come on,
You
come on,
can't predict the future,
come
man.
on,
Come on,
come on,
JT.
you,
Come
come
on,
on, you.
JT. You can't
See,
predict the
this is
future like
where I
that.
lose the optimism. Come on, man. You can't sit here and tell me you see a Super Bowl caliber team.
I didn't say no. So see, nope.
That's what. That's what.
Don't do not put words
That's
in
what.
my mouth. I did.
That's
I
what.
said that they might not be a Super Bowl team. I can't. They can win 4 games. They can 1 game. They can win 16 games. That's what I'm saying. I don't know yet until I see what's going on. All that I know is I see things are differently. It's run differently now than it has been in the past. That's what I said. Don't put words in my mouth saying that they're going to Super Bowl. I didn't say that. I mean,
No,
I
I'm
said
not.
that. I'll be celebrating. They do, but I'm just saying though, it can't. They can't get worse than what they've been. All right.
Well, if you don't predict them to go to the Super Bowl, you can't celebrate if they do.
Yes,
For
I
me, yes, I can.
I said
They've
Super
met
Bowl win.
expectations. No, this is my thing. Is okay. There's no way we get to the AFC Championship. There is a way. Let me take that back. Let me take a step back. There is a way we can get to the AFC Championship game if cards fall our way. Do I see that happening? No. I don't.
Nobody saw that happening with Washington last year. Nobody picked them to even make the playoffs, let alone the NFC Championship game. They were a couple plays away from being in the Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback. I'm not saying we're the same caliber right now, but anything's possible.
Yeah,
it's possible. But
the Chiefs are going to be a little bit more normal this year because the refs aren't going to be on their side because they're watching these refs that referee those Chiefs games now with a fine-tooth comb and a microscope because they ain't getting away with shit anymore.
That's only 2 games that we play them.
I'm not talking about when they play us. I'm talking about every other game they play against everybody else. The other, 15 games, whatever.
The Chiefs are going to be the Chiefs. They still have Andy Reid. They still have Patrick Mahomes. They still have.
They don't have the refs. That's the big thing. And it's been proven.
They didn't need the refs, and when they had the refs, they still got their ass kicked. So I'm not.
They didn't have the refs in the Super Bowl, and they got their fucking ass their shit pushed.
Yeah, but they still can play. They didn't win games just because the refs only. I mean, they didn't win all their games like that. So I'm not going to hang my head on, well, the refs aren't going to be with them. Okay, they're going to be with another team then. It's not going to be us. We know that for a fact. The refs are not, even though their colors look a little bit like ours, they're not on our side.
Mm-mm.
My thing is this. I know mine's is AFC Championship, Super Bowl. I'm over we just need to be better. No, in order to be better like that, you have to build for the future. The Raiders have not built for the future. So that means that if you're in a win now mode, where your team is not quite complete, but you can finish it off and be better with free agency.
Can I ask you this? How do you think they're not building for the future when everybody they just got in the draft, they're all rookies, they're young kids, a good chunk of them are all going to make the roster. Doesn't mean they're going to start all of them, but we got a chance to top the 3 starters that we had in last year's draft with possibly 4, maybe even 5 of these guys that we just drafted as possible starters. How's that not growing for the future? I don't get that.
You don't commit all the money to the quarterback. You don't bring in You don't bring in a veteran quarterback. If you're building you don't bring in a veteran quarterback and only give him 3 years.
But why not?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why not bring a vet? We don't have anybody that's a veteran quarterback on this team prior to. Trust me, I am one of the biggest AOC supporters around. Okay, I want to see the kid be the starter. I'm all for AOC being groomed to be the potential
for the future. Geno Smith. Yeah, but is Geno Smith
somebody in front of him to learn a little? Look what he had in front of him in the 2 years that he's been on this team. He's had absolute garbage in front of him. He had Jimmy Garoppolo and then Booger Minshew. Okay. He had a guy that was only good because when he was on San Fran, the defense was phenomenal and they won him games there. When he was in New England, he barely saw the field because Brady was there. Yeah, he learned the system, and that's why dumbass brought him in here thinking, all right, he's going to be able to run that same system and Jimmy can run it. didn't happen because Jimmy sucked, McDaniel sucked, plain done. Then last year they spent money to bring in Minshew when AP already wanted to start AOC because as soon as he took over as interim coach in the 23 season, he put him in as the starter because his exact words were, "I'm putting my guy in there." Well, Aiden O'Connell was his guy. So off season comes to the start of 2024. We spend the money. The dumbasses bring in Minshew. You know that came from higher ups that Minshew's going to stop because we're spending the extra money on him and not AOC when it should have been AOC 12 that should have been starting. Okay. So again, now he's got this guy in front of him. The team was a disaster last year because of the offensive coordinator we had. The running back room was anemic. The offensive line couldn't get out of its own way. It didn't start to improve until we got rid of Getsy and made the moves that we made, putting AOC back in there, adding, JPJ back and, was finally up to form. Glaze stepped up, and now we started to make something of it. We still couldn't run the ball, but thank God we had Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers. Other than that, we wouldn't get many first downs, if any, the way that team was going, because we couldn't do it running the ball. That's for damn sure. So now the end of the season comes, and one of the first things they do is we need to address the quarterback situation. Well, we're not going to waste a 6th pick overall on a quarterback that's going to sit for a year or two. And besides that, who's he going to sit behind? He's going to sit behind AOC 12. You don't have a veteran leader in there as a quarterback. AOC 12 still needed a veteran in front of him to groom for him to understand, what needs to be done as a veteran quarterback. So you bring in Geno Smith, which I thought was a good move and a hell of a lot better than bringing in what's his name from the Rams, who just basically used us to get a contract first place.
Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. I wasn't in favor of that one. I definitely wasn't in favor of Darnold. I didn't want his ass. There was nobody out there in free agency that I thought was worth bringing in. So we traded for Geno Smith. Okay, I'm good with that. So Geno Smith comes in. We slate him as the starter. You got AOC 12 working with him as the backup. You can already see a difference in AOC 12 so far in the offseason. He looks in better shape. He's lost some weight. He's added muscle. He's moving a little bit better. I'm not saying he's the second coming of the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. I'm not expecting him to be able to run for 20 yards every time he has to run. The guy can barely run as it is. He's not that type of an athletic quarterback. But in the system that we're probably going to have, it's going to be not so much of a running quarterback situation anyway. You're going to rely on Genty to run the ball, and with AOC 12 or whoever's the quarterback back there, slinging it to who's our receivers, our tight ends. That's the type of system you're going to have. Everybody's expecting this super duper Chip Kelly offensive system. I'm telling you, I think it's going to be a little bit more basic than what you think it's going to be. It's going to be heavily run. It's going to be a heavy run game. It's going to be taking shots down the field at long plays. You're not going to see a scrambling quarterback as much. The only reason he's going to have to run is if the offensive line can't block. So I'm okay with Geno coming in because we got an out of his contract in the short term where we don't have to keep him and we can get rid of him at any point after the 3rd year here. All right. Well, 2nd year, I think the escape clause. So I expect, in all honesty, I think there's a legit shot because Chip Kelly said it himself. He goes, I can work with what's in the building now. And if him and Olsen are these quarterback whisperers, as they say, then prove it. Make that point with AOC 12. He's still under rookie contract. You're gonna have him for 2 more years or another year at least, or 2 years under the rookie contract. You're paying him peanuts. You're not gonna have to really kick in some money to keep him if you think that you can do it with him. So I still think there's a legit shot for AOC 12 to step up and be the starter. People call me crazy and think I'm nuts, but I'm telling you, I think there's a legit chance that this could do it. And it'll end up being where Geno's gone, AOC 12 takes over, and now you've got Cam Miller sitting behind him, learning all this time between Geno and AOC 12, and eventually it could be Cam Miller being the future of this team because I like that kid. I like what I see from him. I think he's super athletic. I think he's got a better chance of being something going forward. But I don't see what you're putting out there as far as being upset about Geno Smith. I think it was the best option for us, to be honest with you. People are like, oh, he hasn't played much. Well, that's another good thing because his body hasn't taken a beating because he hasn't been a starter since he came out of out of college. He's been basically a journeyman spot player, except for the last few years where he's been starting in Seattle.
He's
I
a
think
guy
he's
who,
got some tread left.
yeah, no, he has tread left to win now. He doesn't have tread to. He's been in the league 13 years.
Yeah.
To build a team, it takes 4 years. 4. In the NFL, it takes 4 years to build a team. When you start drafting rookies and your guys get up to speed and they get out of their first year contract, that's when it happens. In the NFL, you need a guy on a rookie quarterback contract.
Okay.
We don't
So
have.
if we would have drafted a quarterback in the first round this year,
That tells me you're rebuilding.
Number 6.
That's rebuilding.
2 years before he touches the field. How is that value at number 6?
Not anymore. That was old football, not new football. That's the thing. You guys are not working on new football. They're not trying. They're not holding me.
He's always going to come in and start right away. Absolutely not. I don't think he's starting on any team this year.
Yeah. The league isn't getting older. They're not keeping veterans around. They're not. They don't keep veterans around. They cost too much.
And some of them aren't that great either. Some of these veterans that were free agents were horrible, in my opinion. I think some of them were trash.
Well, the ones
Aaron Rodgers is past his prime. He should have just hung it up when Green Bay wanted to let him go.
The veterans we get are they're legit veterans who shouldn't be playing because we're the only team that would sign them. That's what I'm saying. Those are the only guys we can get. That's the issue. And it's because of how we've been. When people come to the Raiders to either if you have someone
wait, back up. Let's see. That was the key point in the conversation you just said right now. How we been. That's how we been. We don't know what
we were just that last. Wait. Let me correct.
You can't go back to what we did. No, we can't go back. You can't go back to what we did and say that we're doing that now.
We just did it. You're putting your hopes. You're on that Obama. You are.
You spend your speculations on what they've
been
doing.
We just did it last year. We were just that last year. Our last season, we was like that. No, but that's recent. That's the most thing that happened.
And a lot of things changed in the offense, and everything else changed since last season. So, for one thing, you're not giving this new regime, you're not giving the people that got in there now a chance to prove themselves. After they stick to bed next 2 years, you're right. I agree with you, and I'll back you up. I'll sit there and say you're right. No. But you're not giving this new regime a chance to change things around. You're saying what they did last year. That was last year, different people, different staff, different all that stuff. They got whole new staff in there. So you're not giving them a chance. You're going by what they did last year.
I'm going by.
That's all I'm saying. Why are you not giving them a chance?
Because I've seen what they can do. I know what works. You've seen what works. You see the way the trends of the NFL is going.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. If
I'm winning, let me ask you this question. So, why did the Raiders bring in that guy from Philadelphia Eagles, who Philadelphia, draft well and have the right personnel? What they do? They bring that guy. What's his name? They brought him in just recently from Philadelphia Eagles. Okay, don't tell me that's not changing things.
That's you talking about the coach or the player?
No, name was Brandon Hunt, Vice President of Player Personnel. They just hired him back on May 15th from the Philadelphia Eagles, and Philadelphia Eagles have a good ran organization.
I'll have to look. Yeah, absolutely. So right here. That could be good. I can't see it.
Yeah, they snatched him up. They snatched him up.
I'll have to look into him and find out more about him. I'm not too up to date on them.
Okay, but you tell me they're doing the same thing, but apparently they're not. They went and got somebody who's a head. Wait, hold up. They went and got somebody who was a director of personnel for the scouting for Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank you for giving me more for scouting. So
players.
So what is he? So he's not even going to be. We're not even going to be able to utilize him till next season. He's a scout that you go for drafting guys. We're not even utilizing him right now.
Scouting
you said he was a scout.
Scouting is not just for drafting. You should know that.
Scouting all year round, man. That's
scouting is scout other players from other teams too. They scout other players
for bringing in guys. No, what is a scout
do? You can't hear me?
a scout.
Can you guys
Scout
hear me?
players.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I can hear you. I can hear
yeah,
you.
scout players. Not just for the draft. They also scout players from other teams too. This guy might be released. He's be a good fit for our team.
Wait, hold on. Wait, so what is his title? What are his titles again? Because is he scout for player personnel or he's a scout?
Okay.
Huh?
I'm gonna tell you right now. He was mostly served as senior scouting for Philadelphia Eagles. Now he's the president.
Peter Pete just said it. He goes, he was the Eagles GM's right hand man. That's who we brought over.
Now he's the president of player personnel.
Thanks, Sal.
So basically, he's there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's a player personnel.
Scouting. Scouting just don't scout for. They don't scout college. Just all that. They have a whole branch for that. He's player personnel. He's gonna scout players from other teams, like right now. Teams are gonna cut when they cut their players down to 53. They're gonna look at it like this guy might fit what we doing. So he's gonna try to bring him in. Okay? Scouting just not for college.
Yeah. So what? So that's what I'm trying to clarify and understand what you're describing. Because player personnel, I mean, is he like the on the field player personnel, or is he the media for training for media? Is he the off the field guy? Is he the player development? There's multiple things in player personnel. Just because you're player personnel doesn't mean you actually do anything about coaching.
He's the president of player personnel, so he can have people on him do different things.
So So that's what I'm saying. He's just managing people. He's not even talking to players. Is what I'm saying.
Why should
he doesn't? If he's the president, or if he's the president of player personnel, that means that means he manages the scout.
I like him. If you look it up, player personnel yourself, and see what they do. Basically, he's in charge of player personnel, in charge of all that. He has a team under him to go do the college scouting. He has some guys under him go do the pro scouting. He has all that under him. He's the president of that. He was the right hand man GM to the Philadelphia Eagles, and you know how well they drafted. So we're gonna bring his expertise. Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Did we bring him on before?
I'm a silent.
Did we hire him before the draft or after the draft? That's what I'm asking. Because if we brought him after the draft,
they brought him May 15th, just recently.
So that's what I'm saying. So he had.
But the point I'm trying to make to you is
what's his impact going to be?
The point that I'm making to you is that you keep going back what they used to do. The Raiders are bringing in people to help the organization out. They wouldn't have brought this guy in last year or 2 years ago. 3 years ago.
So we have to wait and see. And I got you. But right now, so we have to wait to see him next year during the draft. That's when we'll get to see what he can do.
No,
not necessarily, because you're going to have free agents, players that get dropped. They're going to be part of that scouting process to make sure these guys are worth bringing in.
Now, college,
everybody. Forget, there's still undrafted free agents out there that they'll be looking at too. Right?
Yeah,
there's plenty of cut players.
There's plenty of stuff for the scouting. The scouting team is not just for the draft. I mean, that's a year-round job. These guys are hustling.
Mm-hmm. Is anybody we sign in free agency going to be impactful enough for us to do anything? Are the guys that are not signed right now, are they going to be that impactful that they're going to improve our team that much? No. Everybody who was a free agent that was worth signing is already signed. Anybody that's still out there is someone that is going to be a last-minute guy for a playoff team that just needs a body. The guys that are still not signed, that have not signed a contract, aren't guys that people are looking to put a franchise on. They're a hired mercenary at this point, so they're not going to be impacting the team like that because they've already would have been signed. Now, if we were a team that needed one or two players because we were 2 or 3 players away and we had injuries and we were ready to win now, yes, we would absolutely need his skill set. But right now we're a team that's developing. So we're not even going to be able to utilize his skill set until next season where we can really see his impact. So right now, the team that we have constructed, he had no part of. There's no impact from him. Now, from what you're saying, yes, We're doing something different. We're bringing in someone from an
Yeah.
organization that has been doing it the right way. You are
Moving
right with
forward.
that. You're right
Moving
with that.
forward. Moving forward.
It's something that's
Like I
moving
said,
forward.
he's just not scouting just for college. He's scouting the whole NFL. Everybody that put a football helmet on. He's looking at all the players. Like the coach might say, "Damn, we need another somebody on the punt team to block."
Mm-hmm.
Well, shoot, who we got? And not that good. We need somebody else. He might go look every other team who cut players or who's on practice squads and look at there and say their film and say that, you know what, I'm just looking at this guy ready. Let's get him. That's his job too. It's not just college. They scout. They
No,
scout the whole year
true.
round.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope you're more right than I am, is what I'm saying. I want you to be more right than I am because the thing that happens a lot of times is that they'll put someone in position just to have the title. Like Marv Lewis. He has a title on the team, but really what is his responsibility?
That was a joke. I agree with that. That
But
was a
that
joke. I agree with that. That made no sense at all. He just got on the team just to get a paycheck. That he didn't do
so,
anything.
and that's my thing. I want to know what his because I really do want to know what his responsibilities are because I know you have a title, but what really is your responsibility? And we have a lot of guys like that have titles in key places, but it's a head scratcher. Like, why is he in that position? It doesn't make sense, and that's where my indecision comes in, or I question
Right.
because we have that. Our track record is that doesn't just and
I know.
unfortunately, you and I both know that isn't something that changes overnight. You
Oh yeah,
know
I know
that.
that. I know that.
You,
But
but
also,
that's
I
what,
also,
but you're
also,
saying
JT, also, Gigi, I can't live in the past what we used to do. If they're doing things, let's see, let's give them a check because this is not the same people. These are different people. Okay, like I said, if they fail, they fall flat on their face. Yeah, okay, JT was right. I agree with you.
Mhm.
You're right. But like I
Yeah.
said, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna put it out there like, well, they doing the same shit every year. No, well, now look like they're doing something different. It comes from the top, the very top. So
Mhm.
let's see what's up. I'm not gonna say I didn't gonna say they're gonna win Super Bowl. I didn't say they're gonna even get the playoffs. I said maybe they're a 10-win team. That's what I'm
Mhm.
looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go for that. And I know it's gonna take a couple years to maybe get this ship right. It don't take overnight. It never does. Some teams go from worst to first. It's happened in the past and you've seen it. They
Yeah.
go from worst to first. It happens in the past. It happens in the past. I'm
But
not
you
saying the
have.
Raiders are going to be that,
Mhm.
but I do want to see improvement in the way they run the team, the way they
Yeah.
play on the field, the offensive call, the defensive call, all that. I want to see an improvement from last year. That's all I want to see.
And that's yeah. I absolutely want to see that too. But the thing is, we have to commit to one of the two things. You either fully rebuild or you fully want to win now and you bring in guys that can finish a roster and build a roster and complete the roster.
I
Like
think
I'm
they come
tired
here.
of I'm tired of seeing Max just left on an island because we don't want to bring guys who really can enhance him. Max should be a superstar in the league. He should have the super max. But
You
they're
know
not
what?
doing that. And
You
and
know why?
yeah,
You know why? You know why? But the Raiders didn't have that much money anyway, but they did have money. You know why these players didn't want to sign with the Raiders? Because back then they were a shit organization. I'm gonna say that they were a crap organization. They had bad coaching, bad management, bad everything. I'm not gonna put my NFL career on the line to play for you guys for a check. Because a lot of
that,
players,
yeah, you can't.
a lot of players, believe it or not, they want the money, but a lot of players are competitive. They play football all their lives. They want to win. They want to win that ring. That ring. They want to. They want to be in the Hall of Fame. You know, that's the dream of any football player that plays football since they were elementary playing Pop Warner. Okay, that's why we couldn't get free agents. Now they're changing the dynamics of this ownership and the dynamics of the front office. They say, "Ooh, now I can play for the Raiders now because look, they're trying to do something." For
Hmm.
years, we're gonna get nobody over here. Oh, we got people at the end of their careers, pay them all that goddamn money for what? So they have a paycheck. They didn't want to win. They just want a paycheck because they're in their career. They're not going to do anything.
But
I'm here.
and you was I agree with a lot of that except a little bit of the end. And I do want to respond to that previous message about him saying Magic Johnson. when Magic Johnson became the minority owner, I believe Magic Johnson was the only person that was talking about the Dodgers. We didn't even really look like he was a minority owner when he first signed on with the Dodgers and took over. It was only Magic Johnson doing the interviews. So, and Tom Brady just signed on because a lot of people didn't like the Dodgers owner at the time before he sold it. Because he was doing some shady, he was doing some smart business decisions, but to fans it looked shady. So they only have Magic Johnson talking, and right now Mark Davis is in the same predicament right now with the tickets. As a fan, I'm not happy about the ticket prices. As a fan, I'm not happy about the team. So of course, I don't want to put my face out there and do the interview. Let me go send out the guy who the face is. Absolutely, he would do that.
But also, you know what? In all honesty, respect to both guys, Brady and Magic Johnson, you're talking about two totally different personalities too. Magic Johnson loves the limelight. He's going to get out there and he can talk it up with the best of them. Brady's not that type of guy. Never has been. Never will be. So you're not going to see him come out and be that open guy and do the talking. So it makes sense if he's not. Magic Johnson, yeah, I'd rather have him out in front of the mic representing the team because he's got that personality where he can change the momentum of a press conference. Even if the press conference is going bad, he can swing it to his favor. Because all he's going to do is make a couple different comments and people will be like, ha, start laughing. And next thing you know, everything's forgotten about and they move on to other questions.
Yeah.
He's got that personality. Brady doesn't have that. Brady's all serious.
I question it because
trust me,
Brady
I live in New England. I hate Brady more than just about anybody. I can't stand him. I've said this before. If he walked into this room right now, even though he's a part owner of my favorite team, the team I love and will die for, I would still punch Brady in the face if he walked in.
Okay, I'll take that. I was gonna say, please say punch and not spit. Okay, so my thing is this. Yes, I felt like that until he gives us a championship. I have not forgiven him.
What's up, Rebel?
Until he gives us a Lombardi, I have not forgiven him. I don't care if he signed with us.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
I'm fine with that too.
That's one. Two is the optic of him standing on the podium compared to Mark Davis is 100% better look. Because he can talk football and he can still swindle fans who don't want to see Mark, who knows he doesn't know football. You can't say that about Tom. Tom also is going to get respect from the reporters, where they're not going to ask him that chippy question that can make him look stupid or look bad, and he's going to be able to narrate all that. Mark can't do that yet, and Mark doesn't really care to have to do that, and he doesn't even have to want to do that because he's a billionaire. He don't have to care about that. Tom still does. So that's where the optics come in. He says, yeah, but the biggest thing is Magic Johnson was a basketball player who brought a baseball team. Tom is a Hall of Famer, 7-time Super Bowl champ. I don't understand that correlation. At the end of the day, there were players who then became owners. Magic did it in basketball and he bought a baseball team. Brady did in football and he was lucky enough to get a football team. Do I agree with Brady being able to do that? No, but it is what it is. And honestly, let's be real. Tom Brady definitely have an advantage of buying a football team over Magic Johnson buying a baseball team. I think Tom is going to know a lot more than Magic is going to learn about his team that he owns. Right. So with that, and then I was trying to respond to you. So yeah, about I agree with some of it, and I agree with what part.
Hey, Gord, I'm kind of over it, but I'm not saying I would continuously punch him in the face. I just want to hit him once, just to let him know that Raider Nation still doesn't like you.
Look, I'll say this:
but then after that, if I can get one shot on him, then I'm cool with it. After that, after that, I'm cool with him being an owner.
Let me ask you: if he brings us a Super Bowl, do we still have the image of wanting to punch him in the face?
Yeah.
Maybe not as much.
I'll let it go. If
maybe I'll just slap him. I won't punch him.
Jeff, you telling me you waited 40 years and he brings us a Super Bowl and you still gonna want to punch him in the face after 40 years?
Maybe a hard slap.
I haven't been.
Maybe it would be maybe about that much. Still would have a little bit of.
I haven't been
maybe
a
I'll
fan
punch him in
for
the
40
chest.
years. I've been
Maybe I'll
alive
punch
for
him in the
40. I
chest.
haven't been a fan for 40. If Tom Brady brings me a chip, hey, man, he gonna get a hug from me. You gonna
I
get
ain't
a hug
hugging him.
from me. If you
Maybe
bring
I'll
me a
give him
Super
a kick
Bowl,
in the shin, but that's about it.
nah, it was like I said, just bring. Look, I'm to the point where you stole a dynasty from us, but man, I just want a ball, man. I'm to the point where I like you. It happened. I'm let that go. As long as you bring us one, I forgive you.
Yeah.
See, but for me, the hatred's a little bit rougher because I live here and I had to deal with Patriots fans for 20 years of that bullshit. And
How long
then,
you been?
oh, we're great.
I
You
thought I
guys
heard
suck. We
that
beat
accent.
you in the snow.
How long
I
you been
heard
a
it.
fan?
That's why it still stings for me because I
Mm-hmm.
still live in this territory and I
Sorry.
still have to hear it from them.
How
As
long you
much
been
as
a
the
fan?
Patriots have sucked in the last 4 years, five
I'm not
years,
gonna.
still hear it.
I'm. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I was there when they did that when Chandler Jones caught the fumble. I wish I was there for that.
How long you
I
I
been a
had
would.
fan?
fun with that one. I had fun with
Yeah.
that one for a while.
I wonder how did they feel about that?
Wait,
They didn't
wait.
want to talk about it.
Can you guys hear me? How
Yeah.
you been? How long you been a fan, JT?
Nobody would talk about
Uh,
it. I would have to continuously bring it up.
my
Interesting if
whole
you did.
football life.
And how long is that?
I've been
How many
alive
years?
for 40. I say I've been when I really because I started in college first. Uh, I fell in love with college ball before pro, but I would say probably about 30 years when I was 10.
30 years.
Yeah, because I was baseball. I was baseball before football. Then I got into football.
So you didn't see the Raiders win their last Super Bowl, then? You didn't see that, right?
I was like a couple. I mean, I was alive, but I wasn't like super fanned out. No, I seen it, but I didn't establish myself as a fan at that time. So
Well, what
no, I
year were
don't.
you born?
84.
Yeah. Oh, so you're
Oh,
saying
so you're only a year old.
my son was born the same year. He
I
didn't
was,
see
I
it
was
either.
here, but I wasn't.
He was a
Stand.
Raider. He's a Raider fan now. My son's born in '84,
Yeah,
so yeah, he's a Raider
my
fan. Yeah.
yeah, my
So
family's all Raider fans, but I
what
would say I chose to become at probably 8 or 9, 10 around that time.
what me and Jeff going through years as a Raider fan experience more than you can realize
Hmm.
because we're sitting and waiting too. We saw that's how me and Connecticut we saw the bullshit that was going on in the Raider organization. We saw it. We lived it. So what I'm saying to you is like the only thing you've seen in your years as a Raider fan, not putting you down or anything like that. I'll put no Raider fan down. What you seen was the bad for 30 something years, all the way through. Bad
Well, no,
decisions, bad
but we
wait,
weren't at
bad
that
play
time.
making. They had a
Cool
couple of
Kevin,
good
that team
years.
that was too.
Yeah,
They had a
but I'm
couple,
talking about
they had a
from
couple of good
nine
years.
from like 90. We weren't like bad in
No,
90,
no. Well, let me fi-
97 to
let
2002.
me finish. Let me finish what I was saying first. Then let me
Yeah.
let you say. I've been saying though, you saw more bad. You saw good. We had a couple of good years that we were good, pretty good, but most of the years it was pretty bad. Bad coaching, bad management, bad front office, no money, bad players. You saw more of that than you saw good.
Yeah. I wasn't
Yeah,
around for the
so-
glory days.
yeah, exactly. We were around the glory days and we were so dominant, we were happy. Then we saw what happened. The ship sunk or sinking. So
Hmm.
we saw the good, the bad, and ugly. You basically saw mostly the bad and then the ugly. You didn't see the good.
Well, see, I would say, yeah, I didn't get to see the good, and
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be someone who can actually play and change that if I would have got drafted or picked up when going to like off season training. But I would say I've seen the Raiders have multiple opportunities really to turn the corner,
Mm-hmm.
and they just refused to.
Yeah.
So it's not like well, in a sense, it's a lot of it wasn't the players' fault more than it
No.
was management fault. It
Yeah.
wasn't players' fault
Mm.
because we've had players, we've had guys, and we've had opportunities. It really was just bad decision making from certain departments and certain roles. But
Yeah.
you're right, yes. But predominantly, my in my life, the Raiders have not been a winning organization.
That was Jim Rome.
Yeah. So see, so that's why I asked you how long you were. And
But
what you're saying now, you've
but I do
been
history.
used to
I
it.
do
You've
know
been used to
history.
them. You've been used to it.
My mom is history major. I do know history, so I have seen it. Have I?
Yeah.
I have not felt it. That's the difference. I have not felt it like
Right.
y'all
Yeah.
felt it.
Yeah. That's the
But
difference.
do I know it? Do I see it? Am I educated on it? Have I talked to OG? Have I talked to Violator? Have I talked to Captain? Yeah, I've talked to them personally. I know, I know them, so I am aware of it. And I've been around winning organizations to know how to win. I've seen it. I've been in it. I know what it takes to win. Have not been in a locker room that has won. I know people who have been in locker rooms that have won. I know the difference. I've seen the difference. I know when a team is trying to do everything they can to win, or trying to do everything they can to build a team and a contending team. I know an organization is not doing that.
Yeah.
I know when an organization is just putting things out there just to have a product. And putting a product out there is very misleading and can look it's deceiving, because the look gives you the optimistic or the optics that they're actually trying to do something and change something when they're really not. And that's what the Raiders are known for doing. Is doing what looks good. And we're still doing that now. Because if we really were trying to build for the future, unfortunately, you don't bring on Geno Smith. Look, AOC has been in the league long enough. Hey, you're gonna have to take your licks. You've been here, it would be year 3 for him. He's a starting quarterback at year 3. If you're rebuilding, he's good enough. He's gonna have to take his licks, he's gonna have to learn how to win. He's ready now. He's been behind a guy who's been in the playoffs. He's been a guy who's been to a Super Bowl. He's been behind guys who's been on Super Bowl caliber teams. He's been behind a Super Bowl caliber coach. 2 different coaches who had Super Bowl coaching. He's been behind a guy who's been to a Pro Bowl. So he's prepared and he's ready as he's ever going to be. A lot of it's going to be on the field training. He's just going to have to learn. You have to get his feet wet. He's ready now. Year 1 and year 2, he wasn't ready. Year 3, he's ready.
I agree with that, because ALC never got a chance to do anything, but that last regime just totally screwed him over. He didn't get a chance to do anything.
He physically could have done it. He mentally wasn't prepared.
Like Jeff said, they brought Geno Smith. They need a veteran quarterback to help guide this team. Maybe help AOC and help the new Cam Miller. Well, but like I said, if they're not happy with Geno Smith, that's out. They can get rid of him.
No, but that's my thing. You bring in Geno Smith when you're ready to win now as a veteran quarterback.
They must be confident. They said they're ready to win now. It's not about that. We are ready for them to win now, but
absolutely,
they're not saying that.
But that's my problem.
They're not saying Super Bowl bust. They're not saying that.
Yeah, but then
every team will go Super Bowl. But
yeah, then we invested our money wrong. We could have invested it in players who are free agents that we could have signed.
Like who? Players, give me an example, because there wouldn't be that much free agents out there.
I'll be honest with you. If we were ready to win now, what I would have done, I would have signed Myles Garrett. I would have signed Myles Garrett and had the best defensive line. Now you can't run on us. Yeah, Myles Garrett on the right, you are Max on the left. Now you have 2 guys that are going to have 15 sacks each apiece. And then when it gets 3rd and long, you still have Malcolm Cooch. You still can even bring in Tyree Wilson and put him in the middle.
Okay.
So they can't just do a little screen and dump it off in the middle. Like that's what I'm saying. Like little things like they were not.
That's one free agent. What's the next free agent?
I'll have to find my list.
I'm just gonna take a time out here for a second. Just want to do a PSA to everybody that's in the chat. Make sure you hit all 4 of us up here that's on the panel right now. You got myself, then you got Chris 4 Raiders, then you got Raider Twan down below, and then you got up for review. JT, make sure you guys get to all 4 of our channels. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe, hit the notification, hit the thumbs up. I know myself, Chris, and Twan are all streaming right now, so make sure you bounce around through the channels, especially to Chris and Twan. Help get the numbers up. We got to help our brothers out here and get them to that next level. There was a question. I'm going to pop the question up. I'm going to answer real quick, and then I'm going to go out for a smoke. Rock asked, who has the better running back room, Genty or Mostert for us, or Najee and O'Marion for the Chargers? I'm going to answer it quick. I'm going to go with the Chargers right now, to be honest with you.
I don't know because I haven't seen anything on field yet. I don't know who got the best running back room.
Out of the two, I'm going to have to go with that one because Najee's got more of a veteran presence. He's not just a speedy back like Mostert. I think Mostert's like kind of like a one-trick pony. Marion's going to be a different type of player. So it's going to be interesting to see how that backfield works together in LA with the Chargers. I'm going to have to go with that one. So talk amongst yourself. I'll be right back.
I don't know.
But
it looks like
you would have to go with the Chargers because one person on that list is not proven, and already he's being coached to change a bad habit that one of his coaches feel. So you would go with the Chargers. Also, they have a coach who is better, who is a heavy run coach. Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah,
now I will say Chip Kelly is he's a good coach for running backs. You're going to look good as a running back, and I think Zamir White is probably going to be our number 2. Or you know what? I'm not even going to say that because I don't trust him. I know he's going to look a lot better.
That's exactly what you said earlier. That's exactly what I said earlier. I said this Zamir White can look a lot better than last year because Kelly's going to put him in position to run better, give him certain plays to run that fits his style of running. So I think he'll be a better run back this year than last year. Not saying he's going to break the 1,000 yards, but definitely he'll get probably better than 2.8 yards a carry.
Well, yeah, no, he's going to look a lot better. One, because Chip Kelly is going to help him visually see the field.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but like Luke Getsy is a terrible quarterback, and he's a guy that he can make a good player look terrible.
Getsy, offensive coordinator.
Yes,
was the worst thing they did. I don't know what the hell they was thinking about, but anyway, that's history. That's done.
To answer the question though, for me, I say the Chargers, and that is easy. That's an easy one. You as much as we like Genty, Amari and Hampton was just as he was in that bracket of running backs coming out of the draft. So you can almost say that's apples and oranges. You know what I'm saying? It's about the same thing. And then when you talk about behind that, the veteran running back, Najee Harris is way better than Mostert. So you have the Chargers actually better in that situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because that's one thing I would have drafted. That's my running back I would have drafted was Hampton. That's when I was like pounding tape for Hampton or one of the guys from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Junkies or the other guy. So that's what I was pounding tape with. Genty, they picked him. Okay, we got him. So nothing we do about it. I was too happy. Drafted, I wasn't really that ecstatic about getting him, but what can I do? But I had other choices that I would have took.
Yeah. Yeah, I was very high on Hampton. Actually very, very high in the sense of he was right in that bracket of guys that I would have drafted, saying, at running back. It was him, Amari and Hampton. It was obviously Genty was on that list, but Amari and Hampton was one, and then Travion Henderson was my other guy that I was really high on. At that high in the draft, especially drafting that high in value. There is a lot of guys, and you guys heard me talk about this a lot about the running backs. There was plenty of guys that could have been either rotational guys or, saying starters in the later rounds because the running back class of this draft was very deep.
The biggest I've seen in all my years of watching the draft, that was the biggest running back class I've seen ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
This year? Yeah. I don't think it was as deep. It was deep for college, but I didn't see that much NFL talent personally.
It was deep because usually the running back class leaning that big because you get running backs later in the draft and everything. But this class was pretty deep with getting running back class. There's a lot of running backs in there. Not saying they're gonna be starters day one, but it still was deep. Like you said, rotational back and forth. I haven't seen it this deep in a while.
And even further, the Chargers, unfortunately, their room is even better because the other guy that I like, they got him. I believe they got him as a UDFA, and that was Raheem Sanders from South Carolina. I loved watching his tape and was hoping that he could, eventually be a piece to our room. But they ended up adding him. So you have Najee Harris, you have Amarian Hampton, and Raheem Sanders. So their running back room is better than ours, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree with that because we got Genty, then the assistant McCormick. I thought would be a star running back last year, but for some reason he wasn't. And then when he comes in, he does well and gets hurt. He was hurt on the practice squad, so I'm like, you're not good to us if you're gonna be hurt all the time. So let's see if he's gonna get better this year or is he gonna be out. So that's another guy that I'm looking out for to see if he can get on the field and stay on the field.
Yeah. I can't argue with that.
I know, Jitch, you made a lot of good points. I see what you're saying, where you're going at.
No.
Not old, but I see different changes in what they've been doing in the front office. Because, like I said, the team's not successful unless you got somebody on the top floor making decisions that makes the team better. And I think that they probably are getting some guys better. I don't know for sure, but the proof's in the pudding. Let's see how they do this upcoming season. Like I said, if they go 4-13 again, and then the following year they go 3-6, 3-15 or whatever. Yeah, you were right. They're doing the same shit they've been doing for the past 40-something years.
No, not 3-14. I didn't say that. I said we got 7 wins coming from my side. 7, not 3-14.
If they were to go that, I'll just say, if they were to go that, they look like crap on the field. Yeah, but nah. Even seven wins for a team that's trying to build up whatever they're trying to build to, all right, that's not acceptable to me, but I'll take it better than 4-13 any day. As long as we don't get swept in the AFC West, everybody just sweeping us again. No, I can't put that in.
Sorry, fellas, that can happen.
They can't have that.
I'm looking this up. Okay, so I'm bringing up the free agent list on my list that I had. So I will say this is if we were building to win now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who I would have brought in, right? At certain positions, because there's a lot of positions that we could have improved on. My main one, if I was to win now, like to win now, playoff, to make a playoff team. The team I see right now, I don't see it as a playoff team. To make a playoff team, what I would have done, I have to pick a side of the ball, really, that I'm going to focus on. Right? I'm gonna pick a side of the ball. If I'm gonna pick a side of the ball, I'm going to pick the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to work with that more than I'm going to try and make something with the offense. I know I have a little bit there. I have more pieces to work with on defense. I have a solidified grade A guy who is a Hall of Famer on my defensive line. I have an opportunity to bring in another Hall of Famer with Myles Garrett. I could have brought in Von Miller. I could have brought in Jadeveon Clowney. Now I would have went for Myles Garrett. If I didn't get him, I probably would have got 2. I would have either got from these 3, Jadeveon Clowney, Von Miller, or Shaquille Barrett. I would have tried to get 2 of those 3 on my defensive line. Then I would have went From those are just the edge rushers. If I'd have went defensive, I mean, sure, you could even. I wouldn't have did it, but you could have also brought Khalil Mack back.
You know what? If they were okay. So you're saying Garrett now. If you know that everyone got Garrett and then signed Max Crosby to that contract and signed Garrett, you know how much money they would have left to do anything with?
We would have a lot of money still left because Max would have renegotiated because he sees, oh, you're for real.
He already signed. Well, I'm saying he already signed it.
Max would have restructured it.
I know.
No, because this is the thing. Before we even gave Max that money, if we were moving like that, like, hey, yo, Miles is there. I would have went to Max before it even got to the point I'm gonna restructure. Hey, how do you feel if we went after Miles? Would you restructure even more?
He probably would
You
have.
do that from rip. That's what I'm saying. As an organization, you do that before you even talk to Max. That's gonna be my bargaining piece with Max. Like, hey, you have an opportunity.
How do we know we didn't go after Garrett? We could have talked to him
tonight.
I'm sorry.
How do you know we didn't go after Garrett? Nobody
We
said we didn't.
We didn't. We didn't.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because we weren't committed to giving him the money he was asking for. We didn't even get past calling the free. We called his agent. We called the agent. The agent told us the price. We said, "Have a good day." That's exactly how the conversation went.
Okay.
We called. He said, he's like, "Oh, I was waiting. I'm expecting a couple more calls. What we working with? We looking for this." It wasn't just the overall money. It was either going to be the years or the money.
Mm-hmm.
We could have gave him we had the years. We had the money to give him. He just wanted a little bit more years, I think, from what I hear. And they said, have a good day. And a lot of teams said that. But
a lot of teams went after him.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you really want to win, you're gonna have to pay that ticket. Then you have to restructure and push stuff on the end. You have to learn. This is where GMs make their money. This is where the GMs has to make his money. You're gonna have to commit to something. But you telling me you got Max Crosby and Myles Garrett? That offensive room is terrified now. Yo, we really can't run the ball on the edge. We're gonna have to try and run to the middle. Now you almost took away half of their play calls just with that alone. You done simplified the game for your corners. We got young corners.
Okay.
Right? We got young corners that really get lost when they have to cover somebody. You ain't got to worry about having to cover that long when you got the two best defensive ends in the league.
Oh yeah, okay. So they offered the money, he didn't want it, he moved on. Who else would you sign? Who else?
I would have went after Owe. Who was Owe DeZiga? I would have went after him. If, like I said, I would have went after Owe for the inside, or I would have went after I would have went after. I know people might not like this. I probably would have went after Solomon Thomas back as the defensive tackle. Solid defensive tackle, holds up well, good against the run, moves the line. He would have taught our younger guys.
Yeah, it's a fun thing about free agency. It's like you can go after if you want to. It's up to them whether they want to come here or not. And like I said, it's very been a trash organization for the past few years. Some players didn't want to come here. I don't care because some players they took less money to go somewhere else. They'd rather go somewhere else than come here. So that's the key to that. It's not like, well, we could have went after them. Okay, we probably did. Probably often the same amount of money the other team did. But they said, why would I play for you and ruin my career? So you gotta look at that aspect too.
And that's the thing. When you have a bad history, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. And that's what I'm saying. When you and if you really change, if the Raiders really are trying to turn that corner and change the tune, players will start coming here. They won't take less to go somewhere else. Because right now, players are not taught to take less. Like, this is what I want to tell you. Because you said most people right now are playing to get that ring and get in the Hall of Fame. They're not. Most guys right now are playing to get that contract. They want the most money and the maximum money the fastest. They're not playing for the Hall of Fame. They're not playing for the ring.
I didn't say most. You put in words. I said it's a lot. I said a lot of these players do play just more than contract. They want to play in the Hall of Fame. They do want to be a Super
No, they
Bowl
don't.
champ.
They
Yes.
do not. They do not care about the Hall of Fame no more. They don't. Guys
And
do
you
not
know,
care about the Hall. They
and
do
you,
not
and you
care
know,
about the Hall of Fame. And sucks to say, a lot of people,
and you know this how? How do you know this?
because I work with
Talk to
kids.
every player
Must be
you
my
talk to every
question.
player in the NFL.
Not to every player in the
Okay,
NFL.
then
No,
you can't say that. Then you can't say that. So you can
I've
say
talked
some
to.
players do, some players do. I'm just saying though, you can't
I'm saying
say
the
that.
older players. Yeah, I can, because I talk to majority of the kids who come up. I know majority of the kids who are in college. None of them care about the Hall of Fame because it doesn't do anything for them financially. These kids are not taught about. None of these kids don't even know history. A lot of these kids don't even know. They can't memorize 50 plays. These kids don't know football like that. They don't understand history like that. They don't even understand legacy no
Give you
more.
that. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe so.
So,
I mean,
so, so
I'll give
if
you that. I'm just saying though, but you can't say all these players don't say that. But a lot
no,
of them
no,
probably don't. A lot of players don't. Probably not.
okay,
You know, you could be
let me
right,
say.
could be wrong. But I'm just saying though, some players like they grew up dreaming of being a NFL player and getting a Super Bowl and get that championship. They definitely dream about that. You can't tell
And
these players go through all their life playing football and everything just to go make a paycheck. Of course they do. Who don't want to make a paycheck? I would
yeah,
love to be a football player, man, making $20 million. Oh, I love to be a football player. Be a third string football player, make 200,000 a year. Man, I'm happy with. I'm
See,
not
they don't.
happy with that,
no,
but I'm
What's
just
up,
saying that.
Lakers for life?
Of course, they won't get paid. That's
But
obvious.
what these kids don't realize, though, is if you make it to the Hall of Fame, that's just another notch in your belt. It's another way to market you to make more money in the future too, because you
Mhm.
add that title, that puts you in another bracket right there. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
People will look at you differently because you've got that gold jacket. That's a totally different. That's why I don't
A
understand why they
club.
would say that. The Hall of
I,
Fame's
I,
not.
yeah, I agree with both
It's
you
a
guys.
club. It's an elite club that you belong to now. It's like nobody else in that club but you and a few other people.
True, you would say that, but it's not respected. I know that I can tell you the kids don't respect it no more because the guys who are in the league, it's even amongst Hall of Famers, there's a tier list of Hall of Famers that are respected and some that aren't. That's the thing. And right now, how we're coaching kids and how they're being taught is that they're taught to be you're a business. Kids are being taught they're a business. You need to get an LLC. I need to get insurance. I know 5 kids right now in high school who have insurance if they get injured because they're getting NIL money.
That's been on there
They're
for a
getting-
while. That's
huh?
a no. Yeah, now they get an IL number, but
No,
now
NIL. But okay, before,
but that was like even out of high school, it's the same way. They're
yeah,
taught
no,
the same way. They say, hey, you go play professional. You guys treat it as a business, not a sport.
yeah,
I
but
know
they're being
that.
taught that in high school now. Is what I'm saying. Even
Oh,
right now,
they've been doing that. I was in high school. They were teaching that too.
no, yeah,
That's how
but
they been doing that. They say
yeah,
if you go in there and treat it as a business. Make sure you know how the value of the money and how value the dollar is. Now, as a sports that you playing like for free out in the middle of the street.
yeah.
This is a business. They've been taught that in high school a long time for a long time. So that's not new. The NIL is new. That's what they got to learn how.
Well, no, the
That's
NIL is just legal now. The NIL
yeah,
was under the table before.
yeah,
That's
I
the
know.
difference. So
Yeah,
the thing is, but the thing is, right now is it's it's people. Right now, a Super Bowl ring is only worth about $35,000. If you get a Super Bowl ring, you're not really remembered after 10 to 12 years if you're not the star player of the team. Majority of people who have a Super Bowl ring, you don't even know what they look like. So a lot of guys don't care about that because 35 grand ain't gonna do nothing when I've been making 10 million on a year or 4 or 5
that's
million a year.
that's what all sports. It's not just football. That's what all sports.
But that's
It
what I'm
might
saying.
what
But
sport it is. Unless
that,
unless
that
it's the, unless you listen to like golf or something like that, single tennis player or something like that. Yeah, of course. But you talking about team sports. It's like that always because when the team wins a championship, you gonna remember that at least star player. You gonna remember who's the star of that team.
you
But
but it went further.
the rest of the guys, you don't he can walk up to you in your face and show his ring. Hey, I won. When did you win that? Oh yeah, you were on that team. Yeah, of course.
Hmm.
That's factual. That's where it goes.
Yeah, but like the team sponsor and all that, it's not sucks to say it's less team, more me now. Like there's a lot of less team camaraderie now. Like guys aren't really playing for the team. Those guys are few and far in between. When you have them, you love them.
Yeah, because
Team,
some players, why do some players in their contract year have their best career, their best career of the season? Because they want that new contract with either this team or another team. It's
and a
always
lot of people say that's selfish because you could have been playing like this for the last 3 years and you only play like this year when you have something that you want. They're not playing for the team. That's selfish ball.
mm-hmm. I
Because you
agree with
could have
that.
been, yeah, because they could have been playing like that before. But now when it's hey, it's my time to sign, meaning that they're going to get that extra yards. They're going
That's
to
why.
fight for those two. That
That's
means
why
they're not putting it on
if
their
I'm
own.
Joe, if I'm Joe manager, I'll get these guys on their contract year. They can play because they're gonna play their ass off to get through contract. So there you go. So
Well, some of it is guys are playing, but then some of it is actually guys are stepping up and the team stepping up to get the guy the contract. That happens a lot.
yeah,
You see like or in incentives. You see the incentives. But a lot of it it's it's I hate to say this about the youth. They're dumb. It's the league is becoming dumber by the day. The IQ is getting dumber by the day because the money is getting higher by the day.
yeah,
It's just going up. So the more money that they can get, the dumber they're going to be.
yeah.
And the dumber you are, the less you are about legacy, the less you are about winning. Because it's you're only about yourself.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. It's
The
all about
NIL screwed colleges. That's what
yeah,
it is.
it's about the dollar. Yeah, I could definitely I can't disagree with that because that was all about
Boosters,
Comes to
going all about
NIL.
playing.
I
You
think
know,
boosters.
it's
like I
more
said
Yeah.
common.
before a while back, it was all about playing for that ring, playing to open the Hall of Fame. It
Yeah.
was about that a while back. Maybe not now because I'm not in touch with the youth like I was. Maybe they changed mine because it's all about that. Like Jeff said,
Well,
just
see,
screw.
the thing is, the ring is the icing on the cake now. It's not like before. It was the ring is everything because the ring used to lead to sponsorship. The ring used to lead to commercials. The ring used to lead to you get that that Disneyland commercial. I'm going to Disney. When they win,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
the ring would give you the money. That's not how it is anymore. The ring doesn't do anything for you no more. The ring is just an heirloom that you put in your counter. And then when you die, your family will sell it off because it's valued at whatever that the person
Still,
wants to value
still,
it.
still in place who won the ring, man, auction them off and everything already. So that's the way it is.
All right,
Well,
but
those are the ones that are bad with their money. That's the problem.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
exactly,
true. But
exactly.
even if you watch, there's certain players now that actually will tell kids get the most money you can because they've been screwed over by the league. Like Gilbert Arenas will never say do stuff for the team, do it for yourself. Like people who are influential in the world today when it comes to sports, they never say be friendlier to the team, be friendlier to yourself. You get as much money as you can while you can. That's not in most that means that you're not doing anything for the team. You're not trying to be team friendly deal because
Yeah.
they know they've known the business, they've seen the business before they got there. They were in the business, then they got screwed over by the business, and they will tell them the business is always going to be the business. It's never going to change.
No, well, the team's not gonna be loyal to you unless you help bring butts in those seats and get ticket sales up. They ain't gonna be loyal to you.
Yeah,
They're
so
gonna
that's
put yeah, yeah. I understand that. That's all. That's what business. That's how business work.
but that's the
So
thing.
No,
what can you do for me? If you
Yeah,
can't
and
do anything for me, then I'm gonna let you go and get somebody else to do for me, while I get more money in my pocket. And if I get more in my pocket, I'll put a little more in your pocket if you do what you're supposed to do.
correct. But there's organizations that have hit it better
Mm-hmm.
and been friendlier to teams than other organizations, and
Oh, yeah.
we're the other and the Raiders unfortunately are the other organization that have not done well with that.
And if you know, look at the football playoffs and everything. You know, it's always usually the same 3 or 4 teams at the top of the threshold, always because they have well-run organizations.
Hmm.
I gotta
Well,
ask Jay. I gotta ask you a question. What is your platform on your channel? I mean, are you positive with the Raiders, or you just go for the controversy? I'm just curious because I'm trying to
I'm
understand where you
yeah,
stand based on. conversation. You're kind of
As
all
of
over the place.
late, I would say my stance is I want to see us win, and I want to win. So for me, it looks like I'm very stern, and I'm not trying to be controversial. It's no, I'm just telling the truth, and the truth hurts. Like I see, I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and have to wait 8 or 9 weeks to see bull BS. I see the BS in week 1. I see the BS going on in OTAs. I'm like, yeah, he's a great guy, but that ain't gonna win. I know by week 10, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be throwing my remote. I don't want to be the mean guy punching his TV because my team is trash. Because I was sold something that looked good, but it really is trash. It's not gonna work. So I look controversial. No, I'm just telling the truth. And then people will be like, oh, before the season starts, I look negative. But then they're like, damn, how did you see it? It's because I know what's going on. I see what we're bringing. I see the caliber of players that we have compared to the caliber of players that other teams have. Compared to the teams that win and the players that we have compared to them, they're not. It's not good. You're not going to tell me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
So I look controversial. I look like I'm negative, but I'm not negative. It's just like, oh, I know that this can't win, so I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to let you guys know, hey, this is what's going on. I'm still a Raider fan. I'm still going to cheer for my team. Hey, man, make me eat crow. Make me eat crow.
Well, that's kind of where I was going in a second.
Because I'm harsh. Because guess what? I'm like you said. You guys have been. I'm not trying to wait 40 freaking years.
I can't wait 40 years.
I'm over
My clock's ticking, brother.
Mine's too. I can't wait another 40 years for another one. So
I'll say this. I'm the harsh. Like how if this is a parent, like if if the Raiders are a child and I'm the parent, I'm the dad. I'm the harsh parent who ain't gonna put up with the BS. And this is BS. And I don't sugarcoat it. Like other people will sugarcoat or fake the fun. I don't fake anything. I can't fake reality or the truth.
Yeah, that hasn't been us for too many years. But like I said, I can't say they do the same thing, so I don't know. All they gotta say, I can't say nothing about what's going on until I see what's on field. I don't care about OTAs. OTAs is like whatever. But until I see what's on field, is that after like a few games, like what this same shit I saw last year, they ain't doing nothing to change anything. Yeah. So I just gotta wait.
I give you that. Yeah, you're right with that. I agree with that. They're not doing the same thing, but they're not doing things that are winning.
Let's make an agreement right now. So you basically think we're going to win 7 at best. So you think that the team's in no position to do much of anything this year versus what we like last year. You think we're going to be just as bad as we were last year, plus an additional 2 or 3 wins, right?
Well, see, this is the thing. We can win 7 games.
Oh, I mean, it's a yes or no.
For me, it's not, because guess what? If we can win 5 games but still be a better team and going into the season next year, better. You know what I mean? Like we can have a young team that, yes, we win less games, but next year that team is developed. They're going to be better mentally. They're going to be prepared a lot better. They've got a season under their belt. You know what I'm saying? The rookies stepped up. We're getting older. Yeah, so you can have a team that wins less, but they did better than what they did the previous season.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of young guys that are going to be stepping into key roles that they might not be ready this season, but next year they're going to be. Yeah, they'll be ready.
Okay.
They can play. And that comes with the development. And that comes with development.
After next year's draft class, you're going to say the same thing, though? Like, we need to wait and see maybe next year, but not this year. I mean, what's the difference? So we bring in new players every year.
Gotcha. So what's the difference? This year we had to fill. Okay, last year we had on our start for 22 positions starters. We had 3 legit starters. 3 players that were legit starters, and the rest were backups, second stringers, and third stringers that were playing key positions.
Okay. So how many out of this draft we just had this year do you think are going to be starters?
That are draft for sure one, which is the running back.
You don't think anybody else is going to be a starter?
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Say it again.
You don't think anybody else is going to be a starter out of that group that we just drafted?
Starter week one? Possibly the kid from the receiver Beck, because the receivers aren't really that good.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, we have a lot of guys that, yeah, they can start, but are they really starters?
What about Porter?
Sorry?
What about Porter?
Porter.
Damian Porter.
Is he a starter just with our team, or is he a starter in a team that's in a playoff roster?
They just drafted him.
They drafted him.
They drafted him.
He's going to be a cornerback.
That's a good question. I would say he's potential. So he's a guy who can play and has the opportunity, but I would say you're not going to, for us, he's a starter, but for like a playoff contending team, I don't see him as a starter.
Well,
but he's definitely.
We're talking about the Raiders. We're talking about starting the Raiders from this current draft.
Now. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You just quoted that 3 players from the 2023 draft became starters and were contributors to this team. So now we just had the 2025 draft, and I'm just trying to get a feel from you how many you think could possibly be potential starters that's going to have an impact this year.
Yeah, but my thing is because we had no.
You didn't even know that Damian Porter was the guy that we drafted. That's what I'm getting.
Because I'm comparing him to playoff teams. So I said when we had guys on our team, we had.
All right, now I'm confused. Why would you compare him to a playoff team when we
they're
had
talking about
the
team, man? We're talking about the Raiders now, not talking about playoff team.
Because if we have guys that are not starters here, then is he a genuine starter somewhere else where a team that contends?
I don't care about other teams. I'm talking about our team. Do you think he's going to be a starter for our team? I could give a shit if he's on another team. We drafted him. He's ours.
So on our team at corner, we know he probably could be the opposite of Bennett, because Bennett is our best corner. I mean, Darnay was brought in. He's a UCLA guy. I know he might get the nod because he has seniority. I mean, but Porter will definitely have an opportunity because we're a little bit lacking in corner. Like I said, we really only have Bennett, and Bennett has to prove he can stay healthy and consistent out there. So is he going to have? Go ahead.
What about Dante Thornton? What about Thornton, the wide receiver from Tennessee?
I would say, yeah, I said he has an opportunity because my receiver's weak. I'm saying, like, if we take our receivers and put them on other teams, they're really not starters.
So that's other teams, though.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
What we got? We're talking about the Raiders teams. We can put anybody on other teams. They won't be starters.
The Raider team was trash. Like that's what I'm saying. If we're talking about last year's roster, right, and we're bringing on guys now, rookies really shouldn't start unless they're like the best rookie. You shouldn't have a second, third. You shouldn't have a fourth, third on shouldn't be coming in week one to start on your team. That means you have a bad team. So for us to sit here and say we have guys that we drafted in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round, they were bad. You had a bad roster. So if you have rookies, like I said, there are rookies that if they're first round draft picks, yes, they could come in and they can contend. But a 4th ring guy shouldn't be coming in and contending week one on your team. He shouldn't. He's a development guy. Guys from the.
But if he's talented enough to beat out guys that are already on the roster that are already NFL caliber players, how's that a bad thing?
He wouldn't have been a 3rd or 4th round draft pick.
That player is that talented to beat them. Why not?
But yeah, it's not a bad thing. But when you're looking at the totality of the roster, if you're saying a fourth round person is beating the person that was your starter last year, that lets you know where your roster was from the beginning.
Yeah, but that means we're also getting better based on
Yeah.
that too, because we're replacing that person with somebody that's a rookie that's even better. So like
That's why
it's gonna be on the outs because a guy like Thornton is probably gonna take his spot, more than likely.
now this is the thing. This is why I say you have to now compare that to a team that's contending. Is he starting on a team that is playoff caliber corners? That's the difference. You're talking about a grade A player, and then
Okay.
you're saying you're comparing him to a grade C player, and that you have a kid who's coming in from college. You're trying to say if he's better than a C player, he should be the caliber of an A, but he's not. You still have he just beat out the guy that was level C, but he's probably just a little bit better than a level C. We're talking about a third, fourth round draft pick. If he really was that guy, he would have been a second or first round draft pick. If he really was that good. So for him to come onto your team and be able to contend with your starting corner, your starting safety, your starting linebacker, your starting defensive tackle because of injury. Now the defensive tackle is a little bit different, or he's coming in starting with your starting wide receiver who just was breaking, like that tells you that your talent level isn't that high. If a guy can come from college and be contending to take your spot, your team isn't good. So now I have to sit here and say, well, how good really is he as a player if he's just coming in taking in a second or third stringer spot?
But perfect example. Our greatest D lineman right now, right? Max Crosby. Max Crosby was a fourth rounder, right? He came in on the fourth round. He became a starter immediately, right? Why?
Because he was that good, and we
Because
didn't
there
have
really
him.
wasn't nobody there.
No.
Yeah.
But how's
So
that
he
a
took
bad thing though? I'm trying to understand how that's a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing in
He's still
essence.
better than than a player that was
can
already
Adam
on the
can I respond
roster.
to him?
It, it's
Yeah,
it's
that's
it's,
the whole idea of getting better. You
it's
draft,
not
you
a
get better.
bad thing. It's not a bad thing in essence that yes, the draftees that you're bringing in, they're filling out your roster and they're forging roles for themselves. But when it comes to the depth of the team, if somebody in the fourth round is beating out a starter that's already been in the NFL, and
What does
this
his depth look
rookie
like?
is a fourth rounder that's barely figuring out the NFL game in itself, that's something that's alarming.
No, but the thing is,
Why is that
every
alarming? Why is that
because
alarming?
I mean,
Because
what if
I,
the
I
you
guy's
respond.
have
I
you
got
better
I got
talent?
why it's
you sign
alarming?
guys to get better. If this guy has
Okay,
to be
so
better than
so
hold on a minute. If this guy has to be better than the guy you had for 4 years that's been doing nothing, he come in and beat him out. I'm happy with that. So what? He's a rookie. So what? Rookies took over pro spots all the time. How is that a bad thing? That's what I get that.
you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's not a bad thing in regards to the progression of the rookie, but when you're looking at the totality of the roster, when you're starting to say, "Oh, our first round, our starters, our first stringers are these guys," and they're getting beat out by the rookies,
Mm-hmm.
how does that look?
It looks like you're improving. As you
No, no, no,
Yeah,
no,
draft
no.
but
better,
Wait,
you're
wait.
getting better.
here's hang on, time out for a second. Here's the rebuttal to all this. So Devontae Adams not here anymore. So Jacoby Myers is our only wide receiver. So we draft two wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Beck Beck Betch is going to be a starter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thornton's also going to end up being a starter. So by default, one of them's taking the number 1 or 2 spot. Whatever. Either one of them's going to step up and take over the spot for Devontae. Then let's go over to the defensive side. We lost a lot of our defensive players, linebackers and secondary. So Porter comes in. He's automatically going to be better than probably what we've got in that position because we lost some of the guys we lost. Cody Lindenberg, a guy we drafted in the 7th round, has a good shot to possibly be either a spot player or a starter because we lost linebackers. We lost 2 of them. One of them everybody hated anyway, Divine Diablo. The other one went to New England because they signed him to a better contract and he wanted to go there. So it's also not just that he's better than what's here. It's also by attrition, we've lost these players to other places.
Okay.
So if these guys are talented enough and good enough to play in that position, then why wouldn't it be that they play?
But
And it's just a
that's
pure
by
talent
default.
level that they're that good to be on a pro team and good enough to start. So that's where I'm kind of lost in where this
It,
gets lost in translation, I guess.
but it's by default, like you said, with the wide receivers, right? Devontae left, Jacoby. Let's just say Jacoby's our number one. Let's just clearly say Jacoby's our number one wide receiver.
Jacoby's
right?
number one.
Okay, so behind that, right? That's where Besh and all those other guys, they become starters, but it's by default because what competition do they have?
It's the depth. It's the lack of depth.
Yeah, exactly.
Because,
so if I'm,
we knew we had a lack of depth before.
see, that's there it is. That's it. They had no, but that's the issue. They had no one to challenge them or no competition at the position, so they got it by
Well, the
default.
same can be said about Derek Carr in his time. Yeah, we never brought another quarterback in to compete with him. Mariota was the closest one, to be honest with you, if I remember correctly. We never put anything to light a fire in his ass to make him excel and play better. He knew he had to just play at a certain level because there was nobody on the roster that could beat him. There was nobody that we were even talking about bringing in to beat him. So he never excelled to his maximum ability.
And
so
that's
he always played mid-level.
It was the problem. It was the problem. That was the problem.
But that's
bring in weapon to push these guys that okay, we bring this other guy in. If you don't play well, then you're not starting anymore. We don't have those guys.
And that's an organizational issue, and that's prior coaching and coordinators issues, which hopefully with what we have in house now is going to prevent that going forward. So they're still trying to fix errors from the past years too. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
this team has been in shambles for the last 10 years,
and
we're
Jeff,
finally possibly going to correct that.
And Jeff, to make it short, I could be a starting corner if there's no corners in the room.
Yeah, I get that.
You know what I'm saying? That's
the issue. Because look, there's a reason why practice squad guys are just on the practice squad. When they have to be moved up, that doesn't mean that they're really NFL caliber guys. No, they're practice field guys. You have second stringers, you have third stringers, you have backups. There's a difference in caliber of talent. Backups, they're not quite starters, but they're still good. They're going to get rotation. They're going to get minutes. Second stringers and third stringers are just there for emergencies because of injury. But our second stringer and third stringers were starting for the Raiders, which is why you have rookies or you have a seventh string or seventh round guy come in and possibly be able to take a starting spot from a starter who really wasn't a starter, but he got the starting position by default because there wasn't talent.
That was lack of depth, and that's an organization issue. They didn't do well in the draft. They didn't do well in free agency for the past 2 years. They didn't bring in the guys to be at a depth piece. They didn't bring in like that. This guy could be a starter on any other team, but he's our backup. They didn't have guys like that. They didn't bring him in. That's the organizational thing. That was the bad GM, the bad coaching, the bad OC. That was their fault.
And even with
and hopefully it's looking like they might try to fix that now by bringing in guys. So I mean, it's a shame that your 7th round pick is going to be a starter, which is great because I mean he was good anyway. But if
he fell to the
wait. What I'm saying, but if you start with a 4-year vet, that means that 4-year vet was a sorry ass player in the first place, and so why is he still in the goddamn team?
Because that's all we can get.
I know that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's still here. He's still here competing for a job. So when you guys sit here and say I'm being negative, it's no. I can look at the roster and the fact that I have multiple rookies coming in taking starting positions tells me we're not going to be good. The second thing is we don't keep guys we develop. We don't keep guys after their first contract. So even if we develop a guy, we're not going to get them to even be in a position to win. Now I know what you're going to say is that we've changed the corner and we've done things right, and the real issue with the Raiders is player development and lack of depth. And the depth we have are third and second string guys who should not be starters and should not be on the field. But that's all we can produce and put on the field. Jacoby Myers is not a number one wide receiver. He was a number one wide receiver for the Raiders. That's my
Because he was
issue.
forced into that role because Devontae was gone. I've even said he wasn't a number one. He
No,
was a
yeah, he's
number
not number
two.
one. He's number two.
Then you replace him with another number one.
Yeah, but
Did
in
the
the middle
Raiders,
of the season, who's out there? There was nobody out there. Who are you going to bring as a
whoever
number one
whoever you
after
traded
the
him to,
season?
you get. Whoever you traded him to, you take their number one receiver. Devontae is better than the one number one wide receiver over there, and you still get additional picks for him. That's the issue.
They
You
weren't
don't
giving up
let,
a player. They weren't. But then again, you're at that mercy. They just
then
wanted
you
him off
don't,
the team.
then you don't
So
give up
we weren't
Devontae
going to get
Adams
a
to the end
player.
of the season. You don't give up your bargaining pieces for nothing.
Well, trust me, I would have made him sit and just watch games.
No,
Yeah, me too.
I would have catered to him and be like, hey, this is what we have. We'll get you at the end of the season. But if you want to get to the position you want to be at, you got to play for us.
And
I know you. That's
I think
simple. It's a simple talk.
I think even with what JT was saying with in comparison of the playoff teams, you do have to look at the playoff teams and see what they have done successfully. And you look at those playoff teams, and when they draft guys, those guys don't come in as starters because the guys that are already on the team are the starters. So what you do is you that third and fourth rounder, they sit behind that starter and they wait their turn. You know what I'm saying? And we're not there. We're not organizational
No, we're
wise.
not. That
We're not
was in
there.
the past. That was past because they wouldn't pick them guys to be that. The other teams like the Eagles, for example, they're drafting guys to be backups because they already got the key players in there. We didn't do that. We didn't get players in there, and then plus we didn't keep the players that we did get that were good. Each time you get a good player, they're out the door for
And
more money or whatever for a winning team. So
that's
that's like Jeff said. That's organizational issues. They need to fix that first before do anything else. And let's see if they're going to fix that now. Because,
yeah.
like I said, you're a player. All right. Well, yeah, I've been playing for 4 years. I'm on a new contract. But why want to play this crap team? Because I don't know. They're wasting my time. I'm gonna play with somebody else.
You know,
Anyway, hey
and
Jeff, I
again, I
gotta
mean,
go. I gotta get
yeah,
up
I know
early
you got
tomorrow
to get up
morning.
early tomorrow. I
I
do
got
too.
real early. So it's been a
Oh, it was
pleasure
just
talking to
getting
you,
good.
brother.
It was just getting good. Oh,
I know.
I definitely
I got a
I
I
got
got a
uh,
Raiders trivia tomorrow morning on Afakazi's channel, 11 o'clock.
I got
Don't
ready to show
forget, I'm
tomorrow
on.
morning
Oh,
too.
you're on the East Coast too. It's 3 o'clock here, so
Yeah,
oh, I didn't know it was that late. Damn.
yeah.
I got ready to show tomorrow.
See,
Do it tomorrow. Ready Jason now, so that's the 10
I'm gonna have
Pacific
to
time.
stop by. Yeah, I need to do better in my trivia and history, so I'm gonna have to stop by that. But no, but my thing is overall is that I'm just tired of losing, and I'm tired of seeing us doing things that just are conducive of losing.
You're
And
not the only one, brother. You're not the only one.
yeah, and I still don't, and I'm frustrated. We're all frustrated because
Yeah.
what we're doing isn't moving us in the right direction. Either way, like if we're gonna sell out and win and try and win now, then let's sell out and try and win now. But don't tell me that we're trying to sell out and win now and still build for the future because you can't do both. You have to do one or the other.
The team's
Yeah,
not
I
built for
mean,
that yet.
I feel as though that my honest opinion. Some may have the same feeling, some may not. I know JT's not. Um, I think we're going in the right direction. I really do.
I do
I
too.
think this is second draft in a row where we drafted smart. Um, we didn't draft super out of reach for players. We drafted by need. We drafted for talent. Um, I think things are going in the right direction. I think getting a quarterback in that we did in Geno Smith was a smart move. I know you sit there and say that he's older and such, but I mean, I get that. I'm not expecting him to be a starter for the full 3 years. I expect a replacement sometime soon.
So,
Um, I don't see that we're going in the wrong direction. I think we're going in the right direction, and we know it's going to take time. I understand that. I
Mm-hmm.
if we make the playoffs, it's a blessing. That's awesome. I'm not expecting us to make the playoffs. If we do, that's
Me,
awesome. You know, but I mean, I'm not sitting here under the belief that we're going to become the next Redskins. Absolutely not. But there's nothing saying that it can't happen. It very well could. The schedule is kind of in our favor. You have the bye week right smack dab in the middle of the season. The last six game, we got 6 home games towards the second half of the season, which is huge, and 2 home games back to back at the end of the season, which could have possible playoff
No, we don't go to
consideration.
games. We don't go to get. We don't have a home field. That's the problem. So even with the scheduling, it's like, pow, we just like, oh,
Yeah, I get that, but again, everybody keeps dwelling on that. Keeps promoting that negativity. That doesn't help either. I mean,
well,
we're
no,
supposed to all be on the same side here, shooting for the same thing.
is
I
it
don't want
being
to see
negative or just
the
being?
home field advantage disappear.
Is
You're not going to have true home field like you did in Oakland. It's just not going to
yeah,
happen. Not going to
yeah.
happen. Not in a commercialized city like Las Vegas, where everything is promotional stuff and airlines giving packages, including tickets from locations outside of Vegas,
It's a
bringing
travel
in the fans
destination,
of whoever
so
we're playing.
it's a travel
Yeah,
destination. Vegas is, that's what it is.
That's
You
just
from
right.
you from Wisconsin and it's snowing out there and say, look, we can go to Vegas where it's 115 degrees, man. Go gamble and watch our team win or lose. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the beauty of it. We can actually go there and watch a football game and have vacation at the same time.
In
So
short, yeah, in shorts. But that's the thing.
the
It's like,
number one
is
destination in the world, Las Vegas.
yeah,
it?
And simple. Yeah,
It
yeah.
is still.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't saying
it's
what it
even
used
more
to
so
be.
It's
now.
actually gonna get better because the hotel prices are going down real fast.
It's
Yeah,
even more so now, especially now that you're gonna have 3 professional 4 if you count the women's team. You have 4 professional sports teams there,
yeah,
possibly
because
a
of baseball.
basketball team coming in.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So that's huge because now you're bringing fans in from all over.
You got a
mhm,
baseball team coming there. Yeah.
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 But yeah, because my thing is like, I don't see me being negative if I'm stating facts. Now, if I'm just ripping and just talking about people personally and things like that, then that's being negative. But talking about actual factual things about the team isn't being negative. It's just telling the truth. It just feels like it's being
Later,
negative.
Jay.
Yeah.
Not you. The other someone.
Oh no, no,
Guy
I
in the
know.
chat.
Yeah, that was my last thing I was gonna say. But yeah, I gotta shut up now. I'm just like, yeah, like I said, it feels like I'm coming off negative. I'm like, I'm not being negative. I'm just telling the truth. Unfortunately.
Oh, you're being negative. That's okay. You're controversial.
Anything that
You're like,
says opposite of the Raiders going to the Super Bowl is negative, right?
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
like a shock jock.
Man, but
Trying to get a rise out of
No, but
people.
yeah, I
You got
understand your
me.
feelings. I understand your feelings and sentiment, JT. Because for a while we've been a shit show, a circus, everything for a while. And like I said, I can't call what's coming up a shit show, a circus till I see it on the field, see what they do. I'm seeing that
Hmm.
maybe they are moving in a different direction. They're gonna start doing things like these teams that you always see in the playoffs and always draft well and always get this. Maybe moving to other direction. It's not gonna take next year. It's not gonna take overnight. It might take a year or two. Hopefully, it don't take 40 years because I won't be here. But maybe move in the right direction. Let's see. Let's give it a chance in next year. If they fall flat in the face, like I said, okay. I owe you a apology.
okay.
I've been on the component of on my channel. I've been talking about depth. You know what I'm saying? The depth of our team. And unfortunately, I people don't like that, but it's the reality. If you're drafting every year and majority of those people that you draft are your starters, where's your depth?
No.
You know what I'm saying? So
They ain't had depth at all.
hopefully they stockpile, like Jeff said. It's going to take years. It's going to take some time. It's going to take another year to draft a good class, and hopefully that rookie class from this year, does what they do. We got JPJ in his second year being the starter, the starting center. Now we can draft behind him and have start creating some depth. But right now we're top heavy. If you can even say that.
And that's why I said it's a 4-year job. And we only committed to 3. So that's not. If
Did
I'll
he
just
commit
let.
to 3 or did we only offer him 3?
It's 3 plus the fourth optional.
So we have
But
the
that's a,
4th year option on him.
Yeah, but you're not really committing. If you then you would have offered that.
Maybe that's
You would
all he
offer
wanted.
it.
Maybe that's
But
all he wanted.
so that's what I'm saying. They're not committing to it. They're still leaving
Maybe
it
that's
out.
all he wanted. It's all big Pete Carroll wanted. Because 4 years he'd be like what, almost 80. So maybe that's all he wanted. Yeah,
I
I'll
think
give you
that
guys
is
2 years.
it too. Is the fact of his age. But
Yeah,
again,
I'll give
you
him 2
look
years.
at
What is
Drew
it?
Gooden as a coach. Who honestly would you want a rookie in here? No, I
Who's
don't want
gonna
a
try
rookie.
Me?
Coming in to build.
The guy at the Bears is going to be a rookie head coach. I would have
Well,
taken that.
I didn't
he
want
wasn't
him
even going
either.
to come here
I
anyway.
would. If I'm building, okay, you're right. If I'm win now, I don't want a rookie. But if I'm winning now, and I want someone that's going to be, I want someone who's going to be here for the development and to have his franchise guy. Yeah,
So who
I
would you have wanted as coach besides Pete Carroll? Or if not Pete
never
Carroll?
wanted to pick the
Who did
Lions
you
head.
want?
I wanted the Lions head coach. I wanted
You wanted
The
Dan
Lions
Campbell?
head coach? Campbell?
no, the guy went to the. I'm sorry, the guy went to the Bears, not the Lions head coach. If
Johnson.
I could have got Dan Campbell, I would
Ben
have took Campbell
Johnson.
too. Hell yeah, I would have took Campbell. But Johnson, who was available though? Yes, Johnson was available. Who was
Johnson,
available?
Johnson had no intention of coming in the first place.
He did, but he went with someone that had a quarterback. He went with a team that had a quarterback. We had no quarterback. He's like if I want a future as a head coach, I can't win without a quarterback. You don't go to a team that doesn't have a quarterback. You don't go to a team that doesn't commit to anything. No, that's the issue.
Yeah, as I say, he had no intention of coming there. That's what I said. Yeah, for that reason
Which
you
is why
said.
we
Yeah,
had to.
he had
Which
no
is,
intention of coming for that reason. Right. Yeah. So,
yeah, no,
that's
when nobody did. That's what I'm saying. Nobody did, which is why we had to settle for Pete Carroll because no one wanted Pete Carroll. Teams would have got him, but they weren't going to commit to him. We were his last option, literally his last option. Had a chance to be a head coach in the NFL. And I don't want to be that team that gives people their last option.
You guys, you guys have a good night. I do gotta go because I gotta get up early tomorrow morning.
Calling it too.
Yeah, so it was a great conversation, man.
All right, Chris. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be back to bring some more positive energy to you guys on the next one.
All right, man. All right,
No,
you guys,
please don't. No.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe to all our channels. You guys can put in links. Go and hit me up, JT. I already got you.
I would be doing it. I'm on my phone right now.
Yeah, go hit me up. I already got you, Twan. Oh wait. So anyway, any final thoughts? That's real quick because I gotta go.
You guys have changed it. I'm giving the Raiders till week 2 before I be like I'm over it the season.
Okay.
Before it wasn't. You guys have given me a little bit of optimism. Like I said, the Hunt thing.
A cheerful demeanor.
I will say the Hunt hire is a change. We won't be able to reap any benefit from it until next season, but it is a step in the right direction. And you took some from a team that's doing it the right way. So if we do that, we can see where it goes. I'll give it that. I wasn't aware that was a recent sign. Well, yeah, I just wasn't looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
okay.
Week 2.
All right.
You know what? Game 2, because the game still might be ongoing before it's like, yeah, I see. I knew this.
Well, game 2 is our home opener against the Chargers.
Against who? The Chargers?
Yeah.
Game 1 is here in New England.
Are we at home? Are we at home? So is that like an actual genuine? So is that an actual genuine home game for us?
Yeah.
Do we lose the fanfare?
The Chargers don't have fans to fill.
Chargers don't get like 10 fans.
Which is why it's like if we lose that fanfare, if they have more fans in that building than we do, is that an issue?
No, that won't happen. They can't even get enough fans in their own stadium.
I know,
we
but
them in their own stadium.
Yeah, that's true.
Didn't we
They're
get?
not going to travel. They won't even drive 4 blocks to go watch them. You think they're going to travel 3 hours, 4 hours to come and watch them? No, they're not going to spend money.
Their issue is that stadium is fit to fit the Rams fans, but not the Charger fans.
Mm-hmm.
It's too big. It's too big for it to be a Chargers stadium.
They couldn't
And
fill that
that's
soccer stadium they played in at 30-something
Yeah,
thousand
that's not the
seats.
soccer
They
stadium. They
couldn't
didn't
even
feel
fill
that
that.
neither. But when they put that in, they're playing in a soccer stadium out in Gardena, and they couldn't even fill
Yeah.
that thing up.
Oh,
It only holds like 40,000.
that's sad.
All right, so it should be a blackout then. It better be a blackout because if I don't see a blackout, I'm gonna be even more pissed off with that then.
But that game would be. Don't have to worry about
No.
that.
All right, we're calling it a night, everybody.
Uh,
Everybody in the
uh,
chat, thank you for spending your night with us. We've been on for just over
6
6
hours.
hours now.
6
Twan, thanks for
hours.
popping in and spending your night with us too. Appreciate you. I know you were on live earlier before you popped in. Appreciate you. JT, thanks for coming on, man. It's been a pleasure. It's been a weird
Can't wait
pleasure, but
It's
it's
been
been fun.
weird. I would say it's been weird and real.
Hey, I bring out the best in people. You know what I'm saying? I bring out the best in us. No, can somebody link your guys' channels in the chat? I actually was able to get to the chat, but I can't. I don't see
Yeah.
you guys' link. If one of the mods can link their your guys' links.
Yeah.
if I get enough people, I might pull up a live.
Oh, right now?
But don't waste my time because I'm already ready to eat and go to bed. But if y'all want to hang out, I might.
Oh, that's right. Yep. They should remind me to. I still got that 5-pound burrito in the house. I can finish up.
Oh man, see, I gotta go cook something right now. Now I'm hungry.
JT, you still in Twan's chat? Because I'll put it in there. You might be able
Yeah,
to.
I'm in Twan's chat. I was just about to say that. Okay, and I was really just about to type it up.
Yeah, put mine there
Mine's
too.
easy. It's 401_Raider_Jeff.
I'll send you the stuff on IG.
Yeah,
JT.
thanks. That's my same for all my socials. So, but
you go.
Twan, you got anything coming up tomorrow?
Hopefully not. I at least try to get one day out of the weekend. You know what I'm saying? I did do a live earlier today, because I didn't do one earlier this week. But again, if I don't pull up to, well, most likely I'm probably going to do a live. It might just only be for an hour tonight, but next week I will definitely be coming back to you guys with some stuff because I try to do that on a weekly basis. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe on all the channels. Again, I'm on my way to 500, and I will be doing a giveaway when we get to 500. So to get in for free, definitely hit that subscribe button so you can get your chance of winning the prize.
Awesome. GT, you got anything coming up? Positive.
I was gonna pop in and give you a little bit of insight on what's going on. I did, like I said, I gave you a little bit of what I was going to talk about the whole situation with Tom and just the Raiders just dismissing him to like the shadows and be like, yeah, you're banished. We don't care about your insight. But I was just going to talk about that and then roster moves and then just the decision making of Chip Kelly, focusing on things that really, aren't an issue with the running style. Like trying, why are you trying to fix something that's not broke?
Yeah.
He's ran like that. Other guys run like that with the straight up stance a little bit. It's just the way that they're taught, and now you're gonna make him uncomfortable, and he has to relearn his whole running style in the NFL. I mean, it's setting him up. Is it setting him up for failure, or is it setting him up for greatness?
Well, I will talk about that, but like I said, I really got to go. So,
Yeah, but that's just what I'm bringing
I
up.
got to go. So, I'll be on tomorrow at 10 p.m. 10 a.m. Pacific time with Radio Nation Jason. We have a special guest in there. I'm not going to tell you who. So, salute to you guys. Hit me up, JT and Antoine. I'll see you guys later. Okay?
All right.
Later.
Okay. And I would say, look, remember, put mayo on your PBJs and toast the bread. Your people in your chat know about that. Mayo with the PBJs and butter.
I'm not even gonna touch that
All
one.
right, man. See you guys.
It's an inside joke. Your chat was saying it because someone said, because I toast my bread with mayo, and they're like, you put mayo on your PBJs? I'm like, just to toast the bread. Yeah. But they
Well,
think
we
I
do
put
that with
mayo.
grilled cheese. We use
Yeah.
mayo
Yeah,
instead of
so she
butter.
sounds, yeah, do that.
Yeah, no, but people literally think I put mayo in my PBJ, so everyone was saying, you know, you're gonna put mayo on your PBJ. So, so I wanted to see what you guys' reaction would be to
Um,
that.
so tomorrow, 11:45 a.m. I will be on, as of right now, just off Fakassi's channel. I don't know if it'll be streaming on mine or not. It'll be myself, Raider Ben, and Nutty Nate in a competition of Raider trivia hosted by Afakasi Raider and Aunt Six tomorrow morning. That's 11:45 Eastern time. So I know it's early for you West Coasters, but it's a little bit later than when we play Tecmo Bowl. So make sure you guys check it out. So we're gonna call it a night. Spend 6 hours and 14 minutes, and yesterday we did 7+ hours. So we're really burning the midnight oil here for 2 nights in a row. So until next time, everybody, as usual, stay safe and go Raiders.
Later.